Section 60 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Buonaparte, A.D. 1802 to 1810, Part 7. The peace between Russia and Sweden was signed at Friedrichshain, September 17. The latter power adhered to the continental system, reserving to herself the importation of salt and such colonial produce as she could not do without. She surrendered Finland, with the whole of East Bothnia, and a part of West Bothnia lying to the eastward of the river Tornia. The cession of these provinces, which formed the granary of Sweden and contained a population of 900,000 souls, was an irreparable loss to that kingdom, which had only 2,344,000 inhabitants left. The Peace of Friedrichshain was speedily followed by that of Jönköping with Denmark, December 10, and that at Paris with France, January 6, 1810. By the first, everything was re-established on its ancient footing between these two states. But by the Peace of Paris, Sweden renounced the importation of colonial produce and only reserved the privilege of importing salt as an article of absolute necessity. It was on this condition alone that she could obtain repossession of Pomerania. The Prince Royal of Sweden having died suddenly, a diet assembled at Örebro and elected John Baptiste Julius Bernadette, Prince of Pontecorvo, his successor to the throne, May 28. The election was unanimous, but out of more than 1,000 of the nobility who had a right to appear at the diet, only 140 were present. Bernadette accepted an offer so honorable. On his arrival at Elsinore, he professed, as his ancestors had done before him in France, his adherence to the Confession of Augsburg, which was then the established religion in Sweden. King Charles XIII having adopted him as his son, he was proclaimed at Stockholm November 5, eventual successor to the throne under the name of Charles John. 12 days afterwards, Sweden declared war against Great Britain. In Russia, the Emperor Alexander, since his accession to the throne, had occupied himself incessantly in improving every branch of the administration. The restrictive regulations which had been published under the last reign were abrogated. By gradual concessions, the peasantry were prepared for a liberty which they had not yet enjoyed. The number of universities, and what is still more essential to civilization, the number of schools, was augmented. The Senate, the ministry, and the civil authorities were reorganized and new improvements adopted, tending to abolish arbitrary power, to accelerate the dispatch of business, and to promote the distribution of fair and impartial justice to all classes of society. Canals were dug, new avenues were opened for industry, and commerce flourished, especially the trade of the Black Sea. The only point in which the government failed was in its attempts to restore the finances. But the 4 wars of the preceding 7 years in which Russia had been engaged rendered these attempts unavailing. We have already related the origin, events, and termination of 2 of these wars, viz. That of 1806, which ended with the Peace of Tilsit and procured Russia the province of Bialystok, and that of Sweden, which annexed the province of Finland to that empire. The war against England continued after the Peace of Friedrichshain, but without furnishing any events of great importance. The 2 other wars were those against Persia and the Porte. At the beginning of his reign, Alexander had annexed Georgia to his empire, which had till then been the prey of continual disturbances. This accession drew him into a war with Persia, which did not terminate till 1813. The principal events of that war were the defeat of the Persians at Echmiadzin by Prince Zizanov, June 20, 1804, the conquest of the province of Shirvan by the same prince, January 1806, the taking of Derbent by the Russians, July 3, and the defeat of the Persians by Paluchi at Al-Kowalaki, September 1, 1810. Before speaking of the war between Russia and the Porte, it will be necessary to take a brief retrospect of the Ottoman Empire. The condition of that empire, badly organized and worse governed, was such that everything then presaged its approaching dissolution, or, in other words, the expulsion of the Turks from Europe. Everywhere the authority of the Grand Signor was disregarded. Pazwan Oglu, the Pacha of Waden, was in open revolt. Ali Pacha of Janina was obedient only when it suited his convenience. The Serbians had taken up arms under their leader Czerny George, and threatened to possess themselves of Sabas and Belgrade. Djar, the Pacha of Syria, without declaring himself an enemy to the Porte, enjoyed an absolute independence. The sect of the Wahhabites was in possession of Arabia. Egypt was distracted by civil wars. Selim III, who had reigned there since 1789, convinced that the Porte could never re-establish its authority except by better organizing the army, had endeavored to model it on the European system. This attempt afterwards cost him his throne. Such was the situation of the Ottoman Empire when Bonaparte, in order to prevent Alexander from sending supplies to Prussia, resolved to embroil him in a quarrel with the Porte. General Sebastiani, the French envoy at Constantinople, contrived to obtain so great an influence over the minds of the Divan that for some time it was entirely under his direction. Subjects of dissension were not wanting between Russia and the Porte, and these were of such a nature as to furnish each party with plausible reasons for complaining of the infraction of treaties. The French minister was not slow to fan the spark of discord. He even induced the Divan to refuse to renew their treaty of alliance with England, which was then on the point of expiring. The Emperor Alexander, foreseeing that there would be no redress to his complaints, gave orders to General Michelson to enter Moldavia and Wallachia. The Porte then declared war against Russia December 30, but deviating for the first time from a barbarous custom, he allowed Monsieur de Italiansky, the Russian minister, to depart unmolested. A few days after, Mr. Arbuthnot, the English minister, quitted Constantinople after having repeatedly demanded the renewal of the alliance and the expulsion of Monsieur Sebastiani. Within a few weeks, an English fleet of 9 ships of the line, 3 frigates, and several fire-ships, commanded by Vice Admiral Duckworth, forced the passage of the Dardanelles and appeared before Constantinople. Duckworth demanded of the Divan that the forts of the Dardanelles and the Turkish fleet should be surrendered to him, that the Porte should cede Moldavia and Wallachia to Russia and break off alliance with Bonaparte. But instead of profiting by the sudden panic which his appearance had created, he allowed the Turks time to put themselves in a posture of defense. Encouraged and instructed by Sebastiani, they made their preparations with such energy and success that in the course of 8 days the English vice-admiral found that he could do nothing better than weigh anchor and repass the Dardanelles. On his arrival at Malta, he took on board 5,000 troops under the command of General Fraser and conveyed them to Egypt. The English took possession of Alexandria March 20th, but in the course of 6 months they found themselves obliged to surrender that city by capitulation to the governor of Egypt. The campaign of 1807 was not productive of any very decisive result, as General Michelson had received orders to detach 80,000 men to oppose the French in Poland. Czerny George, the leader of the revolted Servians, took Belgrade, Sabax, and Nisa, penetrated into Bulgaria, where he was reinforced by some Russian troops, and gained divers signal advantages. General Michelson himself was victorious near Gyurtshof, March 17, without, however, being able to get possession of that place. The war was conducted with more success on the frontiers of the 2 empires in Asia. The Sirskir of Erzurum was entirely defeated by General Godovich June 18, and that victory was an event so much the more fortunate as it prevented the Persians from making a bold diversion in favor of the Turks. The most important event in the campaign was the naval battle of Lemnos, where the Russian fleet under the command of Vice Admiral Sinuin defeated the captain Pacha, who had sailed from the Dardanelles after the retreat of Duckworth. When the Ottoman navy sustained this defeat, Selim III had ceased to reign. That prince had rendered himself odious to the troops by the introduction of the European discipline and dress known by the name of Nizami Gedid, and by his connection with the French emperor. One circumstance regarded as a fundamental law, and according to which a sultan who had reigned 7 years without having any children was regarded as unworthy of the throne, served as a pretext for the military to have him deposed. Selim, finding it impossible to quell or allay the revolt, abdicated voluntarily, May 29, and placed his cousin Mustafa IV on the throne. In the amnesty which that prince published, he recognized the right of the Janissaries to withdraw their allegiances from the Grand Signior who should depart from the established customs, and that of appointing his successor. The Emperor Alexander had promised by the Peace of Tilsit to evacuate Moldavia and Wallachia, on condition, however, that the Turks should not occupy these 2 provinces till after the conclusion of a definitive peace. The French general Guilleminot was sent to the Turkish camp to negotiate an armistice on these terms, which in effect was signed at Slobozia, August 24. The evacuation of the 2 provinces stipulated by that arrangement never took place, as the Emperor of Russia refused to ratify the treaty, as it contained certain articles which he judged incompatible with his dignity. so that matters remained on their former footing. That circumstance was one of the pretexts which Bonaparte alleged for continuing to occupy Prussia. In the midst of these political quibblings, the time arrived when a new system of things took place. The cabinets of St. Petersburg and Paris were making mutual advances, and it is probable that the fate of the Porte, and especially of the provinces beyond the Danube, was one of the subjects which were discussed during the interview at Erfurt. France lost her influence at Constantinople when they saw her enter into an alliance with Russia, and from that time England directed the politics of the Divan. Mustafa IV had in the meantime been hurled from the throne. Mustafa, styled Bayraktar, or the standard-bearer, the Pacha of Rudshuk, a man of extraordinary courage and one of the most zealous abettors of the changes introduced by Selim, which he regarded as the sole means of preserving the state, had marched with 35,000 men to Constantinople with the view of reforming or seizing the government, and announced to Mustafa IV, July 28, 1808, that he must resign and make way for the ancient and legitimate sultan. Mustafa thought to save his crown by putting Selim to death. But Bayraktar proclaimed Muhammad, the younger brother of Mustafa, who was then shut up in the Seraglio. Bayraktar, invested with absolute power, re-established the corps of the Simons, or disciplined troops, on the footing of the Europeans, and took vigorous measures for putting the empire in a condition to resist the Russians. These patriotic efforts cost him his life. After the departure of a part of the Simons for the army, the Janissaries and the inhabitants of Constantinople revolted. At the head of a body of newly organized troops, Mustafa defended himself with courage, but seeing the moment approach when he must yield to the superior number of his assailants, he put to death the old sultan and his mother, whose intrigues had instigated the insurrection. He retired to a fortress or strong place, where he had deposited a quantity of gunpowder. The Janissaries having pursued him thither, he set fire to the magazine and blew himself and his persecutors into the air. The young Sultan Mahmud had the courage to declare that he would retain the European discipline and dress, but after being attacked in his place and learning that the city was filled with carnage and conflagration, he yielded to necessity and restored the privileges of the Janissaries. It is probable they would not have spared his life, but for the circumstance that he was the last scion of the race of Osman. The ministers of the Divan, whom General Sebastiani had gained over the interests of France, finding themselves entirely discarded by the last revolution, Mr. Adair, the new English minister at Constantinople, concluded a treaty of peace, January 5, 1809, by which the Porte confirmed to England the commercial advantages which the Treaty of 1675 had granted them, as well as the navigation of the Black Sea which Mr. Spencer Smith had obtained, August 3, 1799. Immediately after the return of the Emperor Alexander from Erfurt, an order was given to open negotiation with the Turks. The conference took place at Gioachin, but it was immediately broken off after the Russian plenipotentiaries had demanded, as preliminary conditions, the cession of Moldavia and Wallachia, and the expulsion of the British minister from Constantinople. Hostilities then recommenced. The Russians were commanded by Prince Prosorovsky, and after his death by Prince Bagration. Having passed the Danube, they took possession of Ismail and fought a bloody battle at Taritsa, near Silistria, September 26, which compelled them to raise the siege of that place. The Grand Vizier, without taking advantage of his good fortune, retired to winter quarters. The campaign of 1810 was more decisive. General Kamenskoy, the second of that name, had taken the chief command of the Russian army. His brother of the same name and General Markov opened it by the taking of Bazarjik, June 4. The capture of Silistria, June 11, by the commander-in-chief and Count Langeron, opened the way to Shumla, where the Grand Vizier, Yusuf Pacha, occupied a strong position, while General Sanbanioff defeated a body of Turkish troops near Razgard, June 14, the remains of which were obliged to surrender. The Grand Vizier then demanded an armistice for negotiating a peace. The reply was that it would be concluded immediately on his recognizing the Danube as the limit of the two empires, and promising to pay a sum of 20 millions of piastres, the Russians remaining in possession of Bessarabia until it was paid. The Grand Vizier, at the instigation of the British minister, rejected these conditions. Yusuf Pacha still occupied his camp near Shumla, the rear of which was protected by the Hemus. Kamenskoy, the elder, attacked him in his entrenchments, but was repulsed with loss, June 23rd. He left his brother at Kagarli Dare, about 5 leagues from Shumla, at the head of a corps of observation, while he attempted himself to take Rudschuk by main force, but was again repulsed. The younger brother then found himself obliged by the approach of a superior force to abandon his position at Kargali Dare, August 15. Yusuf, being determined to save Rudschuk, detached Mautar Pacha with a body of 40,000 troops, who took up a formidable position at the place where the Jantra runs into the Danube. Kamenskoy, leaving to Count Langerlin the care of the siege of Rudschuk and ordering Sass to invest Gutsorf, which is situated on the other side of the Danube opposite Rudschuk, immediately directed his march against Mutar and attacked him in his entrenchments at Batin. After a terrible carnage, the Russians took possession of the Turkish camp by main force, September 7, when Mutar escaped with a small detachment. Within a few days after, Count St. Priest took Skystoff with the whole Turkish fleet. Rudschuk and Gerdsov surrendered on the same day, September 27, and Nikopoli and Vidin in a short time after, so that by the end of the campaign the Russians were masters of the whole right bank of the Danube. The Grand Vizier had continued all this time in his strong camp at Shumla. The Servians, assisted by a body of Russians, had taken possession of the last fortresses in their country which the Turks had still maintained, such as Kladova, Oreva, and Prayova. End of section 60. Section 61 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. The Decline and Downfall of the Empire of Buonaparte, A.D. 1810 to 1815, Part 1. The power of Napoleon had now attained its greatest height. The birth of a son, an event which happened March 20, 1811, might have given stability to this power, had he known how to set bounds to his ambition. The heir to the imperial throne received the title of King of Rome, a dignity which had been decreed in anticipation. The differences that had arisen between Bonaparte and the head of the Church became this year a subject of public discussion. This will of a despot whom no power could resist was made to recoil more than once before the inflexible firmness of an old man, disarmed and in captivity. Ever since Bonaparte had deprived the Church of her patrimony and had been laid under the ban of excommunication, Pius VII, faithful to his principles, had refused confirmation to every bishop nominated by a man who was excluded from the Catholic communion. Bonaparte thought it might be possible to dispense with the confirmation of the Pope. With this view, he assembled a national council at Paris, June 17, 1811, composed of French and Italian bishops, and in which Cardinal Fesch, the Archbishop of Lyons, presided. He soon found, however, that despotic authority was of little avail against religious opinions. The prelates, on whose compliance he had calculated with too much confidence, declared that the council had no power to grant that confirmation which was refused by the Pope. But the arrest of 3 of the most refractory prelates, who were imprisoned at Vincennes, July 12, having given rise to a negotiation, the rest adopted a modified scheme which the government had communicated to them, on condition, however, that it should be submitted for the approbation of the Pope. But His Holiness, who had still remained at Savona, refused to treat with the council, which he declared null and void, as having been convened without his authority. The project of Bonaparte thus completely failed. The council was dismissed, and 20 of the sees of France and Italy were left without bishops. Before proceeding to detail the grand events which overturned the dominion of Bonaparte, it will be necessary to advert to what took place in Spain and Portugal in 1811 and 1812. Sickness and the want of provisions had at length compelled Massena to effect his retreat, March 1, during which he sustained considerable loss by the pursuit of Lord Wellington. Thus, for the 3rd time was Portugal released from the invasion of the French army. It would be impossible within the narrow limits to which we are here confined to detail the various marches and countermarches of the generals, or the operations in which they were engaged. We can only point out the principal actions in a detached and cursory manner. Marshal Soult retook Badajos March 10, while Lord Wellington still retained his position at Torres Vedras, which he had quitted with reluctance to go in pursuit of Messina. As the possession of that place was of importance for the English, Lord Wellington determined to besiege it, but Marshal Marmont, who had replaced Messina in the command of the Army of the North, and Marshal Soult, who had formed a junction with him, obliged him to discontinue the siege. He retired to Portugal, where he remained on the defensive during the rest of the campaign. The advantages of the campaign of 1811 belonged to General Suchet. After a destructive siege, he took Tortosa by capitulation January 1, and Tarragona by main force June 28. He made himself master of Montserrat in the same manner, August 19. By a signal victory which he gained over General Blake, October 25, at Mervierdro, the ancient Saguntum, he prepared the way for the conquest of Valencia, which surrendered by capitulation January 9, 1812. At the commencement of 1812, the French forces in Spain amounted to 150,000 men. The Allies consisted of 52,000 English troops, 24,000 Portuguese, and 100,000 Spaniards, including 20,000 guerrillas. Lord Wellington reduced Ciudad Rodrigo January 19, and then retired once more into Portugal, where he kept on the defensive for nearly 5 months. He then attacked Salamanca, took that city June 28, and defeated Marmont in the famous battle of Aeroples near Salamanca, July 21, where Clausel saved the French army from a complete rout. Joseph Bonaparte quitted Madrid. Soult gave orders to raise the siege of Cadiz, which had continued for 2 years. He evacuated Andalusia and joined King Joseph in Murcia. Wellington, now master of Burgos, was desirous to get possession also of the citadel of that place, the acquisition of which was necessary for his safety. But Suham, who had succeeded Marmont, and Soult having approached on both sides to save the town, the British general retired again into Portugal, and Joseph Bonaparte returned to Madrid November 1. At this time, the north of Europe had been the theater of great events. For some time, the friendship between the courts of St. Petersburg and St. Cloud had been growing cool. The last usurpations of Bonaparte during the course of 1810 brought about a complete rupture. The extension of the French Empire towards the Baltic was becoming a subject of suspicion and anxiety to Alexander. The manner in which Bonaparte had taken possession of the Duchy of Oldenburg, the patrimony of his family, was an outrage against his person. The first symptom of discontent which he exhibited was by abandoning the continental system, although indirectly, by a ukase, December 13, 1810, which permitted the importation of colonial produce while it interdictated that of France, wine only excepted. Under pretext of organizing a force for the maintenance of these regulations, he raised an army of 90,000 men. A rupture with Bonaparte appeared then unavoidable. In Sweden also there arose new subjects of quarrel. Bonaparte complained that in the country the continental system had not been put in execution with sufficient rigor. He demanded that Charles XIII should put 2,000 sailors into his pay, that he should introduce the tariff of Tryon, and admit French revenue officers at Gothenburg. In short, Sweden, Denmark, and the Duchy of Warsaw were to form a confederation under the protection of France. During these discussions, Marshal de Vaust, who commanded in the north of Germany, took possession of Swedish Pomerania and the Isle of Rügen, January 27, 1812. Bonaparte offered, however, to surrender that province to Sweden and to compel Alexander to restore Finland to her if Charles XIII would agree to furnish 30,000 troops against Russia. Sweden, on the contrary, was on terms of conciliation with that power. By an alliance which was signed at St. Petersburg, April 5th, Alexander promised to procure her Norway. A body of between 25 and 30,000 Swedes and between 15 and 20,000 Russians were then to make a diversion against France on the coast of Germany. This arrangement was afterwards changed. In a conference which the Emperor had at Abo, August 30, the latter consented that the Russian troops destined to act in Norway should be transported to Riga for the defense of Russia, and that they should not, till a later period, undertake the conquest of Norway. Charles XIII was also reconciled to England, while he had always pretended to be ignorant of the declaration of war of November 17, 1810. A treaty of peace was signed at Örebro, July 12, where they agreed, though in general terms, on a defensive alliance. Bonaparte, seeing the moment approach when a rupture with Russia would take place, hesitated for some time as to the part he should take with regard to Prussia, in the very center of which he still possessed 3 fortresses. He determined at last to preserve that state and to make it an ally of it, on which the principal burden of the war should fall. 4 convictions were concluded at Paris on the same day, February 24, between these 2 powers. By the principal treaty, an alliance purely defensive was established, but according to certain secret articles, that alliance was declared offensive, On such terms, however, that Prussia was not to furnish any contingent beyond the Pyrenees in Italy or against the Turks. By the First Convention, which was likewise to be kept secret, the alliance was expressly directed against Russia, and the King of Prussia promised to furnish a body of 20,000 auxiliary troops. Glogau-Stettin and Kirsten were to be still occupied by the French. The two other conventions related to the sums still due by Prussia and the supplies which she had to furnish. A few days after, there was also signed at Paris a defensive alliance against Russia between Austria and France. The reciprocal supplies to be furnished by each was 30,000 men, and the court of Vienna was given to hope that she might again be restored to the possession of the Illyrian provinces. From that moment, Bonaparte began to make the most active preparations. By a decree of the Senate, the whole male population of France between the ages of 20 and 60 years were divided into 3 bands, or bodies, summoned by proclamation. The first of these contained 100,000 men to be placed at the disposal of the government. The princes of the Confederation were to furnish their contingent as follows: Bavaria, 30,000 troops; Westphalia and Saxony each 20,000; Württemberg, 14,000, and the Kingdom of Italy, 40,000. Negotiations were at that time in progress between Bonaparte and Alexander, apparently with a view of adjusting their mutual complaints. But matters had recently taken a turn which left little reason to hope that they would come to any satisfactory result. These conferences were continued at Dresden, where Bonaparte had gone, and where he met the Emperor and Empress of Austria, the King of Prussia, and a great number of the princes of the Rhenish Confederation. This was the last moment of Bonaparte's greatness. He waited the return of Count Narbonne, whom he had sent to Vilna with his last proposals to the Emperor Alexander. Immediately after the arrival of the Count, war was declared, June 12, 1812. The army of Bonaparte amounted to 587,000 men, of which 73,000 were cavalry. It was separated into 3 grand divisions. The main army was composed of the divisions of Davoust, Oudinot, and Ney. It contained also the troops of Württemberg, at the head of whom was the Prince Royal. The second army, commanded by Eugene Beauharnais, consisted of the divisions of Junot and St. Cyr. The Bavarians, under the command of de Roy and Reed, made a part of it. The third army, commanded by Jerome Bonaparte, consisted of the Poles under Prince Poniatowski, the Saxons under Regnier, and the Westphalians under Vandamme. The Austrian auxiliaries, at the head of whom was Prince Schwarzenberg, formed the extreme right wing. The corps of Marshal McDonald and the Prussians were placed on the extreme left. To oppose this immense mass, Alexander had only 260,000 men divided into 2 armies, which were called the First and Second Armies of the West. The former, under the command of Count Barclay de Tolly, extended as far as Grodno and communicated on the north side with Count d'Asson, governor of Riga, and on the south with the Second Army of the West, at the head of which was Prince Bagration. But independently of these forces, there were bodies of reserve and armies of observation formed with all expedition and ultimately joined with the main armies. Of the great number of battles fought during this memorable campaign, we must content ourselves with selecting the more important, without entering into a detail of the various movements of either party. The inferiority of numbers which Alexander had to oppose to Bonaparte seemed to render a defensive plan advisable, according to which, by destroying all the means of subsistence in the districts which they abandoned, they might allure the enemy into countries desolated and destitute of every resource. Bonaparte allowed himself to be duped by faint retreats. His scheme was to place himself between the 2 Russian armies, and after having destroyed both, to penetrate into the interior of the empire, where he reckoned on finding immense riches, and to dictate the terms of peace as he had twice done at Vienna. The passage of the Niemen by the French army was the commencement of hostilities, June 22. The Russians immediately began their system of retreat. Bonaparte at first succeeded in penetrating between the 2 armies, but after several battles fought by Prince Bagration, more especially that at Molyhof, July 23, the 2 armies effected a junction at Smolensko. Jerome Bonaparte and Vandamme, to whom Bonaparte attributed that check, were ordered to quit the French army, while he himself advanced as far as Witzbeck. Bonaparte engaged Barclay de Tolly and fought a bloody battle with him at Smolensko, August 17. He took possession of that city by force after it had been set on fire by the inhabitants. He found no provisions in it and scarcely a shelter to cover his sick and wounded. On the news of the progress which the French were making, a general enthusiasm seized the Russian nation. Alexander had encouraged and excited this patriotic spirit by repairing to Moscow. The nobles armed their peasantry and prepared to fight with desperation to the last. The two armies of the West were combined into one, of which Prince Kutuzov took the command. He engaged Bonaparte and fought the famous Battle of Moskwa about 25 leagues from Moscow, September 7. Although 65,000 men, including Russians, French, and allies, were left dead on the field of battle, that action was by no means decisive. But Kutuzov, whose army was reduced to 70,000 men, while Bonaparte, out of 150,000, still had 120,000 left, resolved to continue his retreat and to leave Moscow at the mercy of the enemy. The French entered that place 7 days after the battle, September 14. They found that ancient capital entirely abandoned, but still containing immense wealth which the inhabitants had not been able to carry with them. Within 2 days, a conflagration which broke out in 500 places at once reduced that immense city to a heap of ashes. The precautions of the incendiaries had been so well taken that all the efforts of the French to arrest the progress of the flames proved ineffectual, and out of 9,158 houses they could only save 2,041. Thus perished irrevocably the means of subsistence, which had for a moment revived the courage of the invaders. In a short time, famine began to make its appearance in the army of Bonaparte. Disassembling the real state of his affairs, he twice offered peace. Alexander refused to treat at a time when the war was only on the eve of commencing, and told the Russian generals that he was still resolved to continue his retreat, which commenced accordingly on the 15th October. Marshal Mortier, who commanded the rearguard, had orders to set fire to the Kremlin, the palace of the ancient Tsars of Russia. Bonaparte directed his march towards Smolensko, through a country reduced to an entire desert. He was incessantly harassed by the Russians, whose troops, marching at a convenient distance, attacked both his flanks. On arriving at Smolensko, November 9, after having lost 40,000 men, the army was assailed by the rigors of winter, which added to their other misfortunes. Kutuzov having advanced before them and taking post at Krasnoye, they were obliged to force a passage with the loss of 13,000 men and 70 pieces of cannon. 2 days after, 11,000 men of Ney's division laid down their arms. 35,000 men and 25 cannons without horses were all that remained to the conqueror of Moscow. This exhausted and dispirited army had 50 leagues to march before they could reach the Berezina, where other dangers awaited them. The passage of that river was occupied by the army of Cbteddy, amounting to 50,000 men who had arrived from Moldavia. Another Russian army under Count Wittgenstein was marching from the north to join the former, but Marshal Victor's body of reserve, which had arrived from Prussia, intercepted them for a while, without having been able to prevent their final junction. Victor, Oudinot, and Dombrowski brought a reinforcement to Bonaparte of 35,000 men, exhausted with cold and famine. The passage of the Berezina was forced with admirable bravery, November 27-28, but it cost France or the Allies the lives or the liberty of more than 30,000 men. At this point, the main body of the Russians ceased to pursue the unfortunate wreck of Bonaparte's army. Nevertheless, as far as Vilna, they were continually harassed by the Cossacks. There was, besides, a frightful deficiency of provisions and clothing, so that upwards of 25,000 men fell a sacrifice to these privations in their route to Vilna. This was the first city or town that fell in their way. All the others had been completely destroyed. The miserable remnant who reached that place, December 9, were at length supplied with provisions, but the Cossacks did not leave them long in the enjoyment of repose. On the following day they were obliged to commence their retreat to Konau, from which they directed their march towards the Vistula. Independently of the corps of McDonald, who had the Prussians under his command, and of the auxiliary body of Austrians and Saxons, none of which took any part in that rout, only 18,800 French and Italians and about 23,000 Poles and Germans found their way back from Russia. Bonaparte himself had taken his departure privately on the 5th December, leaving the command of the army to Murat. With such despatch had he consulted his safety that on the 18th of the same month he arrived at Paris. Prince Schwarzenberg, being joined by General Rainier, who commanded the Saxons, had fought several engagements with the army of Cbteddy, none of which had proved decisive, and after the affair of the Berezina he had retired towards Warsaw and Polsnik. Several most sanguinary engagements, although not more decisive than the former, had taken place between Count Wittgenstein and the left wing of the French army, especially towards the commencement of the campaign, when Marshals Oudinot and St. Cyr had joined MacDonald. On these occasions the Prussians had rendered very important services, but the moment General York, who commanded these auxiliaries, had been informed of the retreat of Bonaparte, he thought himself authorized not from any political motives which he would never have avowed, but from the destitute condition in which he had been left, to conclude a capitulation with the Russians, by which he withdrew his whole forces from the French army, December 29. That event was of little importance in itself, although it produced a very great sensation in Prussia, and served as a pretext for Bonaparte to demand new levies, without being obliged to acknowledge the whole extent of the losses he had sustained. One of his ministers, Reginald d'Angles, spoke of the event in his official report as the glorious retreat of Moscow. Moreover, a decree of the Senate issued at the commencement of the following year, January 11, placed a new conscription of 350,000 men at the disposal of the government. In order to raise the necessary funds for this new armament, Bonaparte seized the revenues of all the communes in France. Their properties were sold to promote his schemes, and he promised to make them ample reimbursements by assigning to them annuities on the civil list. Nothing annoyed Bonaparte so much as the incessant resistance and opposition of Pope Pius VII. In the hope of gaining a more easy victory by bringing that respectable old man nearer his person, he had ordered him to be conveyed to the palace of Fontainebleau about the middle of the year 1812. After his return from Moscow, he repaired thither himself and succeeded in extorting the Pope's consent to a new concordat, on condition, however, that the stipulations should be kept secret until they were examined by a consistory of cardinals. But Bonaparte took an early opportunity of publishing this new concordat as a fundamental law of the state, a circumstance which induced Pius VII to disavow it, and to declare it null and of none effect. End of section 61.
Section 62 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schue. Section 62. Chapter 12. Period 9. The decline and downfall of the Empire of Buonaparte, A.D. 1810 to 1815. The power of Napoleon had now attained its greatest height. The birth of a son, an event which happened March 20th, 1811, might have given stability to this power, had he known how to set bounds to his ambition. The heir to the imperial throne received the title of King of Rome, a dignity which had been decreed in anticipation. The differences that had arisen between Bonaparte and the head of the Church became this year a subject of public discussion. The will of a despot whom no power could resist was made to recoil more than once before the inflexible firmness of an old man disarmed and in captivity. Ever since Bonaparte had deprived the Church of her patrimony and had been laid under the ban of excommunication, Pius VII, faithful to his principles, had refused confirmation to every bishop nominated by a man who was excluded from the Catholic communion. Bonaparte thought it might be possible to dispense with the confirmation of the Pope. With this view, he assembled a national council at Paris, June 17, 1811, composed of French and Italian bishops, and in which Cardinal Fesch, the Archbishop of Lyon, presided. He soon found, however, that despotic authority was of little avail against religious opinions. The prelates, on whose compliance he had calculated with too much confidence, declared that the council had no power to grant that confirmation which was refused by the Pope. But the arrest of 3 of the most refractionary prelates, who were imprisoned at Vincennes, July 12th, Having given rise to a negotiation, the rest adopted a modified scheme which the government had communicated to them, on condition, however, that it should be submitted for the approbation of the Pope. But His Holiness, who had still remained at Savona, refused to treat with the council, which he declared null and void, as having been convened without his authority. The project of Bonaparte thus completely failed. The council was dismissed, and 20 of the sees of France and Italy were left without bishops. Before proceeding to deal with the grand events which overturned the dominion of Bonaparte, it will be necessary to advert to what took place in Spain and Portugal in 1811 and 1812. Sickness and the want of provisions had at length compelled Massena to effect his retreat, March 1st, during which he sustained considerable loss by the pursuit of Lord Wellington. Thus, for the third time, was Portugal released from the invasion of the French army. It would be impossible, within the narrow limits into which we are here confined, to detail the various marches and countermarches of the generals, or the operations in which they were engaged. We can only point out the principal actions in a detached and cursory manner. Marshal Soult retook Badajoz, March 10th, while Lord Wellington still retained his position at Torres Vedras, which he had quitted with reluctance to go in pursuit of Massena. As the possession of that place was of importance to the English, Lord Wellington determined to besiege it, but Marshal Marmont, who had replaced Massena in the command of the Army of the North, and Marshal Soult, who had formed a junction with him, obliged him to discontinue the siege. He retired to Portugal, where he remained on the defensive during the rest of the campaign. The advantages of the campaign of 1811 belonged to General Suchet. After a destructive siege, he took Tortosa by capitulation, January 1st, and Tarragona by main force, June 28th. He made himself master of Montserrat in the same manner, August 19th. By a signal victory, which he gained over General Blake, October 25th, at Morvedro, the ancient Saguntum, he prepared the way for the conquest of Valencia, which surrendered by capitulation, January 9th, 1812. At the commencement of 1812, the French forces in Spain amounted to 150,000 men. The Allies consisted of 52,000 English troops, 24,000 Portuguese, and 100,000 Spaniards, including 20,000 guerrillas. Lord Wellington reduced Ciudad Rodrigo, January 19th, and then retired once more into Portugal, where he kept on the defensive for nearly 5 months. He then attacked Salamanca, took that city, June 28th, and defeated Marmont in the famous Battle of Arapos, near Salamanca, July 21st, where Clausel saved the French army from a complete rout. Joseph Bonaparte quitted Madrid. Soult gave orders to raise the siege at Cadiz, which had continued for 2 years. He evacuated Andalusia and joined King Joseph in Murcia. Wellington, now master of Burgos, was desirous to get possession also of the citadel of that place, the acquisition of which was necessary for his safety. But Wilhelm, who had succeeded Marmont, and Soult, having approached on both sides to save the town, the British general retired again into Portugal, and Joseph Bonaparte returned to Madrid, November 1st. At this time, the north of Europe had been the theater of great events. For some time, the friendship between the courts of St. Petersburg and St. Cloud had been growing cool. The last usurpations of Bonaparte during the course of 1810 brought about a complete rupture. The extension of the French Empire toward the Baltic was becoming a subject of suspicion and anxiety to Alexander. The manner in which Bonaparte had taken possession of the Duchy of Oldenburg, the patrimony of his family, was an outrage against his person. The first symptom of discontent which he exhibited was by abandoning the continental system, although indirectly by an ukase, December 13, 1810, which permitted the importation of colonial produce while it interdicted that of France, wine only excepted. Under pretext of organizing a force for the maintenance of these regulations, he raised an army of 90,000 men. A rupture with Bonaparte appeared then unavoidable. In Sweden also there arose new subjects of quarrel. Bonaparte complained that in that country the continental system had not been put in execution with sufficient rigor. He demanded that Charles XIII should put 2,000 sailors into his pay, that he should introduce the tariff of Trianon, and admit French revenue officers at Gothenburg. In short, Sweden, Denmark, and the Duchy of Warsaw were to form a confederation under the protection of France. During these discussions, Marshal Davoust, who commanded in the north of Germany, took possession of Swedish Pomerania and the Isle of Rügen, January 27, 1812. Bonaparte offered, however, to surrender that province to Sweden and to compel Alexander to restore Finland to her if Charles XIII would agree to furnish 30,000 troops against Russia. Sweden, on the contrary, was on terms of conciliation with that power. By an alliance which was signed at St. Petersburg, April 5th, Alexander promised to procure her Norway. A body of between 25,000 and 30,000 Swedes and between 15,000 and 20,000 Russians were then to make a diversion against France on the coasts of Germany. This arrangement was afterwards changed in a conference which the Emperor had at Abo, August 30th. The latter consented that the Russian troops destined to act in Norway should be transported to Riga for the defense of Russia, and that they should not, till a later period, undertake the conquest of Norway. Charles XIII was also reconciled to England, while he had always pretended to be ignorant of the declaration of war of November 17, 1810. A treaty of peace was signed at Orebro, July 12th, where they agreed, though in general terms, on a defensive alliance. Bonaparte, seeing the moment approach when a rupture with Russia would take place, hesitated for some time as to the part he should take with regard to Prussia, in the very center of which he still possessed 3 fortresses. He determined at last to preserve that state, and to make an ally of it, on which the principal burden of the war should fall. 4 conventions were concluded at Paris on the same day, February 24th, between these 2 powers. By the principal treaty, an alliance, purely defensive, was established, but according to certain secret articles, that alliance was declared offensive. On such terms, however, that Prussia was not to furnish any contingent beyond the Pyrenees in Italy or against the Turks. By the first convention, which was likewise to be kept secret, the alliance was expressly directed against Russia, and the King of Prussia promised to furnish a body of 20,000 auxiliary troops. Glogau, Stettin, and Kustrin were to be still occupied by the French. The 2 other conventions related to the sums still due by Prussia and the supplies which she had to furnish. A few days later, there was also signed at Paris a defensive alliance against Russia between Austria and France. The reciprocal supplies to be furnished by each was 30,000 men, and the court of Vienna was given to hope that she might again be restored to the possession of the Illyrian provinces. From that moment, Bonaparte began to make the most active preparations. By a decree of the Senate, the whole male population of France between the ages of 20 and 60 years was divided into 3 bons, or bodies summoned by proclamation. The first of these contained 100,000 men to be placed at the disposal of the government. The princes of the Confederation were to furnish their contingent as follows: Bavaria, 30,000 troops; Westphalia and Saxony each, 20,000; Württemberg, 14,000; and the Kingdom of Italy, 40,000. Negotiations were, at that time, in progress between Bonaparte and Alexander, apparently with a view of adjusting their mutual complaints. But matters had recently taken a turn which left little reason to hope that they would come to any satisfactory results. These conferences were continued at Dresden, where Bonaparte had gone, and where he met the Emperor and Empress of Austria, the King of Prussia, and a great number of the princes of the Rhenish Confederation. This was the last moment of Bonaparte's greatness. He waited the return of Count Narbonne, whom he had sent to Vilna with his last proposals to the Emperor Alexander. Immediately after the arrival of the Count, war was declared, June 12, 1812. The army of Bonaparte amounted to 587,000 men, of which 73,000 were cavalry. It was separated into 3 grand divisions. The main army was composed of the divisions of Davost, Oudinot, and Ney. It contained also the troops of Württemberg, at the head of whom was the Prince Royal. The Second Army, commanded by Eugene Beauharnais, consisted of the divisions of Junot and Saint-Cyr. The Bavarians, under the command of De Roy and Red, made a part of it. The Third Army, commanded by Jerome Bonaparte, consisted of the Poles under Prince Poniatowski, the Saxons under Régnier, and the Westphalians under Vandamme. The Austrian auxiliaries, at the head of whom was Prince Schwarzenberg, formed the extreme right wing. The corps of Marshal McDonald and the Prussians were placed on the extreme left. To oppose this immense mass, Alexander had only 260,000 men, divided into 2 armies, which were called the First and Second Armies of the West. The former, under the command of Count Barclay de Tolly, extended as far as Grodno and communicated on the north side with Count Dessen, governor of Riga, and on the south with the Second Army of the West, at the head of which was Prince Bagration. But independently of these forces, there were bodies of reserve and armies of observation formed with all expedition and ultimately joined with the main armies. Of the great number of battles fought during this memorable campaign, we must content ourselves with selecting the more important, without entering into a detail of the various movements of either party. The inferiority of numbers which Alexander had to oppose to Bonaparte seemed to render a defensive plan advisable, according to which, by destroying all the means of subsistence in the districts which they abandoned, they might allure the enemy into countries desolated and destitute of every resource. Bonaparte allowed himself to be duped by faint retreats. His scheme was to place himself between the 2 Russian armies, and after having destroyed both, to penetrate into the interior of the empire, where he reckoned on finding immense riches, and to dictate the terms of peace as he had twice done at Vienna. The passage of the Niemen by the French army was the commencement of hostilities, June 22nd. The Russians immediately began their system of retreat. Bonaparte at first succeeded in penetrating between the 2 armies, but after several battles fought by Prince Bagration, more especially that at Mohilov, the 2 armies effected a junction at Smolensko. Jerome Bonaparte and Vandamme, to whom Bonaparte attributed that check, were ordered to quit the French army, while he himself advanced as far as Vitimsk. Bonaparte engaged Barclay de Tolly and fought a bloody battle with him at Smolensk, August 17th. He took possession of that city by force, after it had been set on fire by the inhabitants. He found no provisions in it, and scarcely a shelter to cover his sick and wounded. On the news of the progress which the French were making, a general enthusiasm seized the Russian nation. Alexander had encouraged and excited this patriotic spirit by repairing to Moscow. The nobles armed their peasantry and prepared to fight with desperation to the last. The two armies of the West were combined into one, of which Prince Kutuzov took the command. He engaged Bonaparte and fought the famous Battle of Moskva, about 25 leagues from Moscow, September 7th. Although 65,000 men, including Russians, French, and Allies, were left dead on the field of battle, that action was by no means decisive. But Kutuzov, whose army was reduced to 70,000 men, while Bonaparte, out of 150,000, still had 120,000 left, resolved to continue his retreat and to leave Moscow at the mercy of the enemy. The French entered that place 7 days after the battle, September 14th. They found that ancient capital entirely abandoned, but still containing immense wealth which the inhabitants had not been able to carry with them. Within 2 days, a conflagration which broke out in 500 places at once reduced that immense city to a heap of ashes. The precautions of the incendiaries had been so well taken that all the efforts of the French to arrest the progress of the flames proved ineffectual, and out of 9,158 houses they could only save 2,041. Thus perished irrevocably the means of subsistence which had for a moment revived the courage of the invaders. In a short time, famine began to make its appearance in the army of Bonaparte. Dissembling the real state of his affairs, he twice offered peace. Alexander refused to treat at a time when the war was only on the eve of commencing, and told the Russian generals that he was still resolved to continue his retreat, which commenced accordingly on the 15th October. Marshal Mortier, who commanded the rear guard, had orders to set fire to the Kremlin, the palace of the ancient Tsars of Russia. Bonaparte directed his march toward Smolensk, through a country reduced to an entire desert. He was incessantly harassed by the Russians, whose troops, marching at a convenient distance, attacked both his flanks. On arriving at Smolensk, November 9th, after having lost 40,000 men, the army was assailed by the rigors of winter, which added to their other misfortunes. Kutuzov having advanced before them and taking post at Krasnoy, they were obliged to force a passage with the loss of 13,000 men and 70 pieces of cannon. 2 days after, 11,000 men of Ney's division laid down their arms. 35,000 men and 25 cannons without horses were all that remained to the conqueror of Moscow. This exhausted and dispirited army had 50 leagues to march before they could reach the Berezina, where the other dangers awaited them. The passage of that river was occupied by the army of Chichagov, amounting to 50,000 men, who had arrived from Moldavia. Another Russian army, under Count Wittgenstein, was marching from the north to join the former, but Marshal Victor's party of reserve, which had arrived from Prussia, intercepted them for a while without having been able to prevent their final junction. Victor, Oudinot, and Dombrovsky brought a reinforcement to Bonaparte of 35,000 men, exhausted with cold and famine. The passage of the Berezina was forced with admirable bravery, November 27th and 28th, but it cost France or the Allies the lives or the liberty of more than 30,000 men. At this point, the main body of the Russians ceased to pursue the unfortunate wreck of Bonaparte's army. Nevertheless, as far as Vilna, they were continually harassed by the Cossacks. There was besides a frightful deficiency of provisions and clothing, so that upwards of 25,000 men fell a sacrifice to these privations in their route to Vilna. This was the first city or town that fell in their way. All the others had been completely destroyed. The miserable remnant who reached that place, December 9th, were at length supplied with provisions. But the Cossacks did not leave them long in the enjoyment of repose. On the following day, they were obliged to commence their retreat to Kovno, from which they directed their march toward the Vistula. Independently of the corps of MacDonald, who had the Prussians under his command, and of the auxiliary body of Austrians and Saxons, none of which took any part in that rout, only 18,800 French and Italians and about 23,000 Poles and Germans found their way back from Russia. Bonaparte himself had taken his departure privately on the 5th December, leaving the command of the army to Murat. With such dispatch had he consulted his safety that on the 18th of the same month he arrived at Paris. Prince Schwarzenberg, being joined by General Renier, who commanded the Saxons, had fought several engagements with the army of Chichikov, none of which had proved decisive, and after the affair of the Berezina he had retired toward Warsaw and Pultusk. Several most sanguinary engagements, although not more decisive than the former, had taken place between Count Wittgenstein and the left wing of the French army, especially toward the commencement of the campaign, when Marshals Oudinot and Saint-Cyr had joined MacDonald. On these occasions the Prussians had rendered very important services, but the moment General York, who commanded these auxiliaries, had been informed of the retreat of Bonaparte, he thought himself authorized, not from any political motives, which he would never have avowed, but from the destitute condition in which he had been left, to conclude a capitulation with the Russians, by which he withdrew his whole forces from the French army, December 29th. That event was of little importance in itself, although it produced a very great sensation in Prussia and served as a pretext for Bonaparte to demand new levies without being obliged to acknowledge the whole extent of the losses he had sustained. One of his ministers, Regnault d'Angely, spoke of the event in his official report as the glorious retreat of Moscow. Moreover, a decree of the Senate, issued at the commencement of the following year, January 11th, placed a new conscription of 350,000 men at the disposal of the government. In order to raise the necessary funds for this new armament, Bonaparte seized the revenues of all the communes in France. Their properties were sold to promote his schemes, and he promised to make them ample reimbursements by assigning to them annuities on the civil list. Nothing annoyed Bonaparte so much as the insistent resistance and opposition of Pope Pius VII. In the hope of gaining a more easy victory by bringing that respectable old man nearer his person, he had ordered him to be conveyed to the palace of Fontainebleau about the middle of the year 1812. After his return from Moscow, he repaired thither himself, and succeeded in extorting the Pope's consent to a new concordat, on condition, however, that the stipulations should be kept secret until they were examined by a consistory of the cardinals. But Bonaparte took an early opportunity of publishing this new concordat as a fundamental law of the state, a circumstance which induced Pius VII to disavow it, and to declare it null and of none effect. End of section 62.
Section 63 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Scholl. Section 63. The Decline and Downfall of the Empire of Buonaparte, A.D. 1810 to 1815, Part 3. But before bringing the sketch of this campaign to a close, it will be necessary to take notice of the Congress of Chatillon, which was opened on the 5th February and which was a continuation of the negotiations that had taken place towards the close of the year 1813. The Allies consented to allow Bonaparte to retain the crown of France, but the limits of that kingdom to be reduced to what they had been in 1792. Bonaparte at first seemed willing to treat on these terms, but his real object was to gain time. Whenever his troops had gained any advantage, he immediately heightened his tone, and in the course of 6 weeks the Allies broke off the conference. During the sitting of the Congress of Chatillon, Austria, Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia signed the famous Quadruple Alliance at Chaumont, March 1st, which became the basis of the new political system of Europe. Each of the Allies engaged to maintain an army of 150,000 men constantly in the field against the common enemy. Great Britain promised to furnish to the 3 other powers a subsidy of £5 million sterling for the year 1814, in such a way, however, that she was only to pay them proportionally until the end of the month in which the peace should be concluded, adding to those 2 months for the return of the Austrian and Prussian troops, and 4 for those of the Russians. The main object of this alliance was the re-establishment of an equilibrium of power, based upon the following arrangements. German to be composed of the sovereign princes united by a federal bond, the Confederation of Switzerland to be restored to its ancient limits and its former independence, Italy to be divided into independent states lying between the Austrian possessions in that peninsula and France, Holland to be a free and independent state under the sovereignty of the Prince of Orange with an increase of territory. Blücher had made himself master of Chalon and Château-Thierry when the Allies learned, by an intercepted letter, what were the plans of Bonaparte. In order to persuade him that they had taken the alarm at his march and were resolved to follow him, they sent Count Wintzingerode after him at the head of a body of 8,000 cavalry, which he might easily mistake for the vanguard of the Allies. By this maneuver he was deceived, and continued his route eastward while the Allies directed their march on Paris. Schwarzenberg attacked and beat the 2 divisions of Marmont and Mortier at Sault-Sainte-Croix, March 25th, while the army of Silesia compelled Putold and Amy to surrender near La Fère-Champenois. This double encounter cost the French 5,000 killed, 10,000 prisoners, and 80 pieces of cannon. Marmont and Mortier retreated to Paris, but they were defeated at Montmartre and Belleville, March 30. The heights, which on that side overlook Paris, were taken by the Allies, who purchased that victory by the loss of 9,000 men. A capitulation for Paris was signed the same night. The entrance of the Allies into the capital of France took place the next day. The Emperor Alexander immediately declared in his own name, and in that of his allies, that they could treat no more with Napoleon or with any of his family. He invited the Senate to establish a provisional government, a measure which was necessary, as the Count d'Artois, who was appointed the king's lieutenant general, had not yet arrived. He likewise invited that body to prepare a constitution, that is to say, to submit their counsel and advice to the king as to the modifications to be made in the government. For the French constitution, which is based on the Salic law, has been in existence for centuries. The Emperor Alexander made that proposal to the Senate, as being the only order of the state then in existence. But that monarch did not know that the Senate was the last authority to which the public opinion would have granted any influence. As to the settlement of the condition of France, the General Council of the Department of the Seine and the Municipal Council of Paris demanded the return of Louis XVIII, their legitimate sovereign, April 1st. In pronouncing the deposition of Bonaparte next day, the Senate exercised a right which did not belong to them. As that body owed its existence to Napoleon, its functions should have ceased with his. On the 7th day of his march, the Emperor of the French discovered his error. He then returned in all haste towards Fontainebleau. After several unsuccessful attempts either to regain his power or to transmit it to his son, he was obliged to sign his abdication, April 10th. Next day, Austria, Prussia, and Russia drew up a convention with his delegates, Ney, McDonald, and Caulaincourt, by which, at the suggestion of the Emperor of Russia, they secured him the possession of the island of Elba with full sovereignty, and the states of Parma for his wife and son. Great Britain acceded to that arrangement, to which the King of France yet remained a stranger. Bonaparte soon after embarked at Saint-Rafou to repair to his place of exile. The narrow space to which we must confine our observations obliges us to pass in silence over the military events which took place in Holland and Belgium and on the side of Lyon. But we must say a word or two on the war in the Pyrenees and in Italy. Anticipating the resolutions of the Allied sovereigns, Lord Wellington, with whom the Duc d'Angoulême then was, invited the French, by a proclamation dated January 27th, to replace Louis on the throne. Within a month after, he defeated the army of Soult at Orthez, February 27, and compelled that general to retire to Tarbes. To satisfy the wishes of the inhabitants of Bordeaux, Marshal Beresford conducted the Duc d'Angoulême to that place, which was then the first city in France, that proclaimed Louis XVIII, March 13th. The Allies had already entered Paris, and Bonaparte had abdicated his crown, when Lord Wellington, who was ignorant of these events, fought his last battle with Soult at Toulouse, April 10. In that sanguinary but fruitless engagement, the French were totally defeated. In Italy, an event not a little extraordinary had happened. Murat had turned his back on his benefactor, who had raised him from the dust to encircle his brow with a diadem. From the commencement of the year 1813, he had endeavored to have his title acknowledged by the House of Austria. After the Battle of Leipzig, he abandoned the continental system from a wish to please England and throw open the ports of his kingdom to all sorts of merchandise. He entered into a negotiation with the courts both of London and Vienna, with a view to be admitted into the Grand Alliance. At the same time, he set on foot an army of 34,000 men, who entered Rome and directed their march towards Ancona. Austria concluded an alliance with him, January 11, 1814, which guaranteed to him the possession of the kingdom of Naples, with the reservation of an indemnity for the King of Sicily. Immediately after, Murat announced the change in his political conduct. He blockaded the citadel of Ancona, took possession of Florence, where his sister-in-law, the Grand Duchess, escaped to save her life, and pushed on as far as Modena. Lord Bentinck, who commanded the British forces in Sicily, then concluded an armistice with Murat. Eugene Beauharnais, who had supposed that the Neapolitan army would come to his succor, was at length undeceived, and obliged to retreat on the Mincio. But he fought a battle with Field Marshal Bellegarde, who commanded the Austrians in the room of Hiller, February 8th, which cost the latter the loss of 8,500 men in killed, wounded, and prisoners. Fouché, who was at Lucca as Commissary General of Bonaparte, concluded a convention with the Neapolitans, in virtue of which Tuscany was restored to them. The viceroy, seeing himself pressed on the one hand by the Austrians, and on the other by the Neapolitans, and having received intelligence of the entrance of the Allies into Paris, negotiated an armistice, which was signed at Schiarino Rizzino, April 16. A few days later, his friends made an attempt to have him proclaimed King of Italy by the people of Milan. But the hatred which the Italians had for the French prevailed over their attachment to the viceroy, who wisely adopted the resolution of surrendering all the places in the Kingdom of Italy to the Austrian troops, and retired with his family to Germany. The Senate of France had, with all expedition, completed and published a pretended constitution, April 6, in which two things especially shocked the opinion of the public. That is, the care which the authors of that production had taken to secure the continuation of their own authority with the revenues thereto attached, and the violation of the first principle of monarchy of which they had been guilty, by arrogating to themselves the right of conferring the crown of France on him to whom it belonged by birthright, and who, far from renouncing it, had taken care to secure his rights by formal protestations. Within 6 days after, the Count d'Artois, the king's lieutenant general, arrived in Paris and concluded a convention with the Allies, April 23, as a prelude to a general peace. They engaged to evacuate the territory of France, and they settled on terms on which the places possessed by the French troops, not within their own territories, were to be delivered up. The King of France had landed at Calais, April 25th, and was slowly approaching his capital. A declaration which he published at Saint-Ouen, May 2, annulled the constitution of the Senate, and promised the nation a charter, the principles of which were announced in that same declaration. Next day, Louis XVIII made his solemn entry into Paris. The first care of Louis was to conclude peace with the Allies. A military convention was signed May 28, regulating different points regarding the maintenance and march of the troops, hospitals, magazines, etc., and immediately treaties of peace were concluded with the four grand powers, May 30, to which the others acceded. France was to return to her ancient limits of January 1, 1792, with an augmentation of territory on the north side. She likewise retained Avignon and the county of Venaissin. Louis XVIII adhered to the principles of the alliance of Chaumont as to the political system to be established in Europe. England retained Malta, but gave up the French colonies with the exception of Tobago, St. Lucia, and the Isle of France and their dependencies. Guyana, which had been taken from Portugal, was restored. Certain secret articles pointed out the manner in which the Allied powers were to dispose of the territories surrendered by France, and annulled the endowments and donations made by Bonaparte in these territories. Certain special articles were added with regard to Prussia, which annulled the Peace of Tilsit and all its consequences. In the month of June, the Emperor Alexander, the King of Prussia, and Prince Metternich repaired to London, where they concluded a new quadruple alliance, by which the contracting powers engaged to keep on foot an army of 75,000 men each, until the restoration of order in Europe. The sovereigns agreed also, during their stay in London, that Belgium should be united with Holland, with which it was to form one and the same state. Immediately after the conclusion of the peace, Louis XVIII published the charter or constitution which he proposed to the nation. This was not a constitution in the sense which had been attached to that word since the year 1789, that is to say, a body of laws or regulations, fully and finally settling the prerogative of the king and the powers of the different authorities, as well as the rights and privileges of the citizens. It was a declaration by which the king, in conformity with the principles which had prevailed for a century, modified the royal power in certain respects, and promised never to exercise it in future except according to the established forms. Thus, the royal authority, which Louis XVIII derived from his ancestors, and which was founded on the ancient order of succession, remained inviolate and entire in all its branches. The Peace of Paris gave rise to a multitude of treaties between the different powers of Europe. Of these, we can only notice a small number, which we shall do when we come to speak of the history of these countries. Meantime, we must confine our remarks to general affairs, and more particularly to those in which France is concerned. An article in the Treaty of Paris of May 30th had stipulated that within the space of 2 months, the plenipotentiaries of all the powers who had taken part in the late events, France included, should meet in a general congress at Vienna, to concert the necessary arrangements for completing the conditions and regulations of the treaty. The reconstruction of Germany into a body politic, the replacing of Prussia and Austria on a footing analogous to the power which they had enjoyed in 1806 and 1805, the fate of Poland, the establishment of an independent state between France and Germany, the neutrality of Switzerland, the organization of Italy, which had been completely subverted by Bonaparte, the regulating of the indemnities which might be claimed by the different states who had taken part in the war, and the settling of the territorial exchanges to which these claims might give rise, were the important objects about which the plenipotentiaries were necessarily to be employed. To these, England added one subject which might appear foreign to the business of that Congress, that is, the question as to the abolition of Negro slavery. Another arose from the most unexpected event of Napoleon's return, which compelled the sovereigns of Europe again to take arms, and to conquer France a second time. Owing to different causes, the opening of the Congress did not take place till towards the end of the year. We may mention, with regard to the form of the Congress, that although it was composed of the plenipotentiaries of all the allies, great and small, they never held any general session. The affairs of Germany were kept distinct from those of the rest of Europe. The Congress, consisting of the plenipotentiaries of the 5 great powers, namely Austria, France, Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia, and the other of the plenipotentiaries of these and the remaining powers, Spain, Portugal, and Sweden being added to the first 5. The questions relating to Germany were discussed at first by Austria, Prussia, Bavaria, Hanover, and Württemberg, although afterwards all the sovereigns of Germany were called into these deliberations. There were certain affairs which were prepared and discussed by special commissions. The subject which occasioned the greatest difficulty, and which was even on the point of disturbing the unanimity of the cabinets, was the reconstruction of the Prussian monarchy. Prussia was to be restored to all that she had possessed in 1805, except the principalities of Franconia, which were in the possession of Bavaria, the district of Bialystok, which was annexed to Russia, and the Grand Duchy of Poznania, which Alexander had declared his intention of comprehending in the kingdom of Poland, which he proposed to restore. Frederick William promised to cede to Hanover a territory inhabited by between 300,000 and 400,000 souls. For these losses he claimed an indemnity, and as Saxony was the only kingdom which could offer him compensation, Great Britain, Russia, and Austria had consented to an acquisition which seemed to be justified by the conduct of the King of Saxony, who in 1807 had shared the spoils of Prussia, and in 1813 had made common cause with Bonaparte. The Emperor Alexander thus put Prussia in possession of Saxony, which her troops had till then occupied. The manner, however, in which public opinion in England and in Europe generally had expressed itself against the designs of Prussia, and the insinuations of the French minister at Vienna, induced Austria and the Cabinet of London to oppose the execution of this plan, not only by interesting themselves for the preservation of Saxony, but by disputing the claims advanced by Prussia and refusing to allow the Duchy of Warsaw to fall entirely into the hands of Russia. The Emperor Alexander, who concurred entirely with Prussia, supported it with all his efforts. Being apprised, however, that Austria, France, and Great Britain had just concluded an alliance or agreement which appeared to have some reference to the fate of Saxony, and wishing to remove every ground of misunderstanding, he offered to augment the portion of Prussia on the side of Poland, and advised her to be content with the moiety of Saxony which was offered her, and to accept the provinces beyond the Rhine, which were also destined for her. The five powers having come to an agreement on these points, February 12th, the King of Saxony was invited to come to the neighborhood of Vienna. Ever since the Battle of Leipzig, that prince had remained in a kind of captivity at Friedrichsfeld near Berlin. He accepted the invitation and repaired to Vienna, but he refused to consent to the cessions which they demanded of him. His refusal induced the five great powers to go to greater excess. They ordained that, until the king should have come to a determination, Prussia should remain in possession of the whole of Saxony. Frederick Augustus was obliged to yield to the course of events, and ratified a treaty which was signed at Vienna, May 18. That part of his kingdom which was ceded to Prussia was named the Duchy of Saxony. The organization of Germany into a confederacy, to be composed of sovereign states, was, next to the settlement of Prussia, the object which occasioned the greatest embarrassment. But as France and Russia took no direct part in it, and as for that reason it can scarcely be said to belong to the class of general affairs, we shall not now speak of it. The same must be done with regard to all the negotiations concerning Switzerland and Italy, of which we shall speak elsewhere. Great Britain had introduced the question as to Negro slavery, of which, in the name of humanity and religion, she demanded the entire abolition by a decree of all Europe. Denmark had prohibited that traffic long before England. Neither Austria, Russia, Prussia, nor Sweden had any motive for favoring it, but it was not the case with Portugal, Spain, and France, who referred with reason to the example of England herself for resisting the introduction of any sudden change which would be pernicious to the state of their colonies, and might ruin the fortune of their subjects. These powers readily agreed to combine with England for the abolition of the trade, but they wished that it should be left to each of them to fix the term on which they could do so to the most advantage. This question was made the subject of discussion in the conferences between the eight powers at Vienna. Lord Castlereagh demanded, in the name of the British government, that all the powers should announce their support of the general principle of the abolition of the slave trade, and their wish to carry that measure into effect with the shortest possible delay. This position was unanimously adopted, but the other proposal which he made, to inquire into the possibility of an immediate abolition, or at least into the period when each of the powers might be able to fix its ultimate abolition, and a third by which he wished to obtain an immediate partial abolition of that traffic, met with the most decided resistance on the part of the 3 states who had foreign colonies. As the 4 other powers had no right to interfere in the internal legislation of these states, the declaration which the Congress published February 8 proclaimed the principle recognized by them all, that is, the determination of the period when the trade was to cease generally, should be left to the negotiations of the contracting powers. Europe was in the enjoyment of apparent tranquility when Bonaparte quitted Elba, landed with 1,000 adventurers on the shores of France, March 1st, invited his former friends to join him, and deceiving the inhabitants by pretending to be supported by Austria, marched towards Paris, which he entered within 20 days after his landing. The king and the royal family were again obliged to retire to Lille. When Louis arrived in that city, he signed an order for disbanding the army, but the greater part of the troops had already sworn allegiance to Napoleon. Finding himself insecure at Lille, the king retired to Ghent, March 30th. Bonaparte published a new constitution, April 22nd, under the title of the Additional Act to the Constitution of the Empire. One of the articles which it contained pronounced the perpetual banishment of the Bourbons. In order to flatter the partisans of the sovereign people, this act was submitted for their acceptance, and Bonaparte summoned an assembly of extraordinary deputies to meet in the Champ de Mai. He likewise summoned a chamber of the representatives, or legislative body. The meeting of the Champ de Mai was held, and 2 days after, a chamber of peers created by Bonaparte and a chamber of the representatives of the nation opened their sessions. So soon as the news of the landing of Bonaparte in France was received at Vienna, the 8 contracting powers published a declaration importing that, as Bonaparte had thus broken the convention which had placed him in the island of Elba, he had destroyed the only legal title on which his existence depended, and had thus forfeited all relations, civil and social. The Allied sovereigns refused to receive the letters by which he announced to them that he had again taken possession of the throne of France. Being of opinion that the time was come for executing the engagements they had contracted at Chaumont, the 4 powers who were parties to that treaty renewed their engagements by new treaties of alliance, March 25th. They promised to combine all their forces for maintaining the Treaty of Paris of May 30th, 1814, and to set on foot, each of them, an army of 180,000 men. By an additional convention, Great Britain undertook to pay to the 3 others subsidies to the amount of £5 million sterling per annum. All the princes of the Germanic Confederation, Portugal, Sardinia, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Denmark, acceded to this alliance. And Great Britain granted subsidies to them all, proportioned to the forces which they might send into the field. Of all the powers having plenipotentiaries at Vienna, Spain and Sweden only declined entering into this alliance. The King of Spain refused his accession as being contrary to his dignity. He would have had no objections to have become a principal party, and he cooperated as such in the war. Sweden was too much occupied with the conquest of Norway to take any part in the deliverance of France. There was still another monarch who had not joined the alliance of Vienna, and that was Murat. The King of France had refused to acknowledge him as King of Naples, and Lord Castlereagh had declared at Vienna that Great Britain could not treat with Murat, as he had not fulfilled his engagements, and therefore that it depended on the Congress to decide as to the fate of the Kingdom of Naples. These declarations induced Murat to take arms. Nevertheless, he continued to dissemble until he learned that Bonaparte had arrived at Lyon. Then it was that he threw off the mask. He marched at the head of his army towards the Po, and issued a proclamation, March 30, by which he proclaimed liberty to all the inhabitants of Italy. The Austrian army in that peninsula immediately put themselves in motion to oppose him. Being defeated at Tolentino by General Bianchi, May 2nd, he retreated first to Naples, and after a short stay there, he took refuge in France. The government of Ferdinand IV was again restored. End of section 63. Section 64 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Scholl. Section 64. The Decline and Downfall of the Empire of Buonaparte, A.D. 1810 to 1815, Part 4. Meantime, as the partisans of Bonaparte and the revolutionists everywhere were at great pains to propagate and cherish doubts as to the determination of the Allied sovereigns to follow up the Act of the 13th March, which had been adopted at a time when it was hoped that France would have no more need of foreign aid, the Allied sovereigns deemed it necessary to make known the expression of their principles by a solemn act, to which they gave the form of a procès verbal, or edict, signed by the plenipotentiaries of the 8 powers. The publication of that act was equivalent to a declaration of war against Bonaparte. It opened the eyes of those credulous followers who had, till then, believed that Austria and Russia were on friendly terms with him. All the negotiations of the Congress of Vienna being terminated by the signing of the Act of the Germanic Confederation, which took place on June 8th, the plenipotentiaries of the 8 contracting powers next day signed the Act of Congress, which was a recapitulation or abstract of all their preceding regulations, either by particular treaties or by declarations and edicts, or protocols, as they are sometimes called at Vienna, relative to Poland, the territorial arrangements in Germany, the Germanic Confederation, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Switzerland, Italy, Portugal, the navigation of rivers, the rank of diplomatic agents, and the form of accessions and ratifications of the Act itself. Thus did this august assembly terminate its labors. An army of 1,365,000 men were preparing to invade France, but the struggle against Bonaparte was decided by about 200,000, and not more than 500,000 foreigners set foot on the soil of France. The Allies had formed 4 armies. That is, the Army of the Netherlands, commanded by Lord Wellington, consisting of 71,000 English, Hanoverians, and Brunswickers, with the troops of the Netherlands and Nassau. The Army of the Lower Rhine, consisting of 140,000 Prussians under the command of Blücher. The Army of the Upper Rhine, commanded by Schwarzenberg, and consisting of 130,000 Austrian and 124,000 German troops. The Army of the Middle Rhine, 168,000 strong, under the command of Barclay de Tolly. They were to be stationed between the 2 preceding armies, but they were unable to arrive in time at the scene of action, and the campaign was decided by the first 2 armies alone. The forces of Bonaparte amounted to 213,000 men, exclusive of 147,000 of the National Guard to be employed in garrison. He had divided them into 8 armies. That of the north, which he commanded himself, consisted of 108,000 men. Bonaparte opened the campaign on the 15th June by detaching a second corps across the Sambre to attack the Prussian general Zieten, who was obliged to yield to the superior strength of the enemy and retire towards Fleurus. Next day, the Duke of Brunswick, who had left Brussels at the head of 12,000 men to support the Prussians, was killed at Quatre Bras. Marshal Ney, who commanded the French, sustained a considerable loss. On the same day, Marshal Blücher was defeated at Ligny, but he retired in the greatest order to Brie. Bonaparte from that moment resolved to attack Wellington, who gave him battle at Waterloo, or Mont Saint-Jean. The combat was continued, with various success, from morning till 4 o'clock, when the Prussians, consisting of General Bülow's division and commanded by Blücher in person, approached the field of battle and fell suddenly on the right wing of the French, while Bonaparte supposed that the whole Prussian army was engaged with Grouchy, whom he had sent against them with a detachment of 40,000 men. On the first appearance of the Prussians, Bonaparte supposed that it was General Grouchy, who, after having defeated the Prussians, was marching to the support of his right wing. The fact is that General Telemann, having been attacked by Grouchy near Wavre, Blücher had sent him word to defend himself the best way he could, and did not allow himself to be diverted from his original plan of falling upon the right wing of Bonaparte. When Bonaparte at length discovered his error, he lost all resolution. His army were panic-stricken and fled in all directions. He was himself nearly taken prisoner, having escaped with great difficulty. The Germans have given this battle the name of Belle Alliance, from the house where Blücher and Wellington met after the action. Of 120,000 French, 60,000 were either taken or killed in the 2 days of the 16th and 18th June, 1815. 64,000 English and 50,000 Prussians were engaged in the battle. The English lost 14,000 men on the 18th, and the Prussians 33,000 in the 2 engagements of the 16th and the 18th. Bonaparte made his escape to Paris, but the Chamber of Representatives, composed of the partisans of the Revolution of 1789, and of Republicans who had no wish to promote the interest of Bonaparte, except as an instrument for the execution of their own plans, determined to take advantage of the contempt into which he had fallen to get rid of his presence. They required him to abdicate, which he did June 22nd in favor of his son. The Chambers appointed a government commission, at the head of which they placed Fouché, who sent deputies to Heidelberg, where the headquarters of the Allied sovereigns then were, with a commission to treat with them on the basis of the national independence and the inviolability of the soil of France. But as there was no mention made in the propositions about the restoration of the king, the Allies refused to treat until Bonaparte should first be delivered up to them. Bonaparte had demanded of Wellington and Blücher passports for quitting France, and on being refused, the government commission conveyed him to Rochefort, where he was to embark on board a frigate and go to America. But Captain Maitland, who was cruising off that port with an English vessel, prevented him from leaving the place unless he would surrender to the English, on which condition he promised to guarantee his life. The danger becoming every day more pressing, he at length saw himself compelled to submit. The Bellerophon, with Bonaparte on board, arrived in Torbay, July 24th, but the English government would not permit the general to set foot on land. By a convention signed by the Allies at Paris, August 2nd, England took upon herself the charge of keeping guard over him at St. Helena. He was accordingly transported to that island, where he remained till his death, which happened May 5th, 1821. After the battle of the 18th June, Wellington and Blücher marched immediately to Paris, as did also the army of Schwarzenberg by way of Nancy. Davout had joined the fugitives, and as Grouchy had had the good fortune to save his division, they were enabled to form a new army of 60,000 men, which made some attempts to defend Paris. Several engagements took place at Sèvres and Issy, after which Marshal Davout announced to the 2 field marshals that Paris was on the point of surrendering. A capitulation was signed at St. Cloud, July 3rd, and the French army retired behind the Loire. The Allies occupied Paris on the 7th July, and Louis XVIII entered on the following day. Within 2 days after, the Allied sovereigns arrived. a decree of 24th July declared 29 individuals, named in 1814, unworthy of their country as having sat in the chamber of Bonaparte and sworn the banishment of the Bourbons. 19 persons accused of having betrayed the king before the 23rd March were remitted to the tribunals. 28 other individuals were ordered to quit Paris. These latter were in general relapsed regicides, that is, persons who, after having obtained a pardon in 1814, had in 1815 signed the banishment of the Bourbons, for the king never broke his word of honor given to the primary regicides to leave them to the remonstrances of their own conscience. Some months after, January 12, 1816, the decree of July 24th was changed into a law. With this modification, that the relapsed regicides were to be exiled from the soil of France. Of the individuals arraigned before the tribunals, 2 only were executed, Marshal Ney and Colonel Labadie. A third, Lavalette, was saved by the courage of his wife. The clemency of the king threw a veil over all other crimes. The army of the Loire submitted to the king, but the war continued nevertheless, for some time on the frontiers of France, as it was a part of the plan of the Allies to occupy all the fortresses, and the greater part of the commandants refused to receive them. The Allies were at length convinced that in order to secure the tranquility of France, it was necessary to take more vigorous measures than they had done in 1814. But it was not until the month of September that their plan was sufficiently matured to enable them to open negotiations with France. They had many difficulties to encounter, and the treaty between France and the Allies was not signed until the 20th November. According to that treaty, France made several territorial cessions to the Netherlands, Prussia, Austria, Bavaria, Switzerland, and the King of Sardinia. It was agreed that France should pay to the Allies a pecuniary indemnity of 700 millions of francs, that 150,000 of the Allied troops should occupy certain places in France for 5 years, and that they should be paid and maintained by France. By an additional article, they engaged reciprocally to concert measures for obtaining the entire and final abolition of the slave trade. The same day, Austria, Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia concluded an alliance for the following purposes. 1. The maintenance of the treaties and conventions which had just been concluded, and 2. The perpetual exclusion of Napoleon Bonaparte and his family from the sovereignty of France, the maintenance of tranquility in that country, and the suppression of revolutionary principles so that they might never again distract France or threaten the repose of Europe. For this twofold object, the Allies agreed to furnish their contingents as determined by the alliance of Chaumont. Finally, they agreed to have another personal conference in the course of the year 1818. Prior to this quadruple alliance, which, by securing the maintenance of the Bourbon dynasty on the throne of France, forms one of the bases of the new political system of Europe, the emperors of Austria and Russia, and the King of Prussia, signed at Paris, September 26th, an act known by the name of the Holy Alliance, which forms the second basis of the same system. The real object of this alliance was doubtless a mutual guarantee against any encroachments which might be made on their sovereign power. To disguise this, it set forth their firm determination to take no other rule for their conduct than the precepts of the Christian religion. They promised to continue in the indissoluble bonds of brotherly union, and to be ready on all occasions and in all places to succor and assist each other, to consider themselves but as members of the same Christian nation, and as delegated by Providence to govern 3 branches of the same family, and finally to receive into the same alliance all other powers who were willing to profess the same principles which had dictated that act. All the Christian powers in Europe acceded to the treaties and conventions of the 20th November 1815, except Sweden, who had taken no share in the war. They all entered into the Holy Alliance, except the King of Great Britain, who, while he fully sanctioned the principles set forth in the Act, was prevented from signing it because, according to the constitutional custom of England, the sovereign signs nothing without the countersigning of a responsible minister. Here it will be necessary briefly to point out the more important events which happened since 1811 in the other European states, and the changes which were produced by the Congress of Vienna. Portugal seemed destined to be nothing more in future than a dependency of Brazil, in a political point of view, as she already was of England with respect to agriculture, industry, and commerce. The latter power attached so great an importance to the abolition of the slave trade that by a treaty signed during the conferences at Vienna, she had purchased the effective cooperation of Portugal in this measure, by giving up all the advantages which she had reserved to herself by the Treaty of Rio Janeiro of February 19, 1810, which she consented to annul. Nevertheless, Portugal only prohibited her subjects conditionally from carrying on the slave trade in that part of Africa lying to the north of the equator. In Spain, the extraordinary Cortes then assembled at Cadiz, after having published a decree, January 1, 1811, importing that they could make no treaty with France until the king enjoyed full liberty, and that he could not be regarded as at liberty until he had taken the constitutional oath, finished the work which they had alleged had been entrusted to their hands. Their constitution, which was founded on the principle of the sovereignty of the people, entrusted the legislative power to a popular assembly, and the execution of the laws to a functionary with limited authority, decorated with the title of a king, was published on the 18th of March, 1812. In violation of historic truth, it was announced to the world as the genuine ancient constitution of Spain. The Cortes terminated their session on the 20th September 1813. The new, or ordinary Cortes, convened in the constitutional form at the rate of 1 deputy for every 70,000 inhabitants, without distinction of fortune or estate, transferred their sitting to Madrid towards the end of the year. It was this extraordinary meeting of the Cortes that concluded a treaty of friendship and alliance, July 28, 1813, with the Emperor of Russia at Wilhelm, where he had then his headquarters. Alexander there acknowledged the Cortes and their constitution. That acknowledgment was extremely simple. Alexander could not treat except with the government then established. That government acted in the name of Ferdinand VII, and their acts were to be regarded as legitimate so long as that prince had not disavowed them. The Emperor of Russia had neither the will nor the power to lend his sanction to an order of things which had not the approbation of a king in the full enjoyment of liberty. It was in this same sense that the King of Prussia entered into an alliance with the Spanish government by a treaty which was signed at Basel, January 20th, 1814. After returning from the campaign of 1813, Bonaparte, considering Spain as lost, resolved to set Ferdinand VII at liberty, but in the hope of turning that tardy act of justice to his advantage by making that prince his friend. He represented Spain as overrun with Jacobinism, which was laboring to overturn the throne and to substitute a republic in its place, and he accused England as having favored that project. Ferdinand VII demanded that a deputation of the Regency should be admitted to a personal interview with him, who might inform him as to the real state of matters. Bonaparte, who executed with despatch whatever he had once resolved, found this mode of proceeding too slow. He empowered M. de la Forêt, whom he had sent to Valencay to conclude a treaty with his captive, by which the latter was acknowledged King of Spain, and promised on his part to cause the English troops to evacuate the whole of that kingdom. Ferdinand VII sent his minister, the Duke of San Carlos, to Madrid for the ostensible purpose of communicating that treaty to the Regency, but in reality to take cognizance of the state of affairs. The Regency refused to acknowledge the Treaty of Valencay, because the king was not at liberty. Bonaparte, being apprised of this difficulty, immediately released Ferdinand, March 7, 1814. He set out on his return to his dominions, but performed his journey slowly, that he might have leisure to obtain personal information as to the spirit which reigned among the Spaniards. He was soon convinced that the people, attached to their religion and to the family of their lawful prince, were very indifferent about the constitution of the Cortes, and that assembly enjoyed very little influence or authority. 60 members of the Cortes had even protested against an act which, by degrading the royal dignity, was preparing the way for establishing a democracy. On his arrival at Valencia, Ferdinand abrogated the Constitution of 1812 and directed his course towards Madrid, which he entered on the 17th May. The people everywhere expressed their attachment to a prince, whose arrival they hailed as the return of justice and order, though it is foreign to our purpose to narrate why that hope has not been realized. Great Britain was the power which acted the most conspicuous part during the era of which we have given the preceding historical sketch. The fortitude and perseverance with which she had prosecuted her system of policy after the breaking of the Peace of Amiens was crowned with the most complete success, and the plan conceived by Mr. Pitt, but which that great statesman had despaired ever to see carried into execution, became the cornerstone of the future policy of Europe. Great Britain was the mainspring of the alliance, which, in 1813, undertook the deliverance of Europe. She made the most extraordinary efforts in raising armies and granting supplies for maintaining the troops of the continental nations. A mental calamity with which George III had been afflicted towards the end of the year 1810 obliged the Parliament to establish a regency. That important charge belonged of right to the presumptive heir to the crown, but as the ministry were apprehensive that the Prince of Wales might in some respects change the system of the existing government, the Parliament passed an act, December 31st, which restricted the authority of the regent to 1 year. The Prince Regent submitted to these modifications. He exercised the regency at first with a limited power, but after the year 1812, when the prospects of His Majesty's recovery were considerably diminished, he continued to exercise the royal authority until his father's death, which happened January 29, 1820, when the prince then assumed the title of George IV. The regent found the kingdom at war with Russia and Sweden, but it was only in appearance and without effective hostilities. Lord Castlereagh, who, since the year 1812, had been at the head of foreign affairs, listened with eagerness to the first advances which these two powers made towards a mutual accommodation. Peace was signed at Orebro, July 12th, first with Sweden, and a few days after with Russia. The former, in indirect terms, abandoned the principles of the armed neutrality of the North. We shall have occasion hereafter to revert to the stipulations of the treaty signed with Russia. She was now assailed by a new enemy, A misunderstanding had existed for years between Great Britain and the United States of America in consequence of the various restrictions she had imposed upon the commerce of neutrals, the humiliating conditions to which she wished to subject it, and the impressment of seamen. The government of the United States had sought by various retaliatory measures to operate upon her interests and induce her to abandon her system of arbitrary dominion over the great highway of nations. From 1806 to 1812, the pacific disposition of the American government was manifested by the several expedients of non-importation, embargo, and non-intercourse, to which they had resorted to prevent an open rupture. But as none of these resulted in an acknowledgment of her rights on the part of Great Britain, an appeal was made at last to the Ultima Ratio Regum. On the 18th of June, 1812, an act of Congress was passed, declaring war against Great Britain. The reasons for this measure, as stated in the President's Manifesto, were, quote, the impressment of American seamen by the British, the blockade of her enemies' ports, supported by no adequate force, in consequence of which the American commerce had been plundered in every sea, and the British orders in council. End quote. The remoteness of the two contending nations from each other rendered it impossible for them to bring together great armies to meet in a general conflict. On the one side, the Canadas were attacked by the Americans in so many points with various success, and on the other, the cities and settlements along the coast of the Atlantic were subjected to constant annoyance and depredation from the British maritime forces. In acts of hostility of this kind, and in naval combats, the war was continued for nearly 3 years, during which abundant proofs were given that the veteran forces of Great Britain could claim no other superiority than that of experience, either in officers or soldiers, to her enemy. Many of the land and all the sea battles were fought with great skill and bravery and gallantry by the Americans. The last important occurrence of the war was the Battle of New Orleans, where the American forces, under the command of their heroic leader, General Jackson, gained a brilliant victory. End of section 64. Section 65 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Hehman, Louisville, Kentucky. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schou. Section 65. The Decline and Downfall of the Empire of Buonaparte, AD 1810 to 1815, Part 5. The situation of Europe was now so entirely changed that the grievances of which America had complained, and for the redress of which she had fought, must naturally cease, and as neither party deemed it expedient to continue the war for abstract rights, a peace was settled at Ghent between the plenipotentiaries of the two nations, December 24, 1814, which restored friendship and amity, without settling any of the great points in dispute which had induced a resort to arms. The financial system of Great Britain underwent an essential alteration by the adoption of a plan presented by Mr. Vansittart, Chancellor of the Exchequer, introducing certain modifications relative to the accumulation of the sinking fund. The expenditure of the government in 1815 amounted to £77,337,475 sterling, of which Ireland cost £8,651,335 sterling. The interest of the national debt amounted to £607,128 sterling, of which £13,182,510 were applied to the sinking fund. Great Britain paid to the states of the continent in 1813 £11,400,000 sterling under the name of subsidies. 24,107 ships and 105,030 seamen were employed in commerce. In 1814, these numbers were augmented 1/7 more. At this latter period, their navy consisted of 1,044 ships of war, 100,000 sailors, and 32,600 marines. The land forces amounted to 302,490 men, including 63,000 militia. Holland and the other powers which had anciently formed the Republic of the United Provinces, after having been for 2 years united to France, resumed once more their national independence. After the Battle of Leipzig, when the corps of Generals Bülow and Wintzingerode approached that country, the partisans of the Prince of Orange at The Hague, with Monsieur de Hagendorf at their head, mounted the ancient cockade, established a provisional government, November 17, 1813, and invited the heir of the last stadtholder to return and place himself at the head of the government. The French troops, finding themselves too weak to defend the country at once against the Allies and against the inhabitants, quietly took their departure. The Prince of Orange, having arrived at Amsterdam December 1st, was proclaimed sovereign prince of the Low Countries, but he accepted that dignity on the condition that his power should be limited by a constitution, a plan of which he caused to be drawn up, which was adopted and sworn to in an assembly of the representatives. During the sojourn of the Allied sovereigns in England, it was agreed that in order to oppose a barrier to France on the side of the north, Holland and Belgium should be united under the same government. A treaty concluded at the same time in London, August 13, 1814, restored to the Dutch all their ancient colonies, with the exception of the Cape of Good Hope, Essequibo, Berbish, and Demerara. According to the regulations of the Treaty of Vienna, the Bishopric of Liège and the Duchy of Luxembourg were ceded to the sovereign prince on condition that he should make a part of the Germanic Confederation. It was at this time that he received the title of King of the Netherlands. By the Second Treaty of Paris, this new kingdom obtained a slight increase of territory and a sum of 60 millions of francs for constructing a line of fortresses. The superficial extent of that kingdom, with the Duchy of Luxembourg, amounted to 1,164 German square miles, with a population of 5,460,000 souls, besides the population of its colonies, amounting to 1,726,000 inhabitants. Switzerland vainly flattered herself, when the Allies approached the Rhine about the end of 1813, that they would grant her the privilege of neutrality. The Allied troops had to traverse the territory of the Confederacy in order to enter France. The public opinion then declared itself by annulling the Act of Mediation, which united Switzerland to France. But this opinion was not unanimous as to the future constitution of the country. Of the 13 ancient cantons, 8 concluded a confederation on the principle which granted an equality of rights to every component part of the Union, and to this the new cantons gave in their adherence. Bern, Freiburg, and Unterwalden refused to take a part in it. The Grisons re-established their ancient form of government. The intervention of foreign powers quashed the civil war with which that country was threatened, and after many difficulties, a new confederation of the 19 cantons was signed at Zurich, September 8, 1814. There still remained, however, several litigated points to be decided, which were settled by the Congress of Vienna, who declared that the perpetual neutrality of Switzerland should be acknowledged by all the other powers, and that the Valais, the territory of Geneva, and the Principality of Neufchâtel should make a part of the Confederation as 3 additional cantons. The Swiss states having acceded to this declaration, May 27, 1815, it was renewed, confirmed, and sanctioned by the Allied powers in a second declaration signed at Paris, November 20th. In consequence of a convention concluded at Turin with Prince Borghese, Governor-General of the French provinces beyond the Alps, Field Marshal Bellegarde had taken possession of Piedmont in the name of the King of Sardinia. Soon after, Victor Emmanuel took the reins of government into his own hands. By the First Peace of Paris, he recovered Nice and about 2/3 of Savoy. A secret article of that treaty secured him the possession of the state of Genoa, which was confirmed by the Treaty of Vienna. But he ceded to the canton of Geneva certain districts in Savoy. The Second Peace of Paris restored him that part of the province which had been given to France in 1814. The Sardinian monarchy thus comprehended an extent of 1,277 German square miles, with 3,700,000 inhabitants. The Convention of Fontainebleau had disposed of the duchies of Placentia, Parma, and Guastalla in favor of the Archduchess Maria Louisa and her son Napoleon. This disposition was keenly opposed at Vienna by the House of Bourbon, who espoused the interest of the young King of Etruria, the lawful heir to these estates. Nevertheless, the Congress of Vienna adjudged the states of Parma to the Archduchess, without making mention of her son, or deciding the question as to their reversion, a point which was not determined till the Treaty of Paris of June 10, 1817, between Austria and Spain. After the death of the Archduchess, the states of Parma are to pass to the Queen Dowager of Etruria and her son. They contain about 102 German square miles and 380,000 inhabitants. The Archduke Francis, the heir of Hercules III, the last Duke of Modena of the House of Este, was restored to the Duchy of Modena and its appurtenances about the beginning of 1814. The whole comprehends a surface of 96 German square miles with 388,000 inhabitants. According to an article of the Treaty of Vienna, Lucca, under the title of a duchy, was given up not to the young King of Etruria, the lawful heir of the states of Parma, but to his mother and her descendants in the male line. Besides, the Emperor and the Grand Duke of Tuscany were bound to pay her a supplementary annuity of 500,000 francs until the death of the Archduchess Maria Louisa, when the Duchess of Lucca, or her heirs, are to have the states of Parma, and the Duchy of Lucca is to devolve to the Grand Duke of Tuscany, on condition of ceding to the Duke of Modena certain districts contiguous to his estates. The Duchy of Lucca is the most populous country in Europe. It contains about 137,500 inhabitants within 19.5 German square miles. The Grand Duchy of Tuscany, which Murad's troops had occupied about the beginning of the year 1814, was restored to its lawful sovereign, the Archduke Ferdinand III, May 1st, who then gave up the Principality of Würzburg to the King of Bavaria. By the Treaty of Vienna, that prince obtained the state of Presedy, part of the island of Elba, and the imperial fiefs included in these states, containing 395 German square miles, with a population of 1,178,000 souls. The property of Piombino was restored to the family of Boncompagni, whom Bonaparte had dispossessed. The Grand Duke is to succeed to the Duchy of Lucca, but he must then give up his territories in Bohemia to his brother the Emperor, which are very considerable and destined for the young Duke of Reichstadt, son of the Archduchess Maria Louisa. Bonaparte, having found it impossible to overcome the perseverance of Pius VII, had set him at liberty about the beginning of the year 1814. The sovereign pontiff returned to his estates amidst the general acclamations of the people, and restored everything to the footing in which they had been before the usurpation of the French. Nobody was molested on the score of his political conduct. The order of the Jesuits, suppressed in 1772, was restored by a bull as a necessary barrier to oppose the doctrines of the Revolution. The Congress of Vienna restored to the sovereign pontiff the marches and legatines, with the exception of a portion of territory situated to the north of the Po, which was annexed to the kingdom of Venetian Lombardy. The ecclesiastical states, at present, contain a service of 714 German square miles and a population of 2,424,150. The extravagant conduct of Murat promoted the restoration of the Bourbons to the throne of Naples. This was effected by the expedition which Austria had dispatched in 1815 against Murat, in consequence of the alliance, offensive and defensive, which that court had concluded at Vienna with Ferdinand IV, April 29, 1815, who made his entry into Naples on the 17th June. A short time after, Murat, at the head of a small band of adventurers, thought of imitating the example of his brother-in-law. He landed at Pizzo in Calabria, October 9th, where he hoped to be welcomed by his former adherents. But the peasantry combined against him. He was arrested, tried by a court-martial, and shot, October 10th. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies has an extent of 2,034 German square miles and 6,600,000 inhabitants. After Ferdinand IV had retired into Sicily, that island was put under the protection of the English, who had there an army of 15,000 men with a considerable fleet. General Lord Bentinck, who commanded the English troops, used all his influence to introduce the British Constitution into that island. The Queen, who was at the head of the opposite party, was obliged to leave her family. From that moment, the English remained masters of Palermo, but after the First Peace of Paris, Ferdinand IV resumed the reins of government, and before embarking for Naples, he annulled the Constitution of 1812. Corfu, the only one of the Ionian Islands, which was not yet in the power of the English, was given up to them by the Convention of Paris, April 23, 1814. The fate of these islands was decided by a treaty concluded at the same place between Austria and Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia. They were combined into a free and independent state, November 5th, under the name of the United States of the Ionian Islands, and placed under the immediate and exclusive protection of Great Britain. By the events of the years 1813 and 1814, the House of Austria gained possession of all that belonged to her in Italy, either before or in consequence of the Peace of Campo Formio. A small portion of Ferrara to the north of the Po was ceded to her, as were the Valtelline, Bormio, Chiavenna, and the ancient Republic of Ragusa. The emperor constituted all these possessions into a separate and particular state under the title of the Kingdom of Venetian Lombardy. Independently of these, Austria recovered the Illyrian provinces, of which she also formed a distinct kingdom. By a treaty signed at Vienna with Russia, she likewise gained possession of the part of eastern Galicia, which she had ceded to Alexander in 1809, and the exclusive property of Wielicza, which was then divided between her and the Duchy of Warsaw. The Austrian monarchy, in its present state, contains a surface of 12,000 German square miles and a population of 29 millions. It was a more difficult matter to reorganize the monarchy of Prussia. We have mentioned the negotiations, in consequence of which she acquired about a half of the kingdom of Saxony. The Congress of Vienna restored to her not only a part of ancient Prussia, now called the Grand Duchy of Poznania, and all the other possessions which she had lost by the Convention of Vienna, December 15, 1805, and the Peace of Tilsit, with the exception of Bialystok, Ansbach, Bayreuth, Westfriesland, and Hildesheim, but also a considerable territory on the left bank of the Rhine, the Grand Duchy of Berg, the Duchy of Westphalia, Swedish Pomerania, and the sovereignty of several other principalities and counties. These territorial arrangements were not concluded till 1819. The Prussian monarchy consists a surface of 4,882 German square miles and a population of nearly 11 millions. The sovereign princes and free cities of Germany were united by an act signed at Vienna under the name of the Germanic Confederation. All the members of the Confederacy enjoy full sovereignty, and all take part in the deliberations of the Diet in matters relating to the general interests of the Union. The 39 members, however, in ordinary cases, have only 17 votes. 11 of the states have each a vote, while 6 collective votes belong to the other 28. Nevertheless, in constitutional questions, the 39 members have in all 70 votes, each state having at least one, and several of them 2, 3, and 4 votes. The members have the right of concluding every kind of alliance, provided these are not directed against the safety of the Union or of its constituent members. The equality of civil and religious rights was secured to all who professed the Christian religion. Various states, forming the Germanic Confederation, underwent certain changes in their territorial possessions, but the negotiations by which they were definitively settled did not take place till 1819. The Kingdom of Bavaria received indemnity for the various restitutions which had been made to the court of Vienna. Its superficial extent amounts to 1,505 square miles and 3,300,000 inhabitants. The Grand Duchy of Hesse-Darmstadt obtained considerable augmentations on the left bank of the Rhine, and has a surface of 214 German square miles and 600,000 inhabitants. The Grand Duke of Oldenburg, the Duke of Saxe-Coburg, the Landgrave of Hesse-Homburg, and the House of Orange-Nassau obtained territorial indemnities on the Rhine. The Elector of Hesse-Kassel obtained the Grand Duchy of Fulda. His dominions consisted of 200 German square miles and 540,000 inhabitants. The King of Hanover lost Lauenburg and obtained Hildesheim and Westfriesland. That kingdom contains 700 German square miles and 1,300,000 inhabitants. The Grand Duchy of Saxe-Weimar, with its additional districts, contains 66 German square miles and 193,000 inhabitants. Such is the composition of the German Confederation, an association which was formed, as we have mentioned, by the Act of June 8, 1815. In 1820, it was declared a fundamental law of the Union. As Russia and Austria were not likely to come to an agreement as to the possession of the city of Krakow, the former demanding it as an appurtenance of the ci-devant Duchy of Warsaw, while the latter claimed it as having been deprived of it by the Peace of Schönbrunn. It was agreed by the Treaty of Vienna, May 13, 1815, that that city, with the territory which had been assigned it, should form an independent and neutral republic under the protection of Austria, Prussia, and Russia. Besides the city of Krakow, a district containing 8,000 or 9,000 inhabitants was dismembered from the Duchy of Warsaw, which was conferred on Prussia, under the title of the Grand Duchy of Poznania. The remainder was united to the Empire of Russia as a distinct state under the name of the Kingdom of Poland, having its own constitution and a separate administration. That state contained 2,215 German square miles with a population of 2.5 million. We have already observed by what fatal mischance Denmark had been dragged into the War of Napoleon against the Allies. The Treaty of Peace at Kiel, January 14, 1814, deprived her of Norway, in lieu of which she obtained the paltry compensation of Swedish Pomerania, and even that acquisition proved nugatory. According to arrangements agreed on at Vienna with Prussia, the King of Denmark accepted the Duchy of Lauenburg instead of Pomerania, which was abandoned to Prussia. The Danish monarchy thus lost 1/3 of its subjects and was reduced, to an extent including Iceland, of 2,420 German square miles and 1,700,000 inhabitants. The Norwegians, who cherished a national hatred against the Swedes, refused to submit to their destiny. They chose for their king Prince Christian Frederick, who was their governor-general and heir to the throne of Denmark, May 17, 1814, and they published a representative constitution at Einsvold. The king and the Prince Royal of Sweden marched at the head of an army to reduce them to submission. After some hostile maneuvers, the Prince of Denmark resigned the sovereignty by a convention which was signed at Moss, August 16th. The National Assembly convened at Christiania, October 20th, decreed the union of Norway to the Crown of Sweden as an independent kingdom under one monarchy, and with a representative constitution. They adopted the order of succession as established in Sweden in 1809. Charles XIII was proclaimed King of Norway, November 4th, and the relations between Sweden and Norway were sealed by an act signed between the two kingdoms, July 31st, 1815. By the Treaty of Vienna, Sweden ceded to Prussia her part of Pomerania, and thus was separated from Germany, of which she had been a constituent member since the time of Gustavus Adolphus. The Swedish monarchy contains an extent of 16,150 German square miles with 3,330,000 inhabitants. Russia acted so conspicuous a part during the period of which we have spoken that we can scarcely mention any event of general interest in which she was not concerned. She was at war with Great Britain, Turkey, and Persia when Bonaparte commenced hostilities against her in 1811. The Russians acted on the defensive against the Turks. Prince Kutuzov, who had the command, having been obliged to send 5 divisions of his army into Poland, caused Silistria to be demolished, preserving only Rudschuk on the right bank of the Danube. The indolent Yusuf Pasha, who had never stirred from his camp at Shumla, was replaced by Achmet Aga, an active and enterprising general who sent for a reinforcement of 35,000 men, mostly composed of excellent cavalry and supported by a formidable artillery served by French officers. Achmet marched against Kutuzov, and their first encounter took place 2 leagues from Rudschuk, July 4th. 8,000 Russians, who were opposed to the vanguard of the Ottomans, under the command of Ali Pasha, were driven back to their entrenchments. 2 days after, the Grand Vizier attacked the Russian entrenchments and dislodged the troops, who threw themselves into Rudschuk. It was chiefly the infantry of the Russians who suffered in that battle, owing to the superiority of the Turkish cavalry, who would have cut them to pieces, but for a bold maneuver of Count Langeron, who sallied from Rudschuk at the head of the garrison and protected the fugitives. The Grand Vizier advanced under the very cannon of the fortress. He attempted 3 times in one day to carry it by force, but was repulsed each time, July 9th. During the following night, the Russians quitted Rudschuk and passed the Danube. But the Turks, having got intelligence, entered the town and prevented them from carrying off all their artillery and ammunition. The army of Kutuzov, weakened by disease, was unable to prevent the Grand Vizier from taking possession of the islands of the Danube, where they constructed bridges by means of which they made frequent incursions into Wallachia. A body of 15,000 troops, commanded by Ismail Bey, took up the same post on the right bank, so that the Grand Vizier passed the river at the head of the main body of the forces, August 3rd. But the face of affairs soon changed. General Overov, having brought a reinforcement of 50,000 men to Kutuzov, the latter detached Markov with a considerable body, who passed to the right bank of the Danube, marched in all haste against the Turkish reserve before Rudschuk, seized their camp, and thus cut off the retreat of the Grand Vizier. The latter found means to enter Rudschuk in a small bark, leaving his army in Wallachia under the command of Saraskier Chaban Oglo, who was blockaded at Slobosia by Kutuzov, and after being reduced to 25,000 men, they were obliged to capitulate and lay down their arms, December 8th. The Grand Vizier then demanded a suspension of arms, which was signed at Gurdasov. Negotiations were opened at Bucharest, but the Turks refused for a long time to make the smallest cession of territory. At length, the mediation of England, Sweden, and Russia overcame the obstinacy of the Divan, and peace was signed May 28, 1812. The Porte ceded to Russia about 1/3 of Moldavia, as far as the Pruth, the fortresses of Choksin and Bender, and the whole of Bessarabia, with Ismail and Kalia. An amnesty was granted to the Servians. Although England had appeared at Bucharest as a mediating power, nevertheless her treaty of peace with Russia was not definitively signed, although actual hostilities had long ceased between the two powers. The treaty was at length concluded at Orebro, July 18th, the stipulations of which are not all known. The peace with Persia was signed in the Russian camp, near the river Sewa, under the mediation of England, and confirmed the following year at Tiflis, September 15, 1814. Persia ceded to Russia Dagestan, Shirvan, Derbent, and in general the whole western coast of the Caspian Sea, renounced her pretensions on Georgia, Imerit, Guriel, and Mingrelia, and recognized the exclusive right of Russia to the navigation of the Caspian Sea. At the Congress of Vienna, the Emperor of Russia had obtained the Kingdom of Poland, as we have already noticed. Independently of that acquisition, the Russian Empire had an extent of 345,000 German square miles, 80,000 of which are in Europe, the population of which amounts to 38 millions. The population of the whole empire is estimated at 46 millions. A concurrence of fortunate circumstances has saved the Ottoman Empire from that ruin with which it has more than once been threatened, and for which the total dissolution of social order in the provinces has a long time prepared the way. If it still survives these evils, its preservation is perhaps to be ascribed to that holy alliance which has sometimes been the object of terror to the Porte, he having been persuaded that that Christian league was directed against Mahometanism. It is this suspicion, the offspring of ignorance and weakness, which at a recent date had nearly precipitated him into imprudent measures. If the wisdom of his powerful neighbor had known, in these circumstances, to unite his own glory with the maintenance of public tranquillity, of which Europe stands so much in need, the Porte, enlightened as to his true interest by Austria, Great Britain, and his other allies, will feel that he cannot prolong his own existence except by substituting the reign of justice and the principles of humanity to despotism and cruelty. End of section 65.
Section 66 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schul. Chapter 13, France from the Second Restoration of the Bourbons, A.D. 1815, including the Revolution of July 1830 to the Revolution of February 1848. Part 1. France had undergone a complete change since the Revolution, which the Bourbons, on their return, could not understand. Their unfitness to reign over this people was immediately perceived, and gave rise to a prevalent saying that, quote, the Bourbons, in their misfortunes, had learned nothing and had forgotten nothing, end quote. The open acknowledgment made by Louis XVIII that he owed his throne to the Prince Regent of England was a dishonor and a source of deep mortification to the pride of France, and the country was farther humiliated by the presence of the Allied troops, occupying 2/3 of its territory to enforce tranquility. By the Treaty of Paris, concluded November 20, 1815, between Louis XVIII and the three Allied powers, France was to pay 700 million francs, give up 17 citadels for a period of 3 to 5 years, and support 150,000 foreign troops within her territories, besides satisfying all public and private claims to the countries belonging to the Allied sovereigns, and restoring the productions in the arts and the treasures of literature, with which as spoils Napoleon had enriched the capital. This last requisition was enforced while the Allied troops were in possession of Paris. Richelieu, the new minister, signed this treaty in September 1815, which occasioned great dissatisfaction to the French nation. The king opened the new chamber, November 4, 1816, with a speech which disclosed the unfavorable condition of France. February 5, 1817. The Liberals and Independents obtained the law of election, and on March 6, 1818, the recruiting law, but were not successful in their attacks on the laws of exception, which prevented the complete operation of the charter. The machinations of the ultras led to troubles in Grenoble in 1816 and in Lyon 1817. July 1818, their intrigues were discovered, which were nothing less than to engage the Allies to assist them in abolishing the charter. The ministry then inclined towards the Liberals and National Party. A loan of 24 millions was required to effect the evacuation of the Allied troops stationed in France in the autumn of 1818, which was determined upon by the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, October 9, 1818, and for the payment of foreign claims for the expenses of the war and claims of individuals. Here was a successful exhibition of French diplomacy. In these settlements, in the matter of liquidations, the payment of the debt acknowledged by the Treaty of 1815, reduced from 1,600 to 1,390 millions, was postponed till the year 1818, when, in payment of these 1,390 millions, a rent of 16,040,000 francs, equivalent to a capital of 275 million francs, was accepted. This was about a seventh part of the lawful claim, and a rent of 3 millions was granted in a separate article to satisfy the claims of British subjects. The remaining 280 millions were farther reduced at Aix-la-Chapelle to 265 million francs. November 12. France was admitted into the quadruple alliance of the great European powers. The Prime Minister, Richelieu, declared himself against the existing mode of election and against the operation of the constitutional system, which led to a division in the ministry when in December Descazes was victorious over the ultras in the law of election and liberal principles. A new ministry was named by Louis XVIII, the third since 1815. The Marquis de Soult was made president of the Ministerial Council, which was overthrown November 19, 1819. De Soult, Saint-Cyr, and Louis, the defenders of the charter, resigned. Decazes now became prime minister. In the controversy respecting the construction of the charter and the censorship of the press, Benjamin Constant, Comte, and Dunoyer were writers for the Liberals, Chateaubriand, Bonal, and Fivet for the Ultras. The session from 1819 to 1820 was one of continued conflict of the most violent kind. The influence of the Royalists succeeded in excluding Gregoire from the chamber. Decazes, president of the ministry, attempted to follow a moderate course by several judicious bills. In the midst of these agitations, February 13, 1820, the Duke of Berry was assassinated. A new law of election and two of exception were lost, and Decazes resigned. A fifth ministry, with Richelieu as president, was formed, February 20, 1820. The Royalists gradually increased their power and influence, mainly indebted after 1822 to the talents of Viel. Attempts were made for continuing restrictions of the press till the close of the session of 1826, and to impose further restrictions, which met with decided opposition and ended in the resignation of the ministry, December 17, 1821, when a sixth ministry was formed, in which ultra-royalism was triumphant. The censorship of the press ceased February 5, 1822. A conspiracy in favor of young Napoleon was discovered in 1821, and the following year several revolts were projected in different garrisons. Viel, Minister of Finance, displayed great adroitness in the management of affairs and was appointed president of the ministry, having great influence over public opinion. The ultras were dissatisfied with his moderation. He is represented to have perfectly seen that France could no longer be governed by an absolute monarchy. The most important events of the session of 1822 were relative to the new tariff and the foreign policy in regard to Greece and Spain. The Liberal party were defeated on the great question whether France should by force suppress democratic principles in Spain. On the 28th January, 1823, the king announced in the opening of the session the march of an army of 100,000 French troops for Spain. This expedition evinced the determination of the fanatic party to put down liberal principles and restore Ferdinand to despotic power. In this attempt they were but too successful. A loan of 100 millions was required for the extraordinary expenses of 1823. The Spanish campaign of 6 months tended to strengthen legitimacy and cost France 207,827,000 francs. In 1824 the estimate of expenditure amounted to 900 millions. This was owing to the payment by government of the clergy, now become dependent upon the state. The greatest efforts were now made by the ecclesiastics to regain for the Church its former splendor, in spite of the feelings and habits of the people. They wielded their immense power in the most arbitrary and bigoted manner, but with all their zeal were unable to check the diffusion of knowledge, and so far from retarding the march of liberty, they hastened the overthrow of despotism and bigotry, and eventually brought on their own downfall. Louis XVIII died September 16, and was succeeded by his brother, Charles X. We have now hastily sketched the events during the reign of Louis XVIII, enough to show the temper of the French people, and the obnoxious measures which tended to bring about a new revolution in France. Charles X commenced his reign by a declaration of his intention of confirming the charter. He appointed as a member of the ministerial council the Duc d'Angoulême, and suppressed the censorship of the journals, September 29. Appointed the Count de Clermont-Tonnerre Minister of War. Viel gained the confidence of the king by his prudent measures, while Chateaubriand proved in the Journal des Débats, his paper, a powerful and eloquent opponent. In the session of 1825 Viel was triumphant. A bill granting 1 billion francs in rents as an indemnification to the emigrants proved a source of great dissatisfaction to the nation, which became opposed to the course now pursued. The civil list of the king was established at 25 million francs annually for life, and that of the royal family at 7 million. On the 29th May, the splendid coronation of Charles X took place at Rheims, at which time he took the oath to govern according to the Charte. In the session of 1826, 31 new peers were created to strengthen the ministry. In August 1824, General Lafayette landed in New York upon an invitation of James Monroe, President of the United States, and was received with the warmest expressions of gratitude a nation could bestow, and passed through the 24 states of the Union with more than the splendor of a triumphal procession. He sailed hence in the Brandywine, a United States ship, September 7, 1825, and arrived at Havre, where every demonstration of attachment and respect was shown him. The following particulars respecting the nation's guest on his return to France in 1825 cannot fail to be interesting. It shows that the affectionate and enthusiastic welcome of him by his countrymen on his return to France, and portrays the sullen hatred of the Bourbons to everything that partook of liberty. At Rouen, the quote-unquote guest of the American people, the veteran defender of liberty in the two hemispheres, was honored with a public dinner accompanied by his family and friends. In the evening, a great concourse of citizens, among whom were many females, repaired to the house of Monsieur Cabanel, where Lafayette appeared on the balcony, and the greatest tranquillity reigned. Notwithstanding the crowd, a serenade given to the general was heard with perfect silence. At this juncture there arrived from two opposite directions a detachment of the Garde Royal and a detachment of gendarmes. The former conducted itself with moderation. The latter proceeded to disperse the peaceable citizens, whose meeting had occasioned no disturbance, and made a charge upon the populace, treating them as rioters, when many were thrown down and murdered, and the whole assembly was put to flight by the sabres and bayonets of the gendarmes, and by them many were arrested. To justify this proceeding, the prefect at Rouen issued in a public journal a note in which he said, quote, that the citizens groaned to see the tranquillity menaced by the presence of a man whose sad celebrity connects itself with the most disastrous period of the Revolution. End quote. On the return of Lafayette to Lagrange, the villagers united in a public festival on the occasion, and addresses were presented, although the government took every opportunity to prevent any demonstration of respect being shown to him. Not less than 6,000 persons assembled on this joyous occasion to commemorate the return of him whom they designated the American nation's guest. The Jesuits commenced prosecutions against two of the liberal papers. This led to much hostility between the liberals and the royalists, and soon after a law against the Jesuits was attempted to be passed, and the liberty of the press was carried, April 27, 1827. The National Guards of Paris, 45,000 in number, were disbanded, a measure highly obnoxious to the people. This was followed by a rigorous censorship of the press, June 24, 1827, which tended still more to irritate the state of public feeling against the ministry. The papers of the opposition frequently appeared with whole columns blank. A war commenced this year with Algiers, said to have arisen from a controversy respecting a debt for corn, purchased for the French government in 1739. The ministry dissolved the chamber which had still 3 years to run. In the new chamber a majority was gained by the liberals. Out of 8,000 votes in Paris, only 1,114 were on the ministerial side. The same decided result took place in the different departments. This occasioned great joy in Paris, and led to some disasters. About 50 persons were killed by the gendarmes. By an ordinance of November 5, 1827, 76 new peers were created. Of these, scarcely any, Soult excepted, were entitled by services to the honor. 3 others were added, January 4, 1828. These were Viel, Peyronnet, and Corbière. On opening the session, February 5, 1828, Charles X congratulated the nation on the occasion of the victory of Navarino. In 1828, the French troops returned from Spain, and in August, shortly afterwards, an expedition was fitted out for the delivery of Greece from Turkish thraldom. The command of the expedition was given to General Maison. The number of troops amounted to 14,000. See Revolution in Greece. The appointments announced August 9, 1829, were the following: Prince Jules de Polignac, Minister of Foreign Affairs; Monsieur Courvoisier, Keeper of the Seals and Minister of Justice; Count Bourmont, Minister of War; Admiral Rigny, Minister of Marine; Count de la Bourdonnais, Minister of the Interior; Baron de Montbel, Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs and Public Instruction; Count Chabreau de Croussol, Minister of Finance. Admiral Regnier declined the offered portfolio, which was given to Monsieur Doucet, prefect of the Gironde. This was an ultra-royalist ministry. Bourbon had been a soldier under Napoleon, declared for Louis XVIII, again took office under Napoleon, and deserted him at the Battle of Waterloo, fled to the Bourbons at Ghent, was elevated to the peerage, and entrusted with the command of the army of occupation in Spain after the return of the Duc d'Angoulême. Prince Polignac was one of the old royalists, and was early attached to Charles X. He, with his brothers Armand, was implicated in Pichegru's conspiracy, and received the pardon of Napoleon. Since 1823 he had been ambassador at the British court, and his elevation was said to have been through English influence, more especially that of the Duke of Wellington. He professed a great fondness for England, but however this may be, certain it is he was no favourite with the French people. The Minister of the Interior, La Bourdonnais, had distinguished himself for his violence and active measures for the ultras. No sooner was the ministry formed than La Bourdonnais was disposed to dissolve the chamber, as Viel had done to secure a majority, trusting for success to the activity of the royalists and the aid of the clergy. When this hazardous proposition was rejected, La Bourdonnais resigned, and Polignac was made president of the ministerial council. Baron Montbel was transferred to the Department of the Interior, and Count G. de Ranville was made Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs. An ordinance to this effect was issued on the 17th November, 1829. Such was the organization of the ministry at the end of that year. The efforts of the Bourbons to build up aristocracy and absolute monarchy had failed, their measures having had an opposite effect, and the poverty of the nobles having impaired their former influence, they now followed instead of leading the nation. The French were now too much enlightened to suffer themselves to be deprived of their privileges. The country was at this time in a state of prosperity. The struggle that followed was for the protection of their liberties, and not the result of suffering and want. This noble regard for the cause of freedom gave new glory to France, and to liberty a fresh impulse throughout the world. 1830, March 2nd. The speech from the throne announced that war had been commenced with Algiers, and ended with these words, quote, "Peers of France, deputies of the departments, I do not doubt your cooperation in the good I desire to do. You will repel with contempt the perfidious insinuations which malevolence is busy in propagating. If guilty intrigues should throw any obstacles in the way of my government, which I cannot and will not anticipate, I should find force to overcome them in my resolution to preserve the public peace, in the confidence I have in the French nation, and in the love which they have always evinced for their kings." End quote. As soon as this speech was made public, the funds fell, and the ministers had a decided majority opposed to them in the Chamber of Deputies. Royer-Collard was re-elected president. On the 18th, a deputation of the Chamber presented an answer to the king's speech. This address respectfully but frankly informed him, quote, that a concurrence did not exist between the views of the government and the wishes of the nation, that the administration was actuated by a distrust of the nation, and that the nation, on the other hand, was agitated with apprehensions which would become fatal to its prosperity and repose. "Sire," continued the address, "France does not wish for anarchy any more than you wish for despotism." End quote. This was a firm and prudent warning here given to the king, who in reply expressed his regret that the concurrence which he had a right to expect from the deputies did not exist. He declared his resolutions were fixed, and that the ministers would make known his intentions. The answer of the peers to the king's speech on the 10th was a mere echo of the same. Chateaubriand made a bold attack on the ministers. Both chambers were convoked for the 19th, when they were declared to be prorogued to the 1st of September of the same year, a measure that was immediately productive of great public excitement throughout France. Royalists and Jesuits blindly exulted in this measure, while the liberal journals increased their activity and boldly predicted the course of events that speedily followed. Prince Polignac and the ministry were condemned for their imbecility. In Paris, a society furnished the printing of journals where they were destitute through the efforts of the government, and in Brittany an association was formed, determined to refuse the payment of taxes not regularly granted by the Chamber of Deputies. But it is now time to turn to the war with Algiers, a city that had long been the seat of the most extensive piracy. The main object, however, of the ministry in prosecuting this war was evidently popularity. Knowing the inordinate fondness of the nation for military glory, it was anticipated that the subjugation of Algiers would establish Charles X and his ministry in the affections of the people and secure a favorable majority in the chamber. In this hope they were disappointed, for though the success of the army was announced during the election, it did not silence the opposition, a strong majority being elected. The army, commanded by Count Bourbons, consisting of 37,577 infantry and 4,000 horse, embarked on the 10th of May at Toulon. The fleet consisted of 97 vessels, of which 11 were ships of the line and 24 frigates. On the 14th of June, the army began to disembark at Sidi Faraj on the African coast, and on the 5th of the following month Algiers surrendered. This event was made known in Paris on the 9th of July by a telegraphic dispatch. The treasure found in Algiers amounted to 90 million of francs in money and 10 million in gold and silver bullion and plate, besides the 25 million not in the inventory, stated subsequently in the Journal du Commerce to be 43 million francs. End of section 66. Section 67 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Tassanzo. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schull. Chapter 13. France from the Second Restoration of the Bourbons, A.D. 1815, including the Revolution of July 1830 to the Revolution of February 1848. Part 2. Having given very briefly the successful issue of the French arms over barbarism in Africa, we now return to our narrative of the events in France. The success attendant on the French arms in Africa occasioned great exultation in France, but it did not divert the public from struggling for their liberty against the detested ministry. The chamber was dissolved on the 17th of May by a royal ordinance and new elections ordered, and the two chambers convoked for August 3rd. The elections for the new chamber took place in June and July. The opposition displayed great activity and talents in this momentous struggle, and it was soon seen by men of intelligence that a change of ministry would be the result. They, however, were determined not to yield, and had the infatuation rather to violate the charter and expose France to civil war than to retire. The king appears to have been blinded by a bigoted priesthood, and the ministers utterly regardless of the sacred rights of the people, expressed by their representatives. In the new chamber 270 were liberals, 145 for ministers, and 15 undecided. In consequence of this result, the ministry made a report to the king, July 26, on the dangers of a free press. In the Chamber of Deputies, convoked March 2nd, there were 221 members hostile to government, on which account the king had prorogued both chambers and had appointed the 23rd of June and 3rd of July for the election of new members to assemble on the 3rd of August. The elections were not all finished till the 19th of July, before which time it was sufficiently apparent how the elections would terminate. When the list was completed, the opposition was found to have increased from 221 to 270. It will now be seen how affairs stood in France between the Crown and the people. The ministry represented the former, and the Chamber of Deputies the latter. The ministers, whose duty it was to have withdrawn, resolved upon the mad project of setting the voice of the nation and the constitutional charter at defiance, in other words, of annulling the late elections. This plan seems to have been arranged about the middle of July. It was subsequently stated on the trial of ministers that these measures were concerted between the 10th and 15th of that month. M. Montbel, in a pamphlet which he has published, says the ordinances were presented to the king in a council held on the 21st. They were signed at the next council held on Sunday the 25th, the day previous to their public appearance. The report made to the king, signed by 7 ministers and published at the same time with the ordinances, was intended to justify themselves for the course they had resolved upon. In this flimsy document they called for the suspension of the press, remarking, quote, At all epochs the periodical press has only been, and from its nature must ever be, an instrument of disorder and sedition." By the first ordinance the liberty of the press was suspended, by the second ordinance the Chamber of Deputies was dissolved, and a third ordinance abrogated the existing law of election itself, reducing the number of members from 430 to 258, and sweeping off 3/4 of the former constituency, abolishing the ballot and nearly extinguishing the representative system. In defiance of these ordinances, the conductors of all the liberal journals determined to publish their papers. The only papers allowed by government to appear were the Moniteur Universal, Quotidien, Gazette de France, and Drapeau Blanc. The seizure of the liberal journals on the morning of the 27th July was the commencement of the revolutionary drama. These ordinances were nothing less than a determination on the part of the Crown to deprive the nation of its liberty and to establish despotism. The audacious attempt, however, failed. Had the French ministry succeeded in silencing the press and bringing the representation to a state of subserviency, they might for a time perhaps have succeeded in their mad projects. Nothing shows more strikingly the rashness and entire want of discernment of the ministry, at the time of which we are speaking, than the issuing of ordinances so obnoxious without even anticipating resistance of any kind, much less a revolution. It was on Sunday, the 25th of July, the fatal ordinances were signed by Charles X and his ministers, and at 11 p.m. M. Sauveau, principal editor of the Moniteur, received from Chanteloz and Montbel, at the house of the former, the manuscript for publication on the following morning. As Sauveau glanced over the contents, Montbel remarked, he seemed agitated. His reply was, "God save the king, God save France." M. Montbel and Chanteloz answered, "We hope he will." At an early hour on Monday morning the 26th, the obnoxious ordinances appeared in the Moniteur and Bulletin de Loi. The prefect of the Seine was astounded at seeing them about 5 o'clock, not having apprehended anything of the kind, nor does Marshal Marmont appear to have had any knowledge of these measures. The first intimation he received of the fatal ordinance was by Komorowski, one of his aides, while he was breakfasting at St. Cloud. He exclaimed that it was not possible the report could be true. At 7:30 he set out for Paris, not having seen a newspaper till his arrival in the city. He then went to the Institute, where he met his friend Monsieur Arago. "Well," said he to him, "you perceive that things are proceeding as I had foreseen. The fools have driven matters to extremities. You have only to mourn in your capacity of a citizen and a good Frenchman. But how much greater cause have I to lament, who as a soldier shall perhaps be obliged to throw away my life for acts which I abhor, and for people who seem for a long time to have studied only how to overwhelm me with disgust." The ordinances spread but slowly in Paris among the public. This, however, was owing to the Moniteur being principally read by those connected with government. For several hours no unusual excitement was manifested. That class who first felt its effects were the journalists. It has been stated that at this period 30,000 persons were engaged in printing in Paris. The effect of the ordinances was to throw them out of employment. The conductors of journals represented to their workmen that they had no longer any employment for them. They must go and ask it at their good king. The journalists on this emergency displayed great courage. Seeing the ordinances would be ruinous to their business and destroy their rights, they fearlessly set them at defiance by publishing second editions of their papers the same afternoon, in order to make them more generally known. At 5 o'clock, the prefect of police, Mangin, introduced injunctions to the printing offices to stop any further publications except in conformity to the new law, and caused a printed proclamation to be circulated and posted on the walls with the penalties to the keepers of reading rooms, etc. The journalists assembled and drew up in great haste an address to their countrymen. This was signed and published. It was a noble display of courage and patriotism. They stated, "As they were first called on to obey, so they ought to give the first example of resistance to authority now that it has stripped itself of the character of law. This day the government has violated all law. We are set free from obedience," and declared their determination to publish their journals regardless of the ordinances. Quote, "We will do our endeavors that for one day more at least they may be circulated all over France. It belongs not to us to point out its duties to the Chamber which has been illegally dissolved. But we may supplicate it in the name of France to take its stand on its manifest rights and resist, as far as it shall have the power, the violation of the laws. Its rights are equally certain with those on which we ourselves rest. The Charter, Article 50, says the King may dissolve the Chamber of Deputies, but for that power to be exercised the Chamber must have met and been constituted, nay, must surely have done something to warrant its dissolution. Before the Chamber has met and been constituted, there is no Chamber to dissolve. There are only elections to annul. Now no passage in the Charter gives the King the right of doing this. The ordinances which have this day appeared do only in fact annul the elections and are therefore illegal, as doing that which the Charter does not authorize. We assume the attitude of resistance in so far as we are ourselves concerned. It belongs to France to consider to what extent she will adopt the same course." End quote. This address was signed with the names of 44 of the journalists. In the meantime, the agitation had already begun in the streets. The crowd assembled at the Palais Royal to hear the papers and news discussed was continually increasing, till their increased numbers and violence of language alarmed the authorities, who sent a party of gendarmes to watch over them. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd spread from the square of the palace to the adjoining streets. They then began to assail the gendarmes, who kept their stations, making as yet no attempt to drive the people back. About 8 o'clock there was a great addition to the crowd about the Palais from the printing and manufacturing establishments. Their masters, in dismissing their hands after their day's work, had notified them they should have no further employment for them. Here then was a great addition of men under high excitement, determined upon resistance, which was now spoken of openly. The fearless began to harangue the people, drawn together by sympathy, and each speech was received with loud cries of bravo, clapping of hands, and cries of "Down with the ministers, the Charter forever." The shops were now closed, and a sudden alarm spread through the throng. The police and gendarmes advanced upon the crowd in the Palais and succeeded for a moment in clearing it without inflicting any wounds. The mob proceeded to the hotel of Prince Polignac on the Boulevard de Capuchin, who was at this time at St. Cloud. On learning this fact, many went on purpose to intercept him, but mistaking his carriage, he was enabled to return without injury under the escort of 2 gendarmes. The windows of his hotel were broken and his carriage assailed with stones. As he entered the court, the mob threatened to return with reinforcements to set fire to his hotel. During the night, the lamps in several of the streets were demolished and the lights extinguished, and the windows of some public buildings broken. All these acts sufficiently indicated the preparation for the morrow. This day the king had passed in the amusements of the chase at Rambouillet, and did not return till late to St. Cloud. The whole effective military force stationed at Paris the Sunday previous to the publication of the ordinances was 11,550 men, 8 cannon, and 4 howitzers. 1,850 men of this number includes the guards and gendarmes daily stationed at the posts in the capital, St. Cloud, and other places near. These were all seized and disarmed in detail. The disposable force, therefore, did not at most exceed 9,700 men, and of this number but 3 regiments of guards, 2 of cavalry, and a few artillery. 4,200 were all that could be depended upon. There were besides 1,000 cavalry and 300 infantry belonging to St. Cloud, Versailles, and Saint-Germain, but these were never engaged. A staff officer of the Guards, who was engaged during the conflict, stated if suitable precautions had been taken a fortnight previous, that it would have been easy to have assembled from 30 to 40,000 men, with 50 cannon, in Paris. On the morning of the 27th, Tuesday, several of the journals were printed and distributed, so determined were the journalists to discharge their duty to the public. The Constitutionnel was prevented from the distribution of its papers by the police having stationed a sentinel at the door of the office. The National, the Temps, and the Figaro were printed at an early hour and thrown from the windows among the people, and rapidly dispersed through the city. These papers contain the ordinances and the noble protests of the journalists. The authorities commenced their operations against the printing offices that had set the ordinance at defiance, and part of their printing presses were taken away so as to render them useless. The Nacional distributed to the crowd 7,000 copies in less than an hour. Thus far the journalists had manfully discharged their duty. This day a considerable number of the newly elected members of the Chamber of Deputies assembled at 2 p.m. at the house of Monsieur Casimir Périer, when a protest was drawn up and signed. The king this morning appointed Marshal Marmont commander-in-chief of the forces in Paris. He immediately established his headquarters at the Tuileries. At 4:30 an order was issued at the barracks for several regiments to march to different stations. 1 battalion of guards and 2 pieces of artillery were stationed on the Boulevard de Capuchin in front of Polignac's hotel, the interior of which was protected with soldiers of the 5th Regiment of the line. A squadron of lancers protected this part of the boulevard. Several battalions of the line occupied the portion of the boulevard from the Porte Saint-Martin towards the Place de la Bastille, and also the Place Vendôme. 3 battalions of the Guard were placed in the Carrousel and the place of the Palais Royal, and 2 battalions of the Guards, with 2 cannon, were stationed in the Place Louis XV. While these dispositions of the troops were making, the streets were filled with the multitude, as yet unarmed. They now began to supply themselves with arms from the shops of gunsmiths, and were soon in actual conflict with the military. The battalions of the regiments of the line, stationed in front of the Palais Royal, were received by the crowd with cries of, "The line forever! The line does not fire! The line is on our side!" Both men and officers were averse to firing upon the people, but the guards considered themselves obliged to remain faithful to the government. The mob had already begun in several instances to attack the soldiers with stones and every kind of missile. These they carried to the upper stories and roofs of houses, and hurled them on the soldiers beneath. They now began to barricade the streets, and thus sheltered, they were enabled to oppose the patrols. This night the remaining lamps were demolished, a judicious precaution, and not proceeding from mere wantonness, as it enabled them to erect barricades during the night, and rendered their operations more secure from the vigilance of the military. Marshal Marmont had written to the king, informing him that public tranquillity was restored, and therefore made no preparations during the night, nor sent dispatches for more troops. He did not even guard the great depots of arms and ammunition. During the night the greatest activity prevailed on the part of the people. The inhabitants were enrolled into bands, and arrangements made for supplying them with muskets, ammunition, etc. The telegraphs had been rendered useless in the night. This was an effectual means of preventing signals for further succors. Bands of men applied themselves freely from the gunsmith shops and the arms used at the different theaters, and in fact every kind of offensive weapon was seized and pressed into service. Wednesday, 28th. At an early hour the throng assembled in the streets and directed their march upon the Hôtel de Ville, soon filling the square in front of that building. This morning the National Guard appeared in their uniform among the throng. Measures were soon taken to organize this favorite corps. A commission was nominated to proceed to General Lafayette and receive his orders. He did not, however, assume the command of the Guards till the morning of the 29th. The reorganization of the National Guard went on promptly during the day. The number that appeared was considerable, mostly in uniform, and with them appeared the famous tricolored flag, so dear to the hearts of all Frenchmen. By 9 o'clock it waved on the pinnacles of Notre Dame, and at 11 it surmounted the central tower of the Hôtel de Ville, which was taken possession of by the populace, and who immediately stationed themselves at the windows with firearms. The tocsin had been ringing from the bells of Notre Dame and the church of Saint-Gervais, with all other means that could be devised, to give the greatest public excitement, and to fill the populace with courage. Vehement speeches were made, and placards with imprecations against the ministry were stuck up in all the public thoroughfares. At 8 o'clock this morning the different regiments left the barracks, and at 9 took their stations at the following places. 6 battalions of French Guards, about 1,320 men, with 3 squadrons of lancers of 100 men each and 8 guns, were drawn up in the Place du Carrousel. 500 cuirassiers were quartered in the barracks near the Bastille, and were in communication with the 5th, 50th, and 53rd regiments of the line, who occupied nearly the whole extent of the northern boulevard and Place Vendôme. The 15th Light Infantry were ordered to the Place de Grève, Panthéon, and Palais de Justice. The Place de Grève had from an early hour been filled with the armed populace. A detachment of soldiers no sooner arrived there than, according to the testimony of Lieutenant Saint-Germain, 700 or 800 persons, most of whom bore firearms, rushed upon them with a loud outcry and fired a volley by which 2 men were killed and most of the detachment wounded with the officer in command. The soldiers then fired and several of the people fell. They immediately retreated, pursued by the crowd. At the Place de Châtelet, which was also filled with people, a body of soldiers were drawn up in the order of battle. Here the harassed detachments of Lieutenant Saint-Germain found a reinforcement in a platoon of grenadiers, a few shots from whom drove back the assailants. A heavy fire was now commenced upon the battalion from the Pont du Change, from the adjoining quay, and from all the windows near. Many of the soldiers were wounded and forced to retire to the other side of the river and got to the Tuileries at 10:15, where some additional troops had arrived from Saint-Denis, Vincennes, and Versailles. It does not appear that Marshal Marmont had formed any regular or effective plan of proceeding. The troops were marched and countermarched about the streets and quays, assailed by every kind of missile thrown from the windows and the tops of houses. The time was lost when anything effective could be accomplished. The warfare had now become general, and the events are so confusedly related that it is difficult to give to them a systematic arrangement. We shall therefore endeavor to describe the most prominent facts as related by the different writers at this memorable epoch. Wherever the military took their stand, the increasing crowds that surrounded them and the constant accession of arms rendered the situation of the soldiers extremely galling. Barricades were also thrown up on every side, which rendered their situation still more disheartening. A column consisting of a battalion of guards, half a squadron of lancers with 2 pieces of cannon, was sent to occupy the Hôtel de Ville. Their force was joined by one of the battalions of the 15th Regiment. This column then crossed the bridge Pont Neuf, and advanced along the Quai de l'Horloge, etc., and prepared to recross the river to march upon the Hôtel de Ville by the Pont Notre Dame, a few hundred paces west of the Grève. The people now advanced in great force and tolerable order, with drums beating on the opposite end of the bridge to oppose their passage. The 2 cannon were now planted on the center of the bridge. A field officer of the guards here advanced and warned the people of their danger by pointing to their guns and assured them they were marching to certain destruction. This had the effect of causing the people to withdraw, but while so doing, some shots were fired and an adjutant killed. The cannon fired 1 shot each, and the column passed over and occupied the Quai de Grève and Paletier on the north side of the river. In the meantime, a smaller force attempted to pass the new suspension bridge directly opposite the Grève, where they were received with a galling fire from the housetops, windows, and quays along the Seine. The rest of the column coming up to their assistance, the place was taken. The guards had no sooner taken their position than they learned with deep consternation that a battalion of the 15th Light Infantry stationed along the quays had revolted. The general in command of the guards was soon apprised of this by the falling of his men. The Quai de Cbteddy was filled with sharpshooters of the insurgents, who, protected by the presence of the 15th Regiment, kept up a continued fire upon the guards in the place. By this time the 50th Regiment, stationed in the morning at the boulevard and afterwards marched to the Place de Grève, determined to lay down their arms. They wished to return to their barracks, but finding these were already in possession of the people, they joined 40 cuirassiers, then departing from the Bastille for the Hôtel de Ville. The latter had many difficulties to encounter, marching through back streets, and at length reached the hotel, but the 50th Regiment took no part in the fighting, by which the cuirassiers made their way. On their arrival at the Hôtel de Ville, the officer commanding the guards was apprised that he could not depend on receiving the reinforcement from the Bastille as he fully expected, and what rendered his situation more trying, his cartridges were now about spent. 2 detachments were sent in quest of ammunition, but did not return. A message succeeded in gaining the Tuileries. This was by a party of cuirassiers. 200 Swiss were sent to the Place de Grève. When they arrived there, the guards, 220 strong, had been engaged 5 hours, and had 40 men hors de combat about 5 o'clock, and had gained an entrance with a part of their forces into the Hôtel de Ville. The populace having now returned, the cavalry and artillery sheltered themselves in the stable yards from the severe fire directed against them from the opposite bank of the river. The 50th Regiment was also protected in the inner court of the hotel. The hardest fighting yet had been at the entry of Rue de Mouton, a street that opens into the Place de Grève from the north. When the troops had established themselves in the Place de Grève, a severe fire was kept up against them from both angles of the street and from behind a barricade there thrown up, but which was soon taken and retaken on the arrival of the Swiss during a movement ill executed. Its loss led to the severest conflict of the day from the determination of the soldiers to regain this post, in which they finally succeeded and drove the popular forces away. The troops at length were withdrawn into the Hôtel de Ville, except a detachment of light infantry that held the barricade in the Rue de Mouton. The sharpshooters of the guards kept up a destructive fire from the windows of the hotel, having now received a supply of cartridges from the regiments of the line, which refused to fire upon the people. After the hotel was taken possession of by the troops, they kept it during the day's fight. Wednesday was the usual day on which the king held a council, but the state of affairs in Paris prevented the routine of business, and the ministers for safety had taken up their quarters at the Tuileries. The celebrated Monsieur Arago of the Academy of Sciences, who was on terms of great intimacy with Marmont, sought an interview. For this purpose he exposed himself, in company with his son, to all risks to gain the palace of the Tuileries. It was 2:00 p.m. when he arrived, where he was ushered into the presence of Marmont, in a saloon looking towards the Carrousel. He found him with many officers and other persons not in uniform. Monsieur Arago, taking the marshal aside, in a conversation insisted on the rights of resistance on the part of the people, that the ordinances should be immediately withdrawn, and the dismissal of the ministers, etc. During this discussion, an aide-de-camp brought intelligence that General Quisenat could no longer maintain his position, which put an end to this interview. Immediately after, the arrival of several members of the Chamber of Deputies was announced, and these were introduced to the presence of the marshal. These deputies were Messieurs Lafitte, Casimir Perrier, General Gérard, Lebeau, and Mauguin. They represented the dangers which threatened the throne, the convulsed and frightful state of the capital, and demanded that the ministers should be dismissed and the ordinances withdrawn as the only means to stop the effusion of blood. The marshal communicated the substance of this message to the ministers. The reply of M. Polignac was, it was useless for him to see them. They immediately withdrew. Lafitte, the chief speaker, said the question could only be decided by the chance of arms, and henceforward the deputies determined to exert themselves in the revolutionary cause, seeing there was no hope of an accommodation. In the conflict maintained this day in the Place de Grève, the populace displayed the utmost perseverance and the most unshrinking courage. The rapidity and excellent judgment of their movements, the readiness to seize on every advantage to annoy the enemy, shows they must have had leaders possessed of much practical military knowledge. Nor did they shrink from the sanguinary contest where anything could be gained by the sacrifice of life. It should be borne in mind that this struggle was also carried on under a most oppressive heat, Fahrenheit's thermometer ranging at 95 degrees. The iron suspension bridge was the theater of many daring feats of valor, and has since been called, in commemoration, the Bridge of Arcole, Le Pont d'Arcole. The wounded during the day were carried in carts and litters to the hospitals, and the dead to the morgue, amidst the most respectful silence of the crowd. The royal troops, though they were in possession of the Hôtel de Ville, without any hopes of receiving further reinforcements, were now exceedingly anxious to quit it. They accordingly effected a retreat during the stillness of the night to the Tuileries. Of wounded men they had between 50 and 60, though another statement makes the number much higher. These they carried with them. The public had generally left the streets and windows during the night. The troops at length reached the Tuileries without any obstruction except a barricade they had to take down to get their cannon along. This made some noise and occasioned some shots to be fired about them. In the Boulevard Saint-Denis a great crowd had assembled at an early hour, and among these was seen the uniform of the National Guard. This crowd was not generally armed with muskets. About 8 o'clock, a detachment of cuirassiers made a charge upon the crowd at full gallop. They were then engaged in tearing up the pavement and carrying the stones to the top of the Port Saint-Denis. They stood firm, and with long poles threw the cuirassiers from their saddles at the first encounter, and seized their arms, suffering none to escape. With these new equipments, the offensive was now assumed by them. At 9, a guard of 20 soldiers of the line surrendered their arms. The guardhouse was demolished, and of the materials a barricade was constructed across the boulevard. A furious encounter took place with the guards at the gate, where stones were hurled and a brisk fire kept up. The people now commenced erecting barricades on a great scale along the boulevard, at the suggestion of Ambrose Minoret, a carpenter. For this purpose, the fine trees, planted by Louis the Grand, were levelled by the axe. It was done with expedition and great science under the direction of Minoret, who supplied them with tools from his shop. This was a most fortunate idea. These barriers were so numerous as to be insurmountable, and cut off all communication with the troops. This line of barricades extended from the Rue du Temple in the east to the Rue de Richelieu west. An eminent architect, Mr. Crécy, had a large quantity of timber, scaffold poles, pickaxes, crowbars, etc., carried away. All these were afterwards returned with scrupulous exactness. From a subsequent report, it appears that during the revolutionary struggle 4,055 barricades were thrown up, consisting of trees felled, carriages of every description overturned, and the pavements taken up. The number of paving stones torn up for this purpose were 3,125,000. The expense of paving the streets again was 250,000 francs. Paris is paved with large square stones. The gutters are in the middle of the streets, and they flowed with blood during these sanguinary conflicts. The immense importance of these numerous barricades, thrown up with such unparalleled rapidity, will be best illustrated by the following details. A strong column arrived at the Bastille and began to fire upon the people. These discharges were kept up without intermission and returned by the people, who were forced to retire, and were pursued by the troops as far as the Rue de Reuilly, which meets the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Here the troops were again assailed with a sharp fire, and had several barricades to overcome. The column remained in the Rue Faubourg Saint-Antoine till 3:30, and when about to retire were again assailed with firing and missiles from the houses. On the return of this body of troops to the Bastille, the commander, M. Saint-Chamond, found he could not return by the northern boulevards from the numerous barricades that had arisen as if by magic. The attempt to force a passage to the Hôtel de Ville by the Rue Saint-Antoine also failed from the same cause, while the troops were exposed to a heavy fire from all the windows, and their ammunition was now exhausted. Under all these dangers, M. Saint-Chamond returned as well as he could with his column over the bridge of Austerlitz, and by a circuitous way to the Tuileries by the southern boulevards. The column arrived at the Place Louis XV between 10 and 11 at night. After this, no more troops were seen in the Place de la Bastille or neighborhood. End of section 67. Section 68 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schull. Chapter 13. France from the Second Restoration of the Bourbons, A.D. 1815, including the Revolution of July 1830 to the Revolution of February 1848. Part 3. The 28th closed with the retirement of the royal forces from every position in which they had attempted to establish themselves during the day. During the night the citizens did not cease from their exertions, but availed themselves of this respite to complete the erection of barricades in every part of the city. In this great work all ranks of citizens, the aged and the young, were alike ardently employed. These barriers were erected at about 40 or 50 paces asunder, breast high, and 4 or 5 feet in thickness. The work was carried on by torchlight, the lamps having been broken. The dreadful tocsin continued ringing during the night. In the vicinity of the Louvre and the Tuileries, a patrol of guards continued to walk during the night and fired upon all who came within reach of their muskets. Thursday, 29th, the drums beat the reveille, and the hurrying crowds as they assembled cried, "To arms! To arms!" Several distinguished military characters were this day to act as leaders. Among them were Generals Gérard and Dubourg. The entire failure of the plans of Marmont had induced him to adopt this day a different mode of warfare. Instead of marching his troops through the streets to no purpose, he had sent for further reinforcements, and now intended to concentrate all his strength in the Tuileries and keep up a communication with St. Cloud. The following places were in possession of the royal troops this morning: the Tuileries, Carrousel and Garden, the Louvre, the Bank, and Palais Royal, Place Vendôme, the Champs-Élysées, Rue Saint-Honore, and several streets. There was an addition to the royal forces of 6,700 men that had arrived since yesterday, so that the total number of the guards amounted to 11 battalions of infantry and 13 squadrons of cavalry, in all 4,300 men. The 8 battalions of the line, amounting to 2,400, were of no service to the royal cause. 1 battalion of guards occupied the military school. It will be seen that the military were this day to be put on the defensive. It remained therefore with the popular forces to make the attack, who were this day strengthened by the students of the celebrated Polytechnic School, about 60 of whom scaled the walls, and headed the civic columns by whom they were hailed with the greatest enthusiasm. The bands from the faubourg had poured into the Rue Saint-Honore by its eastern extremity, and a fierce and murderous warfare was carried on, and here the Polytechnic scholars led the citizens to the charge. The battle began to rage fiercely at several points near Rue Saint-Honore. But before any important engagement had occurred to decide the fate of the day, the defection of troops occupying important stations led to important results. About 11:30, the troops of the line at the Place Vendôme and the Palais Bourbons negotiated with the leaders of the populace when new barriers rose in all directions round these stations. The 5th and 53rd regiments of the line, stationed in the Place Vendôme, fraternized with the people. This ceremony was performed by taking off their bayonets and shouldering their muskets with the butts in the air. Marshal Marmont was immediately apprised of the defection of the troops and sent a battalion of Swiss guards from the Louvre to supply their posts. By some strange oversight, the battalion was withdrawn that defended the whole position, the colonnade and gallery of the Louvre. The populace soon found their way into the garden, called l'Enfant, in front of the Louvre, and there, meeting with no obstacles, entered the lower windows and glass doors and took immediate possession of the interior of this noble pile. From the windows of the inner court the Parisians fired upon the battalion beneath, and soon every window in the great gallery of paintings was filled, whence they fired on the troops in the Place du Carrousel, and soon drove the Swiss guards away in great disorder. There were also 2 squadrons of lancers in the enclosure of the Tuileries, exposed to the fury of the populace. The Swiss rushed to the triumphal arch, and getting through it with great irregularity, threw themselves among the lancers. The egress from this railed space was blocked up by the ladder, but through it the troops escaped as soon as possible. It is said 2 platoons of firm soldiers might have driven the popular forces away, who were not numerous at this time. It was at this spot, the Triumphal Arch, that Marshal Marmont had established his headquarters, and so unexpected was the attack that he retreated precipitately, leaving behind him 120,000 francs, 5,000 livres, in bags. His retreat was by the Rue de Rivoli, and thence round into the garden of the Tuileries. From the terrace 2 cannon shot were fired on the Parisians. The Swiss formed again, but only to retire immediately, by order of the Marshal, upon St. Cloud. Thus terminated the capture of the Louvre and the Tuileries. In this attack on the Louvre, the strongest column was commanded by General Gérard, while the pupils of the Polytechnic School served under him, advancing at the head of their respective companies. It was one of these youths that led the attack on one of its gates and drove it in, when the forces rushed impetuously on the guards. Many interesting facts are related, showing the courage and noble bearing of these youths, whose services were so conspicuous during the Revolution. It was about 1 o'clock when the Tuileries were captured. In the famous gallery of the Louvre, the splendid coronation picture of Charles X with another painting was instantly destroyed. The rest of this precious collection of paintings was left untouched. This fact reflects the highest honor on the Parisian multitude. No sooner was the palace of the Tuileries in possession of the populace than everything relating to the Bourbons met with immediate destruction. A splendid painting of the Duke of Ragusa, Marmont, was torn into 1,000 pieces, and every bust and painting of the royal family destroyed, with the exception of a bust of Louis XVIII, to whom France was indebted for the charter. Upon the whole, the populace, even to the poorest of the working classes, displayed a remarkable degree of forbearance from pillage when in possession of the riches of the royal palace. The Swiss barracks in the Rue Babylone had been taken possession of before the capture of the Tuileries. Finding this place defended with great obstinacy, it was set on fire with straw and turpentine. Major Dufay, the commander of these quarters, was killed, when the flames and smoke forced the soldiers to make a desperate sortie, when great numbers fell. Major Dufay was an officer of great distinction, and had served under Napoleon in his celebrated campaigns. The Archbishop's palace in the Ile de la Cité was assailed under the command of several polytechnic scholars. Finding there, unexpectedly, ammunition and newly sharpened poignards, the multitude were so exasperated that the work of destruction immediately commenced. Costly articles of furniture and books in gorgeous bindings were torn to pieces, scattered, and thrown from the windows into the river. A sanguinary combat was kept up in Rue Saint-Honore with the Swiss, after the Louvre and Tuileries were taken. This incensed the people greatly. The soldiers, almost to a man, perished. The carnage there was horrible, about 900 dead bodies being found. About 3:30 p.m., the last of the military posts in the city of Paris surrendered. The royal troops retreated towards St. Cloud, not without meeting with obstructions on the way, and being somewhat harassed. The bridge at Neuilly had been blocked up with heavy carts and wagons at the suggestion of Lafayette, and the people still continued to fire upon the exhausted and dispirited soldiers. Thus ended the 3 days' hard conflict, in which the citizens of Paris had fought and bled, and at last achieved a glorious victory. The number of citizens killed and wounded in these 3 days' fight has been variously stated. From the report of the Committee of National Rewards, appointed to investigate the claims of the wounded and of the relatives of the slain, it appears that the number of killed and those who died from wounds was 788, and of wounded about 4,500. On the 31st of July, the deputies published a proclamation declaring that they had invited the Duke of Orleans to become Lieutenant General of the kingdom. At noon on the same day, Louis-Philippe d'Orléans issued a proclamation declaring that he hastened to Paris, wearing the quote-unquote glorious colors of France, to accept the invitation of the assembled deputies to become Lieutenant General of the kingdom. A proclamation of the same date appointed provisional commissaries for the different departments of government. These were M. de Pont de Leur for the Department of Justice, Baron Louis of Finance, General Girard of War, de Rigny of Marine, M. Bignon of Foreign Affairs, M. Guizot of Public Instruction, M. Casimir Perrier of the Interior and Public Works. The same day, 31st, Charles X and his household fled from St. Cloud to Rambouillet. 3 commissioners were sent to treat with him. These were Messieurs de Chaunin, Marshal Maison, and Odillon Barrette. The National Guard advanced towards Rambouillet, which brought about a speedy delivery of the crown jewels from Charles X and hastened his departure. August 2nd, the abdication of Charles X and the Dauphin, Louis Antoine, was put into the hands of the Duke of Orleans, and a letter from Charles appointing the Duke Regent and ordering him to proclaim the Duke of Bordeaux king, with the title of Henry V. The Chamber of Deputies met on the 3rd of August. On the 6th, the throne of France was declared vacant by the Chamber of Deputies, de jure et de facto. On the 7th, some changes in the charter were adopted, when by vote the Duke of Orleans was invited to become King of the French, on condition of his accepting the changes made in the Constitution. The votes were 219 in favor, 33 against. The whole number of deputies is 430. On the 8th, the Chamber in a body went to the Duke of Orleans and offered him the crown, which he accepted, and on the 9th, Louis-Philippe took the oath to support the new charter. In these measures, a majority of the Chamber of Peers present concurred. On the 12th of August, the Moniteur announced the names of the new ministry from the moderate Liberal party as follows: Count de Mole, Foreign Affairs; General Gérard, War; Baron Louis, Finance; Guizot, Interior; General Sébastien, Marine; Dupont de l'Eure, Keeper of the Seals and Minister of Justice; Duc de Broglie, President of the Ministry. Lafitte and Casimir Perier were also appointed ministers of state without any special departments. Charles X was permitted to retreat unmolested from France. He, with his household, took passage in 2 American ships for England, where he was received merely as a private individual, and took up his residence at Holyrood House, Edinburgh, where he had formerly resided during the sway of Napoleon. Many changes were made in the officers of the French government in accordance with the spirit of the times and for the better establishment of harmony in the government. Out of 86 prefects, 76 were removed, and of sub-prefects, 196 out of 277. In the army, 65 general officers out of 75 were changed, 65 colonels removed, and almost all the governors of fortresses. 74 procureurs were dismissed. Special missions were sent to the different courts of Europe, which were well received by all of them except Russia. The greatest activity was exerted in the army to put it on a footing to meet any invasion, and the organization of the National Guard was provided for. Of the late ministry, Polignac, Chanteloz, and Gurnon de Ranville underwent a trial and were declared guilty of treason and sentenced to imprisonment for life, with the penalty of civil death to Polignac. He and his colleagues were transferred to the prison at Armes. November 3rd, the ministry was changed, and Lafitte advanced to the presidency of the Council and Minister of Finance. March the 14th, Casimir Perier succeeded him in office. On the 18th of October, 1831, a bill passed the Chamber of Deputies for abolishing the hereditary rights of the French peerage. To ensure its passage in the Chamber of Peers, Louis-Philippe created 36 new peers. The most prominent events which marked the reign of Louis-Philippe during the year 1832 were the siege of the citadel of Antwerp and its surrender by the Dutch after a long and vigorous resistance, the arrest of the Duchess of Berry at Nantes, and an attempt to assassinate the king. During the succeeding 12 months, the country was comparatively quiet. In the year 1834, a treaty formed by the Duc de Broglie and General Sebastiani with the American minister was annulled by the refusal of the Chamber of Deputies to grant 25 million francs to the United States as an indemnity for injuries received by American ships and commerce during the last European war. In April of this year, a treaty, termed the Quadruple Alliance, was concluded between Great Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal, the object of which was to secure the peace of the last 2 countries under their existing constitutional government. On the 10th of April, 1835, the Chamber acknowledged the propriety of the American claims and provided for the payment of the indemnity in annual installments. On the 28th of July of the same year, the anniversary of the Revolution of 1830, as the king was reviewing the troops, an infernal machine from an adjoining house exploded. Many were wounded and some lives lost, but Louis-Philippe and 3 sons then with him escaped unharmed. Fieschi, the conspirator against the king's life, was arrested and condemned to death. On the 25th of June, 1836, a third attempt was made to take the king's life. He was fired at while taking a drive, but the ball lodging in the carriage, no injury was done. The guilty actor, a young man named Alibaud, was arrested and guillotined. On the king's birthday, October 6, the ex-minister of Charles X, imprisoned in the castle of Armes, were released from confinement, indignation towards them having given place to pity. In October, an insurrection was attempted by Louis Napoleon Buonaparte at Strasbourg, but it was at once suppressed and he was exiled to America. In September of this year, as the king was proceeding to open the session of the Chamber of Deputies with his 3 sons, he was again shot at, the ball barely missing him, passing through the back of his carriage. Maurice, a workman, by whom the pistol was fired, was apprehended and condemned to death, but afterwards banished for 10 years. In the spring of 1838, a model was discovered of a new quote-unquote infernal machine made by Hubert, a pardoned Republican who designed constructing a machine for the destruction of the royal family. He was tried and banished. In 1840, 1,000,000 francs was appropriated for the purpose of bringing to France the remains of Napoleon and interring them with pomp. Louis Napoleon, having returned from America and again attempted to rally a party in his favor, was arrested and imprisoned for life in the castle of Am. In October, while reviewing the National Guards, the king was fired at with a musket with 6 balls, but escaped for the 5th time. The assassin, named Darnay, was afterwards executed. In 1842, the Duke of Orleans, heir apparent of the king, lost his life by being thrown from a carriage. In consequence, it was decided that should Louis Philippe die before the young Count of Paris, son of the Duke of Orleans, came of age, the regency should devolve on the next individual in the order of succession to the throne, who should reach the age of 21 years. During the last few years of this period, nothing of further moment than the capture of the Marquesas and Society Islands in the Pacific Ocean, and the interchange of friendly visits between Queen Victoria and Louis Philippe occurred in the history of France until the eventful dawning of 1848. End of section 68.
Section number 69 of History of the Revolution in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie, Wehmeyer. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. Revolution in Belgium. The Belgians soon followed the example of the French in the career of revolution by rising and expelling a king that had been forced upon them against their wishes. The Congress of Vienna, it will be recollected, in 1814 and 1815, severed the Netherlands from France, with which it had been incorporated since 1795, and constituted it with the United Provinces into one political body under William, Prince of Orange, having the title of King of the Netherlands. This was done with the view of giving to Germany greater security against the power of France. The consent of the southern Netherlands was never asked or given. It was disposed of by the great powers as a conquered province or district. William attempted to unite 2 million of Dutch Calvinists engaged principally in commerce with 4 millions of Belgian Catholics employed in agriculture and manufactures, whose interests, language, and manners were widely opposed to the Dutch, and whose language was disagreeable to the Belgians, who have much the habits and feelings of Frenchmen, and who are also greatly influenced by a priesthood decidedly hostile to all innovations, more especially when coming from the Dutch, so that the attempt to blend these discordant feelings and conflicting interests entirely failed. And the policy of William's government was by no means calculated to conciliate the proud and rich Belgians, whom he treated more as vassals than subjects. The Belgians had many just causes of complaint against the arbitrary measures of William's government. They were burdened with heavy taxes, and the education of their children was taken out of the hands of the natives. This state of dissatisfaction led to several demands contained in an address for this purpose. The grievances enumerated were 15. They demanded an equitable division of public offices between the two countries, liberty of language, instruction, and the press, and the responsibility of ministers. After various struggles, an insurrection at Brussels broke out in August 1830, and the Belgians made a formal declaration of their independence on the 4th October, 1830. The representatives of the European power, viz., Austria, France, Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia, assembled at London, and there agreed to a protocol in favor of an armistice, and directed that hostilities should cease between the Dutch and Belgians. The acknowledgment of the independence of Belgium was announced December 27, 1830. To the National Congress at Brussels, the Belgians having decided upon a constitutional monarchy, February 3, 1831, the Duke of Nemours, the second son of Louis Philippe, King of France, was elected to fill the throne. On the 17th, the King of France declined the preferred throne on behalf of his son. February 24th, M. Soulette de Choquier was elected regent of Belgium. January 4th, the Belgian Congress elected Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg for their king by a vote of 152 to 34, which was sanctioned by the 5 great powers. The new king made his entrance into Brussels July 21st and took the oath to support the Constitution. September 8th, Leopold, King of Belgium, opened his first parliament. November 1st, the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium agreed to the terms of settlement between Belgium and Holland, prescribed by the London Conference, and on the 3rd the Senate agreed to the same by a vote of 35 to 8. End of Section 69.
Section 70 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schul. Revolution in Poland, A.D. 1830. The spirit of Poland has never been crushed. The sword of Suvorov and the snows of Siberia had diminished the number of her brave sons, but they who clung to the soil of their country, and they who devoted their lives to the service of foreigners alike, breathed vengeance on their oppressors and ardent aspirations for the restoration of Poland. They expected much from Napoleon. They spent their best blood in his service, and spent it in vain. Napoleon rejected the opportunity of creating a barrier nation, a camp of devoted soldiers, which would forever have secured his empire on its weakest side. Still the Poles did not despair. The moderation of Alexander made their servitude more endurable, but no sooner had Nicholas ascended the throne of Russia and sanctioned the barbarities of his brutal brother Constantine than the old spirit revived, if indeed that spirit had ever slept. The successful example of France, followed by Belgium and Brunswick, roused them to action and inspired them with the liveliest hopes. The day of vengeance and liberation seemed to have arrived. France well knew that Poland alone stood between her and the already advancing legions of Russia, and her emissaries offered every encouragement to the patriot Poles. Lashed to fury by her own wrongs, listening to the voice of hope, and encouraged by promises of support, Poland stood in the gap, encountered the first onset, and bore up against it manfully and well. But every victory weakened her strength. The delusive hope of assistance vanished, and Poland has sunk in iron-bound despair. How will France, saved perhaps by the sacrifice of Poland, answer to man and to God for her ingratitude and perfidy? It was on the 29th of November, 1830, that the insurrection at Warsaw burst forth. Secret societies had existed in that city since 1818 for the express purpose of securing the liberty and nationality of Poland. It was a noble design of her patriots to unite again under one government those portions of their unhappy country which had been torn asunder and despoiled by the rapacity of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. As early as 1821, Russia had commenced a system of proscription against these secret societies, and in 1825 a conspiracy was kindled into flame at Petersburg, which it was thought could be traced to Warsaw. The societies had members throughout Poland and Lithuania, Podolia and Volhynia, and even the old provinces of the Ukraine, which it might be supposed had long since lost all recollections of Polish glory. These associations were formed during the reign of the Emperor Alexander, to whom some of the patriots had vainly looked for a better state of things. After the death of Alexander, his successor, Nicholas, was crowned King of Poland at Warsaw, May 1829. The Diet assembled in 1830, and in spite of all the endeavors of the emperor, many patriots were elected. Nicholas opened this assembly in person, but failed to overawe the liberals from impeaching ministers for violating the charter. This liberal Diet was closed on June 28th. Such freedom of discussion could not be endured by a despotic monarch, whose unvarying aim has been to tread out every spark of liberty in the northern parts of Europe. The Archduke Constantine was made a viceroy of Poland, and by his monstrous atrocities became universally detested by the brave and generous Poles. The ardent hopes and wishes of the Polish patriots at length burst forth into flame. At 7 in the evening, the hour agreed upon, 15 intrepid youths sallied forth determined to seize upon Constantine, whose residence was about 2 miles from Warsaw. They rushed into the palace of the Belvedere, where the usual guard consists of 60 men, first wounding the director of police, who fled. They next killed General Gender, a Russian infamous for his crimes. The struggle alarmed Constantine, who instantly rose from his bed and escaped undressed by a secret door that was closed after him by his valet just as they were on the point of reaching him, and had supposed themselves secure of their victim. Constantine instantly fled to his guards. Thus disappointed, the band retired to their companions in arms, who awaited, at the bridge of Sobieski, the result of this movement. In returning to the city, they had to pass the barracks where the guards, though already mounted, were unable to attack them on account of a precautionary measure of Constantine in surrounding the barracks with a deep and wide ditch, passed only by narrow bridges. The guards fired upon the insurgents, but the latter were so advantageously situated and returned the fire so well that they killed 300 of the guards and retreated with the loss of only 1 of their number. By this time the streets of Warsaw were filled. Some houses had been set on fire, and the cry resounded, "To arms! To arms! Poland is up! God for our country!" The inhabitants rushed to arms. The state prisoners were liberated. The students of the university and the School of Engineers joined the insurrection. The arsenal was forced, and in an hour and a half from the first cry of liberty, 40,000 men were in arms. Soon the 4th Polish Regiment joined the populace, and presently the rest of the Polish soldiers. When Constantine heard of this, he fell back with 2 Polish regiments of guards, and was permitted to retire by the magnanimous Poles, unmolested to the frontier. Cbteddy was appointed general-in-chief, and 4 days afterwards declared dictator by the provisional government. Although a soldier of undisputed bravery, he had been blamed for suffering the Grand Duke to escape when he might have captured him, and for losing time in trying to negotiate with the Emperor Nicholas. The Diet that assembled in 20 days after the breaking of the revolt confirmed Cbteddy dictator, but on his refusing assent to the manifesto of January 9, 1831, in which the wrongs of Poland were so feelingly portrayed, he was deposed. Instantly a Supreme National Council was formed, and Prince Adam Czartoryski appointed president, when a spirited proclamation was issued informing the Polish soldiers that Cbteddy had resigned the glorious task of conducting them to combat. It was unfortunate for the cause of Poland that Cbteddy was made dictator. He issued an order that whoever should cross the frontiers of the kingdom and attempt to raise the old provinces should be punished with death. Such an order might have been issued in respect to Prussian and Austrian Poland, but not to those provinces that had risen to shake off the Russian yoke, and Lithuania, where the revolt had begun, and where thousands impatiently waited the signal from Old Poland to rise and join the struggle for liberty. This order of Cbteddy was regarded by the patriots not only as a severe check to the enthusiasm of those provinces waiting to rise on the signal being given, but as almost traitorous to their cause. That time was lost in fruitless negotiation that should have been devoted to kindling, far and wide, the spirit of revolt, and in the most active preparation to meet the vast resources of Russia, which had refused all terms but absolute submission, and the preparations in the army were strangely neglected. These proceedings at length caused so much dissatisfaction against Cbteddy as to lead to his dismission. After 2 months' delay, the inevitable conflict began, when the Poles marched into the field with half the force which, under an energetic administration, it would have wielded. They ought to have been ready to have commenced offensive operations with their enemy at a distance, instead of waiting for him on their own soil, exposed to his insults and outrages. Russia had now brought into the field against Poland 200,000 men, while Poland had but about 50,000 equipped for the fight, a fearful disparity in numbers. Through the influence of the aristocracy, the command of the army was given to Prince Radziwill. The Russian invading army rendezvoused on the 20th of January at various points of the western frontier of the empire. It was composed, according to the report of Field Marshal Debiczt, of 105 battalions of infantry, 135 squadrons of cavalry, with 396 pieces of artillery and 11 regiments of Cossacks. The army crossed the Polish frontiers on the 5th of February. The advance of the Polish army was at Bela, the right near the high road to Warsaw, the left at Lomenza on the Narew. On the advance of the Russians, the Polish corps fell back, the right on Warsaw and the left on Modlin and Pultusk. On the 18th of February, the Russian headquarters were established at Minsk, 10 miles from Warsaw, and their advance pushed to Milisna, within 5 miles of that city. The Russian left rested on the Vistula above Warsaw, and the right on the Bug, near its junction with the Narew, its center protected with woods and artillery. On the 18th, the Polish army of 50,000 men had its right on Grochow, with Praga in the rear, and the left thrown back opposite the right wing of the enemy. The reconnaissances of the 19th and 20th were resisted by the Poles and led to a severe battle. According to the Russian account, the heat of the battle was during the early part of the day confined to the left, Count Paulin's advance guard, which was attacked as soon as it had cleared the defile near Grochow, and compelled to retreat 2 miles. The advanced guard, under General Rosen, was attacked at the same time, advancing from Okhanev. On the arrival of Debiczt, he sent a reinforcement under General Toll, with several battalions and 20 cannon, to the relief of Count Paulin. A furious charge was now made by the Russians, with Debiczt in person, which changed the fortune of the day, and at 4 o'clock the Russian wings united when the Poles were driven from the field of battle. For 3 days after this action the Russians made no onward movement, but asked an armistice for the burial of the dead, which was granted. Early on the 25th, the Russians, having received a reinforcement of 25,000 men, felt prepared for action. They drew forth their whole army in front of the forest, and commenced an attack on the Polish left wing near Jablona. General Umiński received this attack with great bravery and repulsed the enemy, taking 6 cannon, which he spiked, and drove the Russians to the forest. He then attacked the Russian center with dreadful slaughter, and drove them from their position. Debiczt had calculated, with the great strength of his left wing, to crush the Polish right, situated near Grochow, under the command of Czopicki and Skierniecki. The Russians made 6 tremendous charges, and were as often repulsed with great loss. A 7th charge made against a new regiment put it in disorder and caused it partially to retreat. 2 regiments of cuirassiers were then sent against the faltering regiments, the latter being aided with the Polish lancers, rallied, rushed on the regiments of the cuirassiers, and cut them to pieces, of which only 40 escaped, 20 prisoners only being taken, mostly officers, and among them the commander of one of these regiments. This affair decided the day, when the Russians were obliged to withdraw from the field of battle into their strongholds in the forest of Milnosa. This battle was fought with great fury. General Czopicki, who was in the center, had 2 horses killed under him and was wounded. 40,000 Poles here withstood the shock of 150,000 of their enemy, and at the close of the battle nearly 15,000 Russians lay weltering on the plain, and several thousand prisoners were taken. After the battle, Prince Radziwill gave up the command of the army, when Skierniecki, who had displayed extraordinary bravery and skill, was chosen commander-in-chief. But this step led to the rankling enmity of Krokowecki, the second in command to Czopicki, who thenceforth meditated revenge, plotted, and afterwards proved a traitor to his country. The first step of Skierniecki was to attempt to negotiate with Debiczt. When he found his advances repelled, he prepared for the unequal struggle. The ice in the Vistula had now broken up, and the swamps were filled from the melting of the snow, and the roads were almost impassable for artillery and cavalry. Skierniecki now determined to act on the offensive. On learning that Debiczt had divided his forces, he led the Polish army of 25,000 men to Praga, and on the 31st, favored by the darkness of the night, approached the Russian camp and fell upon the advanced guard of General Geismar at Wawar, consisting of 8,000 men entrenched in a very strong position, which force he nearly destroyed, capturing 40,000 prisoners and taking a number of cannon. General Uminsky had previously been dispatched towards Ostrolenka to keep in check the corps of General Sacken and the guards who were advancing there. While the Polish advanced guard was engaged in combat at Wawar, General Rybinski, with his division, attacked the enemy's right and carried it by the point of the bayonet, destroyed one entire regiment, and forced another to lay down their arms. The combat lasted 2 hours. Colonel Romarino's brigade here also distinguished itself. Skierniewski next fell upon the corps of General Rosen, posted at Dęba-Wielski, with 20,000 men who were unable to withstand the impetuous attack of the Poles. The Russians fled by way of Minsk and made several efforts to sustain their positions as they received reinforcements, but were unable to sustain them. It was 5 p.m. when they arrived at Dęba-Wielski, a position strongly fortified, and the resistance was obstinate. But the force of the artillery from the center and the vigor of the assault completely routed the Russians, who fled with precipitation. By this masterly movement of the Polish commander-in-chief, 20,000 Russians were thrown hors de combat, and many superior officers were captured during this day, so glorious to the Polish arms, besides taking 2 standards, 15 wagons filled with ammunition, some 1,000 muskets, and 15 pieces of cannon. This victory occasioned but small loss to the Poles, owing to the rapidity and surprise with which their movements were executed. The regiment of Scythemen, Luschers, having demanded arms, the muskets left on the field of battle were assigned to them. The combat lasted till 10 at night. The army had then been actively engaged, fighting and marching, 20 hours. On the 9th, the Polish army gained a considerable victory, taking several cannon and from 3,000 to 4,000 prisoners. Among them were 300 officers of different ranks. The headquarters on the 10th were at Seidlec, and on the same day, at that place, Marshal Dybiczt succeeded in uniting all his forces. From this time the Polish cause appears to have declined. General Dwornicki, with a valiant corps, entered at Volhynia, surrounded by Russian corps under Generals de Witt, Kutz, and Rüdiger. Dwornicki passed the Bug on the 10th, and on the 11th routed some Russian forces, took a number of prisoners, some transports, and baggage. The left wing of the Russian army, stationed at Koch, upon Verprez and Raju, fell back, and Marshal Dybiczt, baffled in his attempts, retired with the army across the river Bug, alarmed for his safety. Insurrections spread in his rear, in the provinces of Lithuania and Volhynia. A violent insurrection broke out at Vilna on the 28th of March. General Czerniawski, with 8,000 men, cut his way through the Russians and penetrated as far as the fortress of Zamość. The greatest enthusiasm now spread through the Polish province of Samogitia. This expedition of Czerniawski, by forcing his way through the enemy's detachments, was one of great daring. In 3 days he defeated the Russians 3 times and took 800 prisoners. These movements in Volhynia occasioned great uneasiness to the Russians and obliged them to change their plan, that of attempting Warsaw in front by Praga. On the last days of April, Dybiczt retired with the Russian army beyond the river Bug. The barbarities of the Russians during this warfare against the patriots in Lithuania were of the most revolting kind. April 26th, General Dwornicki surrendered his force, consisting of 4,000 men and 17 pieces of cannon, to the Austrians. He had been pursued by a superior force and was under the necessity of passing into the Austrian dominions. Dybiczt, with the principal Russian army, retreated in the direction of the Bug and Naru, to gain the Prussian frontier, to relieve the suffering state of the army. At Thorn there was a great supply of provisions, ammunition, and etc., waiting his approach. The Polish government issued a manifesto against Prussia for her shameful violation of the principle of non-interference. This conduct of Prussia destroyed all the advantages gained by Polish valor. The Prussians furnished supplies of every kind, and constructed bridges over the Vistula for the passage of this Russian army. In many instances, when the Russian troops were forced by the Polish soldiers into the Prussian dominions, they were suffered to return with their arms, while the Poles in all similar cases were retained prisoners. The conduct, too, of Austria was most outrageous. While the brave Dwornicki, the cannon provider, was withstanding a greatly superior force on the Austrian frontier, the Russians passed over neutral ground to outflank him. He was followed in his retreat by the Russians, who were allowed to retire, while the brave, patriotic, and devoted champions of Poland were obliged to surrender themselves prisoners of war to the Austrian forces stationed on the frontier. While a Polish corps was at Minsk, Skrzynecki united all his corps on the left, crossed the Bug, and forced his way to Ostrolenka, a flank movement of 80 miles, and defeated the Russian guards at Tyczocin. He then sent forward 300 Polish officers to Lithuania, there to organize the patriot forces. The sanguinary Battle of Ostrolenka was fought on the 26th of May, in which 20,000 Poles were opposed to 60,000 Russians. This battle was fought with an inveteracy unexampled. Quarter was out of the question. The Poles having succeeded in passing to the right bank of the Neru, they attempted to destroy the bridge. This they were unable to effect, as the Russians were protected by numerous artillery placed on the opposite bank. Several regiments of Poles, under a most galling fire, attempted to arrest the progress of the Russians. The combat was for a long time one of slaughter. They fought man to man, and thousands were killed by being thrown into the dike which passes along the marshy shore of the Neru. The battle did not end till 12 o'clock at night, when the exhausted Russians retrograded as far as the bridge, and the Polish army commenced a retrograde movement unmolested and fell back on Praga. The loss of the Poles in this battle has been stated at 4,000 men. The Russians suffered very severely and had 3 generals killed. The Russian guards are said to have displayed great bravery in the action. It was the object of Dybich to cut off the retreat of the Poles. The 2nd Polish Corps under General Lubensky displayed great gallantry on the 25th. It forced its way, at the point of a bayonet, in a retreat from Czernik, through 40,000 Russians. It was subsequently ascertained that a correspondence had been kept up by traitors and Russian agents in Warsaw, through whose means Dybich was informed of the plans of the Polish commander-in-chief, and led to the disastrous Battle of Ostrolenka. On the same day that the Battle of Ostrolenka was fought, General Chaplowski gained a victory over the Russians at Mariampol, commanded by General Sakin. The Russian commander-in-chief, Dybich, died suddenly at Klekvo, June 19th, at the same time the headquarters of the Russian army. He had been superseded a short time previous to his death by Paskovich, who had greatly distinguished himself in the war against the Persians. Shortly afterwards, the Archduke Constantine died very suddenly. The Russian arms under Dybich in the campaign against enfeebled and distracted Turkey acquired a fictitious celebrity, but Russia has been entirely shorn of this fame by a handful of Polish patriots. Had it not been for this untoward war against Poland, Dybich's name might have descended to posterity as a renowned warrior. Poor Dybich became the laughing-stock of all Europe, and the boasted prowess of Russia has since been viewed in a very different aspect. Russia, in the height of her pride and in the full confidence of all her strength, was about to march her legions upon France, when the breaking out of the Polish Revolution afforded her sufficient employment nearer home. If Poland, at the commencement of the Revolution, had succeeded in establishing an energetic government, and possessed a leader fully competent to direct her valiant soldiers, the overbearing power and haughty pride of Russia might have been humbled to the dust. General Gielgund was sent with a force of 8,000 men into Samogitia, a district of Lithuania, and it was for a time successful, but it was defeated in an attack on Vilna and forced to retreat. On the 13th of July, the remains of the corps of Gielgud and Chaplowski, reduced to 2,500 men, passed over into the Prussian territory, when General Goglud was shot by a Polish officer. General Dembinski had entered Lithuania at Olita, about 55 miles west of Vilna, with a corps to aid the insurgents. The failure of Gielgud before Vilna obliged him to retreat. He forced his way through the Russians and arrived safely at Warsaw. This retreat was a masterly display of generalship. June 29th, a conspiracy was this day timely discovered in Warsaw, which was to set the Russian prisoners, 13,000 in number, at liberty. several disaffected officers attempted to bring about a counter-revolution in favor of the Russians. It was to be accomplished as follows. The prisoners having been allowed to go at large, they were to be supplied with arms, and on a signal being given, the powder mill was to be blown up, when a general attack was to be made on the citizens and National Guard. General Janowski, one of the traitors, to save himself, made the discovery of this horrid conspiracy just in time to save Warsaw. On the 14th July, General Chernyansky was attacked by General Rudiger's corps on this side of Minsk, 5 miles from Warsaw. When the Russians were defeated and forced to retreat, having 3,000 men killed, 900 prisoners taken, and 1,000 muskets. On the 12th, the main army of Paskowitz was encamped between Sisno and Kikal, and on the same day a great part of it passed the Vistula between Warsaw and the Prussian frontier. Having received from Thorn a great number of barges and materials for bridges, the Prussians, to facilitate the passing of the Russians, had constructed a bridge over the Vistula at Dworenka. On the 13th of August, General Skrzynecki resigned the command of the army to General Dembinski, compelled, by the force of circumstances, to do so, in order that faction might have no further pretext to injure his country. His letter of resignation on this occasion is full of generous devotion to the cause of his country. The Patriotic Club, irritated with the measures of government and dissatisfied at not seeing General Janowski condemned, determined to take violent measures. To these acts they were instigated by the base Krukowecki. On the 15th August at 8 a.m., the club formally demanded that Skrzynecki should be ordered to Warsaw. Then they proceeded to the castle that was protected by 2,000 of the National Guard, who made scarcely any resistance. On the same day, the Patriotic Club demanded the death of Janowski, and on the 16th the state prisoners concerned in the conspiracy for a counter-revolution were murdered in their rooms by the clubbists. 35 persons were thus put to death without ceremony. Among them were Generals Janowski, Volkowski, Hertig, Salaki, and Benthowski, the Russian Chamberlain, Fustin, etc. During the night, General Krukowecki was appointed governor of the city. He sent for a reinforcement, and his first measures were to put a stop to these horrors. August 17th, the government was dissolved, and Krukowecki was placed at the head of the new government, with very extended powers. He caused the arrest of the president and 10 of the club, and appointed General Prodnitsky to the chief command in the army. From the time that Krukowecki came into power, he took measures to deliver Warsaw to the Russians, and made every attempt to induce the Diet to demand an amnesty, and sent the main part of the Polish army to the right side of the Vistula, where the thunder of the Russian artillery was breaking over the devoted city. The proposals of Krukowecki were repelled by the Diet with indignation, who declared to the suspicious deputies, "Rather will we die here in our places than stain the honor of our country." The traitor was deposed at midnight and a new governor of the city named, which gave a new vigor to the fainting defenders of Warsaw. On the 6th of September, at daybreak, the Russian army of 100,000 men and 300 pieces of cannon advanced to storm Warsaw, which was defended with great heroism. On the 8th, after 2 days of hard fighting, it surrendered to Field Marshal Paskevitch. The Russians had 20,000 slain in storming Warsaw. The Poles lost about half that number in defense. The government and the most distinguished citizens retired with the main body of the army under the new commander-in-chief, Rybinski, upon Modlin and Plotzk. The army, however, kept in 3 divisions instead of uniting, which could thus offer but a feeble resistance to the Russian forces. As a last resource, the Poles crossed the frontiers into the Austrian and Prussian dominions. Upwards of 1,500 of the most distinguished leaders of the Polish Revolution were arrested and imprisoned at Warsaw, and to complete the measures of oppression and vengeance, the Russian troops fired upon the prisoners confined in one of the wings of the prison under the pretense of a revolt among the prisoners, though it was known that 3/4 of these were imprisoned for political offenses. Of 22 Polish generals that became, in manner, prisoners under the amnesty, the greater part were sent to distant parts of the Russian Empire, and but 4 returned to Poland. The soldiers were marched by thousands to Siberian exile, linked together by the wrists to bars of iron. The nobles were treated in the same ignominious manner, with their heads shaved and consigned to the dungeons and mines of Siberia, and the children were torn from their mothers and carried off to glut the vengeance of the autocrat of all the Russias. Numbers of the patriots that escaped after the fall of Warsaw, when the army passed the frontiers, have gone into voluntary exile and are now mourning over the calamities of their country, the loss of their homes, their wives, and their children. The Prussian government treated the Polish refugees that fled into her territory with horrible brutality, in order to force these now miserable and heartbroken outcasts into the iron fangs of Russian despotism. End of section 70.
Section 71 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Normand. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. Revolution in Greece, A.D. 1821 to 1827. Part 1. Among the extraordinary events of the 19th century, there is none that occasioned more thrilling interest at the time than the protracted and fearful struggle made by the modern Greeks to gain their independence. The classic soil of Athens and Sparta, Thebes and Corinth, for the last 4 centuries, had been profaned by Turkish despotism. It was the same soil that 2,500 years ago was the seat of learning and the abode of free institutions. It was the land of Homer and Demosthenes, Solon and Pericles, that, after the slumber of ages, was awakened to new life. The struggle, of which we are about to give a faint and rapid sketch, is the one made by the modern Greeks to achieve their country's independence and elevate Greece to an equal rank with civilized nations. And though this people had been so long under the most debasing slavery, they nevertheless displayed, during this momentous struggle, numerous deeds of valor worthy their renowned ancestors. Before entering on this eventful revolution, which began in the Morea, March 23, 1821, it will be necessary, in order fully to understand its origin, to state that some years before the commencement of hostilities, the patriots of Greece founded, in 1814, an association called the Hetera. There was a society established at Vienna the same year, of which Count Capodistrias was one of the first members. But it did not publicly avow any political designs. The headquarters of this society were at St. Petersburg, whither many of the most distinguished Greeks repaired under the pretext of having commercial business to transact. The Greeks, it appears, had at different times been called upon by Russia to shake off the Turkish yoke, namely, in the years 1769, 1786, and 1806. And a society, avowedly for the liberation of Greece, was formed in Paris in 1809. It was found that the beginning made in 1814 was too early to ensure success. A people who had been kept in an abject state of slavery needed first a due preparation and a general diffusion of knowledge, and the plans for such a weighty undertaking required to be well matured. The intercourse kept up with France was of great consequence in forwarding the cause of liberty in Greece, and the revival of literature and the spread of science brought with it an ardent desire for their country's freedom. This was further prompted by giving them the works of Goldsmith, Franklin's Poor Richard, Finland, and Montesquieu, which were translated into modern Greek at Athens, Saloniki, Smyrna, etc., and schools were established that were subsequently swept away by the war. The Hetera, or Society of Friends, kept up an active correspondence with the Greeks in different parts of Europe, who hastened to join it, while some men of the highest standing visited St. Petersburg to further their designs and even looked to Russia for aid. When this hope was found to be fallacious, the Greeks resolved to begin themselves. The first movement was made by Czerny George in 1817, an exiled chief of Servia, who was suddenly to appear in Servia, his native province, while Galati and other Grecian chiefs were to raise the standard in the south of Greece and Morea. Czerny George, the Servian, was treacherously betrayed and murdered on his way by Miłosz, a relative and former friend, and his head sent to Constantinople. Count Galati retired to Bucharest, and there shortly afterwards died. The next attempt was arranged for 1825. In the meantime, some chiefs, burning with desire for the glorious cause of freedom, began the revolution. These were M. Suso, Hospodar of Moldavia, one of the Hitarists, Alexander Ypsilanti, a major general in the Russian army, and Prince Catacozinas. Ypsilanti was to begin hostilities beyond the Danube, while all Greece was to be summoned with a proclamation. And to render their measures more certain, an explosion was to take place at Constantinople. Ypsilanti began before Moldavia was prepared to cooperate. His proclamation was energetic and called on all Greece to shake off the Turkish yoke. It roused the Moldavians, and Ypsilanti took possession of Bucharest, the capital of Wallachia, containing 80,000 inhabitants. But Russia disclaimed all participation in a manifesto which she published. Suzaco gave up the command in Moldavia, and the plot at Constantinople was frustrated. A chieftain who joined Ypsilanti was suspected of treachery. He was arrested and beheaded. This was Vladimir Resko, and the price of his correspondence with the Porte was that he was to be made hospodar. Ypsilanti was now forced to retire from Bucharest before 10,000 men who entered the city without firing a shot. The Hitarists who fell into the hands of the Turks were impaled alive, and numbers of children hung up by their feet along the roads. The monasteries were entered, and the inmates butchered. Prince Ypsilanti retreated to Targovist, followed by the Turks. A battle was fought at the monastery of Gioachin on the morning of June 17th. The Turkish infantry charged with loud shouts, but were repulsed with the bayonet. A second charge was repelled with equal firmness. At this juncture, the cowardice and treason of Carvilla, an officer of cavalry, changed the fate of the patriot army. He turned round and fled, and immediately the whole army was in confusion. Gioachin, with his corpse, displayed great firmness during the rout. The sacred band of about 400 or 500 young Greeks stood firm, while the rest fled and crossed the Oltau. These sustained the shock of 1,500 Turkish cavalry. They sold their lives nobly, determined to fall rather than yield. The disparity in numbers was too great for success, when about 400 fell. Such an example of patriotism had at most salutary effect on the Greeks. The army of Prince Ypsilanti being annihilated, he repaired to Trieste, intending to rejoin his countrymen in the Morea. The Austrian government seized him and imprisoned him at the castle of Montagetz in Hungary. When the intelligence of the insurrection in Moldavia reached Constantinople, the Sultan issued immediate orders to disarm all the Greeks in the empire, and a war of extermination at the capital commenced. The Greek patriarch Gregorius was murdered on the 22nd of April the day of the greatest festival of the Greek Church, and his body dragged by Jews through the streets of Constantinople. Several other ecclesiastics shared the same fate, and a number of Greek churches were destroyed, which exasperated the Greeks to a degree of desperation, who saw that nothing short of extermination awaited them. The priests in the islands of the Morea, from the atrocious acts at Constantinople, saw themselves doomed to certain destruction. They therefore exerted themselves strenuously to inspire the people to resistance and vengeance. By the 1st of April, the excitement became general. The inhabitants of Patras were disaffected by the exorbitant levies of the Turks. Mutual distrust began between Greeks and Turks, each prepared for the worst. Hostilities were first opened by the inhabitants of Suda, a large village near Calaverita, in the northern part of Arcadia. At Patras, the Greeks refused to give up their arms. When the Turks fired with cannon upon the place from the fortress, and soon took possession of it. Germanos, Archbishop of Patras, assembled an army of 4,000 peasants and took the city from the Turks. The scene that followed ended in the destruction of 300 houses and pillage. In the islands of Hydria, Spezia, and Ipsara, the greatest activity was displayed in fitting out ships of war, the united force of which was 80 or 90 vessels of 10 or 12 guns each, and 50 or 60 smaller vessels were supplied by other islands. The flag hosted by the Greeks consisted of 8 blue and white horizontal stripes. The superior activity of the Greek navy was soon shown. The first Turkish fleet left the Dardanelles on the 19th of May. It was followed by the Greek fire ships. On the 8th of June, they burned a ship of the line, ashore near Tenedos, compelling the Turkish fleet to put back to the Dardanelles. The Ipsarites landed on the coast of Asia Minor and took possession of Scindia, which was soon after retaken by the Turks, and the inhabitants murdered and driven away to the number of 35,000. It must be kept in mind during this struggle that the islanders displayed higher traits of patriotism and valor than the Morettes, in which the women took part in this struggle for liberty. The Turks next disarmed Candia and executed the archbishop and several clergymen. The peasants in the mountains and suburbs of Candia would not give up their arms. They united and succeeded in driving the Turks back into the towns, though they were thousands strong. In the month of November, the island of Cyprus was disarmed, and nearly all the inhabitants of Larnaca murdered. The peasantry, for uniting in their defense, had, in the month of August 1822, their villages, 62 in number, burned. In the meantime, the great Turkish fleet supplied their garrisons in the Morea with arms, ammunition, etc. The cause of Greece received a new impulse by the arrival of Demetrius Ypsilanti and Prince Alexander Cantacuzene. After some difficulty, Ypsilanti was appointed commander-in-chief, July 24, 1821, of the Peloponnesus, the archipelago, and all the liberated provinces. There was at this time dissensions among the Greek leaders. Tripolisia, the chief fortress of the Turks, was besieged by Demetrius Ypsilanti, and 8,000 Turks perished. It was in this fortress the Greeks obtained their first heavy cannon, and it became the seat of government till it was transferred to Argos. In Thessaly, Ulysses with several other leaders or capitani defeated near Thermopylae a Turkish army which had advanced from Macedonia. Prince Marvardito received the chief command of the Albanian forces. When the government began to acquire some form, after much difficulty and dissension, Prince Marvosadito succeeded, January 13, January 1st, 1822, in establishing an approximation to a federative constitution at Epidaurus, until the Second National Assembly in Astro, March 14th, 1823. At this convention, more than 60 deputies attended. The western part of Greece, Acarnania, Anatolia, and Epirus, sent 30 deputies to Missolonghi, who, under the presidency of Alexander Mavrocordato, formed a government consisting of 10 members. The eastern part of the mainland sent 33 deputies to Salona, under the presidency of Theodore Negres, forming the Arigopathy of 14 members, November 16th. And the Morea, or Peloponnesus, with the islands of Hydra, Ipsara, Spazia, and etc., sent to Argos 60 deputies, who assembled December 1st, under the presidency of Prince Demetrius, and established the Peloponnesian Gerousia of 20 members. These three governments, Missolonghi, Salonia, and Argos, were to prepare a permanent constitution. With this view, 67 deputies from all the Greek provinces formed the First National Assembly in Epidaurus, January 10th, 1822, under the presidency of Mavrocordato, and on the 13th proclaimed the Constitution, which was provisionary, and on the 27th the Congress of Epidaurus issued a manifesto, in which they pronounced the union of the Greeks under an independent federative government. The central government was fixed at Corinth, and sometime after at Argos. We are obliged to pass over many of the moments till the arrival of the great Turkish fleet, April 11th, when 15,000 barbarian Asiatic troops were landed at Scio, and soon this delightful and flourishing island was changed into a scene of fire and blood. Down to May 25th, the Turks, according to their own list, sold into slavery 41,000 Sinai, mostly women and children. The Capudan Pacha was next prepared to desolate Ipsara, Sin, and Samos. But the Ipsarites, with 70 small vessels and fireships, hovered round the Turkish fleet, and in the night time rowed among their ships while they lay in the road of Scio, and attached fireship to the Capudan Pacha's vessel, which blew up with 2,286 men, and the Pacha himself, mortally wounded, was carried ashore, where he died. Another ship of the line narrowly escaped. These daring acts of the Ipsarites stupefied the Turks, from which, when they had recovered, they destroyed the lost traces of cultivation. The savage fury of the Turks about this time may be judged by the fact that they bought the wretched Ciots at Constantinople merely for the pleasure of putting them to death. The Pacha of Saloniki, Alabolta, boasted that he had destroyed 1,500 women and children in one day. 150 villages and 5,000 Christians experienced the fate of Scio. While all these horrors were taking place, Mavrocordato, president of the Executive Council, was organizing the government, which met with resistance from the vaciousness of Kolokochron and others. It had now become important to cover Missolonghi, the stronghold of Western Hellenes, from the weakened state of the army. Mavrocordato, with 300 men, and Marco Botzaris, with 22 soldats, on the 5th of November, threw themselves into Missolonghi, while 11,000 Turks advanced against it. Another force of 25,000 under Khurshid, principally cavalry, passed Thermopylae, and as they advanced through Lavidia, laid everything waste, and occupied Corinth. In attempting the passes of Larcia, Khurshid was repelled 3 times by Ulysses. Khurshid died November 26. Most of this cavalry perished for its rashness in the defiles of Morea, and the remainder formed a junction with 5,000 men of Yusuf Pacha's army, and sent reinforcements to Napoli de Romana. The Greek fleet kept the great Turkish fleet from affording relief to this place. Ulysses, Kolokotroni, and Ypsilanti now prosecuted their options with great zeal and drove the Turkish forces out of the Morea. Nikitas fell upon them in the defiles of Tritas, and only 2,000 escaped to the Isthmus of Corinth, where Ypsilanti fell upon and destroyed them. More than 20,000 Turkish soldiers perished in less than 4 weeks. In Greece, there were yet some 1,000 Turks that held the Isthmus and the Acrocornitis that were soon after dispersed and destroyed. The Turkish fleet left the Gulf of Lepanto, where it had failed against Missolonghi. It was unable to break the line of 57 Greek ships blockading Romania, and at last came to anchor off Tenedos. November 10th, a small number of Ipsarites carried fire ships along the fleet, and fired the ships of the admiral and the captain Bay. The latter was blown up with 1,800 men. 3 frigates were wrecked on the coast of Asia, and a vessel of 36 guns captured. Of 35 vessels, 18 only returned much injured to the Dardanelles. The 17 Ipsarites who had done these exploits arrived in safety at Ipsara, and Canaris and Melani were rewarded by the Euphoria with naval crowns. Again, the Greeks were masters of the sea. It enabled them to blockade the Turkish fort, which was acknowledged by Great Britain. The change of ministry in England was most fortunate for Greece. With Canning as primer, and Maitland Lord Commissioner of the Ionian Isles, they had less hostility directed against them. Omar Verini was repulsed by Mavrocordato and Botzaris before Missolonghi, where he lost his cannon. Napoli de Romania was taken from the Turks December 12th. End of section 71.
Section 72 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schöll. Revolution in Greece, A.D. 1821 to 1827, Part 2. A proclamation to the European powers was issued April 15, 1822, which the Holy Alliance considered incompatible with their views on legitimacy, though disposed to be lenient towards the suffering state of Greece. The dissensions among the Greek leaders had an unfavorable influence on their cause with the European cabinets. Kolokotroni meditated a division of the Morea into hereditary principalities. The central government called a Second National Assembly at Astro, January 1823, which averted a civil war, while the judicious measures of Mavrocordato tended to bring about concord. When the National Assembly opened, March 14th, at Astro, it consisted of 100 members. Mavromichalis was elected president, Theodore Negris secretary, and the perfidious and avaricious Kolokotroni submitted to the assembly. Kondurioti was chosen president of the legislative, and Petro Mavromichalis, Bey of Mina, of the executive council. Both legislative bodies resolved to raise about 50 million piastres to levy and equip 50,000 men and 100 large men of war. The French military code was adopted. This assembly proclaimed the new constitution of Astro April 23, 1823. Several changes took place in the ministry. Mavrocordato was made president and Kolokotroni vice president. This year the Sultan had determined upon exterminating the suffering Greeks. Mavrocordato was placed at the head of the army, and Orlandi, a Hydriot, organized the navy, now consisting of 403 sails, with cannon. The largest ship carried 26 guns, and Miaoulis was admiral. M. Tumbasis of Hydra, George Demitraki of Spezzia, and Nicholas Apostolis of Ipsara, vice-admirals. The financial department met with much difficulty. In March, the fleet had gained a victory over the Egyptian flotilla, destined for the invasion of Candia, though it was unsuccessful in its attempt to prevent the landing of Turkish troops. M. Botzaris the Suliot now commanded the forces in western, and Ulysses in eastern Greece. The battles fought during this year were not less fierce and sanguinary than those in 1822. M. Botzaris surprised the Turkish camp at Karpenisi at midnight with 500 Suliots and penetrated to the tent of the Pasha of Delvino, but in the moment of victory received a mortal wound. The victory, however, was completed by his brother Constantine. The noble Botzaris, as he expired, exclaimed, "How sweet it is to die for one's country!" The defeat of the Turks was complete, all their baggage and artillery being taken, and the Pasha made prisoner. The members of government were at Argos in November 1823. About this time the campaign was finished, though a partisan warfare continued in Thessaly and Epirus. Societies in England aided the Greek cause by means of loans and by supplies of arms. The illustrious poet Lord Byron took a deep interest in the struggle made by the Greeks to throw off the Mohammedan yoke. His zeal led him to offer his personal and pecuniary aid in their cause. He embarked August 1823 with 5 or 6 English friends in an English vessel he had purposely hired, and arrived in Greece at the beginning of the third campaign, where he was received with marked distinction. On his arrival at Kefalonia, where he first established himself, he addressed a letter to the Greek government, and was induced by the information he received to advance £10,000 for the relief of Messalongi, where he afterwards, with Colonel Stanhope, took an active part in organizing the artillery. Byron himself established printing offices and schools in Messalongi. He also took 500 Suliots into his pay, but found them very refractory and unwilling to march with him as he designed upon Lepanto. This preyed greatly upon his spirits, and he soon after became dangerously ill and died at Messalongi, April 19, 1824. His death was solemnized by a general mourning of 21 days. The Turks began the campaign of 1824 with much more vigor than it had previously been carried on. Peace being concluded with Persia, July 28, 1823, and a rebellious Pasha of St. Jean d'Arc having yielded voluntary submission to the Porte, it was enabled to send forces from Asia, and those that had been stationed in Moldavia and Wallachia now evacuated. The preceding campaign had taught the Turks that the destruction of the Greek navy was their only means of succeeding in subduing Greece. The Capudan Pasha, Khosru, sailed from Mytilene July 3rd with 2 ships of the line, 8 frigates, 4 corvettes, 40 brigs and smaller vessels to the amount of 200. Among the latter were a number of neutral transport ships belonging to the Russians, Austrians, and others, hired by the Capudan Pasha, that sailed from the Dardanelles April 28th. The Russians were now on the most friendly terms with the Grand Seignior, and aided the Turks with transport ships. There were besides Austrian, Italian, and Spanish vessels engaged against the liberties of Greece. To oppose the armament of the Capudan Pasha, the Ipsariots had 2,500 men, the entire male population, and a corps of Albanians and fugitive Skiots, about 1,500 in number, divided into 4 companies. Their forces were provided with batteries, ammunition, and so on. The Turks landed silently in the night, in spite of the vigilance of the islanders, and advanced in 3 columns. 1 advanced upon the town, and 2 proceeded to the batteries, taking them in the rear, when the most horrible butchery was perpetrated. 500 Albanians shut themselves up in Fort St. Nicholas, which defended the town. Wretched and afflicted mothers first flung their children from high precipices and then cast themselves into the sea. The Albanians in the fort barricaded the gates and killed half of the first assailants. The Turks concentrated their forces to reduce the fort, and during the night made a dreadful assault upon the Christians, who, in defense, performed prodigies of valor. But unable longer to withstand the overwhelming force of the barbarians, they threw open the gates, suffered 2,000 men to rush into the fort till it was entirely filled, and, on a concerted signal, in an instant all were blown up and buried amidst its ruins. This took place on the 4th of July. By the disasters of Ipsara, 4,000 Christians perished, besides the total destruction of all property, with 100 vessels of different sizes belonging to the islanders. Admiral Miaoulis, with a Greek fleet, arrived before Ipsara on the 8th of July, when the Turks immediately put to sea, and numbers were captured. The Greeks, on landing at Ipsara, found nothing but ruins and heaps of putrid corpses. But the dreadful stench obliged them to retire from this scene of horror. The atrocities perpetrated at Ipsara by the barbarians at once roused up all the energies of Greece with dire revenge. The next attempt of the Capudan Pasha was upon Samos. Canaris, the brave Ipsariot, with a fire-ship, destroyed a 40-gun frigate under sail, and several transports shared a similar fate, besides a Tunisian brig of war and a large Tripolitan corvette. On the 21st, another fleet of transports destined for Samos were dispersed and partly destroyed. The following day, the Turkish fleet attempted to make the passage from Cape Trogyllium to the opposite shore, but the appearance of 2 or 3 fireships caused such terror in the Ottoman fleet as to drive it in disgrace on the Asiatic coast. Some time after, a junction took place between the Egyptian vessels and those of the Capudan Pasha, intending to return to Samos. The skill and boldness of the Greeks destroyed a number of these with their fireships, and thus astounded the Turks with their deeds of valor, who were glad to effect a retreat to the Dardanelles. In November, the Egyptians sustained severe damage from their enemy on the northern coast of Candia. The forces of the Greeks successfully repelled their barbarian invaders by land, so that the campaign of 1824 was glorious for Greece, and its prospects more cheering than had appeared at any time previous. This gladdening prospect continued up to the beginning of February. The government of Greece now began to assume harmony and strength, and commerce revived. Their army was attempted to be organized after the European tactics. Justice was regularly administered, and freedom of the press allowed. In Missolonghi 4 newspapers were issued twice a week. In the midst of these cheering prospects for Greece, an Egyptian fleet, which had been delayed some months, sailed on the 19th July from Alexandria, consisting of 9 frigates, 4 corvettes, 40 brigs and galiots, with 18,000 troops in 240 transports. This armament, under Ibrahim Pasha, was destined to subdue and desolate the Morea. The Egyptian and Turkish fleets, united in the Gulf of Bodrum, September the 4th, where a naval action ensued. Canaris blew up a 44-gun Egyptian frigate and a brig. The fleets then separated. The Turkish fleet returned to Constantinople, and Ibrahim's fleet to the Gulf of Bodrum. Soon after, Miaoulis attacked it off Candia and destroyed a frigate, 10 small vessels, and 15 transports. When he retired to Rhodes, further weakened by the plague on board his ships and frustrated in his plans of conquering the Morea. Notwithstanding the critical situation in which Greece was now placed by the power of Egypt being exerted against her, we find the peninsula in the most distracted state by the dissensions and broils of the Capitani. In October, the election for the 3rd term commenced. The Executive Council at Napoli di Romagna consisted of 63 members. The president, Mavrocordato, resigned, and Panuzzo Notaras was chosen his successor. Kolokotroni was disappointed in his ambitious views. Some other disaffected chiefs raised the standards at Tripolitsa, under the command of Panos Kolokotroni. Troops were sent thither by the command of Konduriotti, and after several battles the rebels were defeated and dispersed, and Panos Kolokotroni killed. About this time, the famous Amazon Bobolina, a follower of Kolokotroni, was assassinated. Ulysses entered into a secret treaty with the Turks, but was defeated and captured. In attempting to escape from a tower, he received a fall and died in consequence thereof. Kolokotroni, the father, finding himself deserted, surrendered himself up in December 1824. Several other leaders of this rebellion fled, and the rest were seized. The government now exerted itself to carry into effect the provisions of the law and keep up discipline in the army. The annual revenue the Porte received from the Peloponnesus alone amounted to 35 million Turkish piastres. In the campaign of 1825, Ibrahim Pasha landed his troops in the Morea, and Missolonghi was besieged by Redshid Pasha, aided by the fleet of the Capudan Pasha. This calamitous event was owing to the treachery and dissensions of the Greek chiefs, which permitted Ibrahim to land between Coron and Morden, February the 22nd, 1825, an army of 4,500 men, and the next month his force was augmented to 12,000 drilled with French officers after the European tactics. He had besides an excellent body of cavalry. Ibrahim besieged Navarino, which soon fell into his power. He next pressed on to Tripolitza. Old Kolokotroni was pardoned by the government, which received his assurances of fidelity, and in May 1825 the command of the Peloponnesus was entrusted to him. A third siege of Missolonghi was commenced April 22nd. The Pasha's fleet lost several ships in an engagement with the Greek admiral Sakturi near Cape Doro. Kalamata and Tripolitza were taken by Ibrahim, who went on destroying everything till he reached Argos. He then received a severe check from Kolokotroni's army, which caused him to fall back to Tripolitza. When Ibrahim found that the Greeks would not obey him or submit to his authority, he put the men to death, carried the women and children slaves to Egypt, and desolated every place within his reach. Missolonghi, defended by Noto Botzaris, the first among the brave, was now closely besieged by the Turks, having before it 35,000 land forces and 4,000 by sea. After a severe contest of several days, they were totally defeated August 2nd, 1825. The Turks lost 9,000 men. During this siege, the brave and active Miaoulis arrived with his fleet and burned several of the enemy's ships and forced the rest to retire. The siege of Missolonghi was raised October 2nd, 1825, 4 months and a half from its commencement. In the meantime, Ibrahim was carrying terror with his arms and desolating the Morea more widely, and the government was in great danger, having entirely lost the confidence of the auxiliary societies in England, whose loans had been improperly laid out. At last the Greeks sent deputies to England, resolved to throw themselves on the protection of Great Britain. Before the arrival of their deputies, the English government had issued, September 30th, a declaration of neutrality. But the alliance of the powers of Europe prevented the interference of any single power in behalf of Greece. Sir Stratford Canning, the English ambassador to Constantinople, set out in January 1826 and on his way had a long interview at Hydra with Mavrocordato and other Greek statesmen with a view to inform himself respecting the state of Greece. He then proceeded to Constantinople, where he arrived the last of February. About the same time, March, the affairs of Greece were discussed at St. Petersburg by Lord Strangford, the British resident minister there, and who had formerly been minister to Constantinople, and the Duke of Wellington, envoy extraordinary, who had been sent thither by Canning. A hope now began to be cherished that the independence of Greece would be acknowledged by the Christian powers of Europe. The Pasha, fully bent on reducing Missolonghi, had landed more troops in the Morea in order to carry on a winter campaign. The affairs of Greece were at this time in the most gloomy state, having scarcely 6,000 men under arms to withstand this rapacious foe. While the money furnished by the friends of Greece for the equipment of the army was squandered by the Capitani. The French at this time were busy intriguing against the English agents to the great injury of Greece. In the midst of all these disasters, the Greeks succeeded,
November 24th, in throwing into Missolonghi, besieged for the fourth time, a supply of ammunition and provisions for this garrison, which had so gallantly repulsed an attack, both by sea and land. A body of troops sent by Ibrahim against Corinth was destroyed by Nicetas. End of section 72.
Section 73 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schul. Revolutions in Greece, AD 1821 to 1827, Part 3. In December, the Greeks fitted out another naval equipment at Hydra for the safety of Missolonghi, where Miaoulis, January the 8th, put to flight the Capudan Pasha's fleet, which some time after returned, when another attempt made to throw supplies into the place failed. On the 28th, Missolonghi was summoned to surrender, which was bravely set at defiance. The fleets had an engagement in the Gulf of Patras, when Canaris destroyed with his fireships a frigate and several smaller vessels. Ibrahim, dissatisfied with the Capudan Pasha, caused his dismission. The success of the battle enabled the Greeks to furnish Missolonghi with some further supplies, but they failed in attempting it again, February 12th, then blockaded by the Turco-Egyptian fleet. The siege of Missolonghi was carried on with vigor by Ibrahim Pasha alone, who had before it 25,000 men, and of these 9,000 were regular troops. He had before it 48 cannon that had been sold him by the French, and he was aided by Pierre Boyard, a general, a Bonapartist, notorious for his cruelties in Egypt, Spain, and Santo Domingo. The frequent overtures made by Ibrahim to the garrison to surrender during its bombardment were rejected. The assault continued from February 28th till March the 2nd, when it was attacked by sea and land with a loss to the besiegers of 4,000 men. The valor of the garrison had sustained it for a fifth time, though it was nearly destitute of provisions. In a short time, the sufferings of the garrison became extreme, and the surrounding country was devastated by the barbarian forces. Their sufferings and heroic defense gained for Greece many ardent and active friends in Europe, and funds were immediately raised for the heroic sufferers. Mr. Eynard of Geneva made them a liberal donation in addition to 50,000 francs he had before given, and it was on his representation respecting the Greeks that the Committee of Paris voted 60,000 and that of Amsterdam 30,000. With these means supplies were sent, and the Greeks were successful in throwing some of them into the place in the face of great difficulties. From April 15th, Ibrahim directed all his attention to prevent supplies being sent from Zante in small boats. The situation of the besieged had now become truly deplorable. On the 17th and 18th, they began to die of hunger. The 4 following days, their horrors hourly increased. Mines were now prepared in various parts of the city to blow it up, as they were determined not to surrender. On the 21st and 22nd, the Greek fleet under Miaoulis made an attempt to relieve the sufferers that proved unavailing. His ships were too small to contend with the overwhelming fleet of Ibrahim, consisting of 6 ships of the line, 8 or 10 frigates, and 90 vessels of different sizes. Missolonghi, at length, reduced to a heap of ruins, fell April the 22nd, 1826. At midnight, about 2,000 men, accompanied by women and children, rushed out on the batteries of the enemy. 500 Greeks fell on the spot, while the rest, amounting to 1,800, under Notobotaris and Kitsos Isavelas, reached Salona, and afterwards fought at Athens. Those that remained in the city, about 1,000 in number, mostly women and children with old men, blew themselves up by the mines that had been purposely prepared. At daybreak the barbarians entered the city. Thus fell Missolonghi, which had so long been the stronghold of western Greece. The plain between Missolonghi and the mountains was covered with the dead bodies of the Suliots, who had been its most valiant defenders. Many escaped to the mountains. More than 3,000 pair of ears were cut off the dead, and sent as a precious trophy to Constantinople, and above 5,000 women and children were made slaves. The annals of history can furnish but few instances of such ardor, firmness, and perseverance as was exhibited by the Greeks during this memorable siege. Mr. Mayer, a Swiss editor, in a letter he wrote a short time before the fall of this place, says, quote, "A few days more, and these brave men will be angelic spirits who will accuse before God the indifference of Christendom for a cause which is that of religion. We are drawing near our final hour. History will render us justice. Posterity will weep over our misfortunes. May the relation of the siege of Missolonghi, which I have written, survive me. I have made several copies of it." Lord Byron, who died at Missolonghi in April, had resided in that place since the beginning of January of the same year. Missolonghi was fortified in 1823 under the superintendence of English officers, and partly at the expense of a patriotic Englishman whose name, Murray, deserves to be handed down to posterity. It had been made the strongest hold in Greece. Ibrahim was now in possession of Modon, Coron, Navarino, and Patras, and had already removed 3 pashas. It only remained for him to gain possession of Napoli di Romagna, to be master of the islands of the archipelago. This fact at once opened the eyes of the European powers, who now looked with distrust on Ibrahim. Great exertions by societies in France, Germany, Switzerland, and England were made in behalf of the suffering Greeks, and many new societies were formed, when a change of measures in the English ministry had a most decided influence on their destiny. By order of Canning, the Duke of Wellington at St. Petersburg had signed the protocol for the interference of the 3 great powers in behalf of Greece. It was the wish of Canning to adjust the difficulties between Greece and Turkey without any reference to Russia, but death at this period sealed his noble designs. While these measures were slowly advancing among the diplomatic corps, Ibrahim was desolating the Morea, and the struggling Greeks, a prey to every kind of horror, were dying of hunger. June 17th, 1827, Athens capitulated to Rashid Pasha. Lord Cochrane now arrived with steam vessels from England to aid the Greeks, and General Church had the command of the land forces. New dissensions arose at Napoli di Romagna, and Palmade began to cannonade the city to force the payment of arrears. The executive fled to Aegina. In this state of desperation, the Greeks looked to Russia, and chose Count Capodistria as their president, who entered on his office January 22nd, 1828. In the meantime, a treaty for the settlement of Greece was signed July 6th, 1827, at London by the plenipotentiaries of England, France, and Russia. This treaty was communicated to the ambassadors of the 3 powers residing at Constantinople, and on the 16th of August their joint note was sent to the Reis Effendi. The Porte refused to admit the interference of the three powers, and further attempts to induce the Porte to listen to the mediation of the Allied powers proved unavailing. The Greek government proclaimed an armistice on the 25th in conformity with the Treaty of London. September the 9th, the Turco-Egyptian fleet arrived at Navarino, and on the 13th, a British squadron under Admiral Codrington reached this bay. By the 22nd, the French squadron, commanded by Admiral Rigny, and that of Russia under Count Hayden, united. The admirals had an interview with Ibrahim Pasha on the 25th and informed him of their determination to establish an armistice de facto between Greece and Turkey. On the following day, Ibrahim attempted to sail from Navarino, but was prevented. When he found he would not be suffered to remove his fleet, he commenced the work of destruction by burning houses, destroying vineyards, and the most wanton massacre of women and children. In consequence of these atrocious deeds, the combined fleet entered the port of Navarino to compel Ibrahim to desist from these brutal outrages. October the 20th, the combined fleet passed the batteries and by 2 p.m. were ready for action. The Turco-Egyptian fleet was drawn up in the form of a crescent. Their large ships presented a broad side, and between these small vessels intervened. The Allied squadron was led by the Asia, the ship of Admiral Codrington, and was followed by the Genoa and Albion, and anchored alongside a ship of the line, bearing the flag of Capitana Bay, and a large double-bunked frigate, while Morahim Bey, the commander of the Egyptian fleet, was on the other side of the Asia. The Turks brought on the action by killing 2 Englishmen, and it soon became general, raging furiously for 4 hours. It ended in the destruction of the Moorish fleet that, a short time before, had consisted of 3 ships of the line, 84 guns each, a razee, 16 frigates, 27 large corvettes from 18 to 24 guns, and the same number of brigs with 6 fireships. Of this armament there remained afloat after the action but 20 corvettes and brigs, and these were abandoned. The intelligence of the destruction of the Moorish fleet at Navarino was received with the liveliest joy by all the friends of Greece, both in Europe and America. This arose from the conviction that this blow had decided the freedom of the Greeks, who, during 6 years of extreme suffering, had been a prey to the most dreadful horrors. There was now an involuntary suspension of hostilities. Soon afterwards, the Greek pirates began to infest the seas, which caused the admirals of the United Squadron to send a warm remonstrance to the Legislative Council of the Greeks. After some punishments had been inflicted upon the offenders, safety was restored in those seas, but not until the British had destroyed the headquarters of the pirates in Candia, February 28, 1828. The Porte was exasperated in the highest degree with the annihilation of its fleet at Navarino, and forthwith seized and detained all the vessels of the Franks at Constantinople, where they were kept from November the 2nd till November the 19th, and even stopped all communication with the ministers of the Allied powers till indemnification should be made for the destruction of the fleet. The Sultan, in the height of his rage, prepared for war, and used all the means in his power to inflame the passions of the Moslems. In December, the ministers of the 3 powers left Constantinople when the Porte adopted conciliatory measures. In the meantime, all the Moslems from the age of 19 to 50 had been called to arms. On the 30th, the Sultan Mahmud heard that Persian Armenia had fallen into the power of Russia, where Paskevich had achieved a series of splendid victories. By this time, Capodistria, the president of Greece, had appointed the able Trikoupi his Secretary of State, and had established a high national council called Panhellenion. February the 4th, at Napoli di Romagna, he also established a bank and reorganized the military. France and Russia each lent 6 million francs to aid the new state. In consequence of the death of Canning and a change of the English ministry, the Battle of Navarino was called an untoward event. The Porte continued to reject every proposal for settlement with Greece, and during this time, Ibrahim was carrying away the Greeks into slavery. A war broke out, March 1828, between Russia and Turkey, so that the Porte had, with this power alone, quite business enough to attend to. The French cabinet, in concert with England, now sent an army to the Morea under the command of General Mason, which arrived August the 29th in the Bay of Coron near Petalidi, and Admiral Codrington concluded a treaty with the Viceroy of Egypt, August the 6th, for the evacuation of the Morea by Ibrahim Pasha and for the liberation of the Greek prisoners, while those who had been carried away were to be freed or ransomed. October the 4th, Ibrahim sailed from Navarino with 21,000 men for Alexandria with the wreck of his fleet, leaving 2,500 in the Messenian fortresses. The French took undisputed possessions of Navarino and attacked and took the fortresses in Messina, so that Navarino, Modon, and Coron were soon in their possession. Patras, with 3,000 men, capitulated October the 5th, and the flags of the three allied powers, with the national flag of Greece, waved undisputed over these cities. Admiral Rigny conveyed the Turks to Smyrna. To defend the Morea from any new attacks of the Turks, a manifesto was issued by the ministers of the three powers, November the 16th, 1828, declaring, quote, that they should place the Morea and the Cyclades under their protection till the time when a definitive arrangement should decide the fate of the provinces which the Allies had taken possession of, and that they should consider the entrance of any military force into the country as an attack upon themselves. A French agent carried this note to Constantinople, to which an immediate answer from the Porte was required. But during this time the Greeks continued active hostilities. Demetrius Ypsilanti, having under him Kolokotroni and several leaders and 5,000 men, marched into Livadia and defeated the Turks November the 2nd at Lomotiko, and December the 3rd took Salona, then in succession Lepanto, Livadia, and Vonica. The Greeks commenced fitting out a great number of privateers. In consequence of these measures, the Sultan banished 25,000 persons, Greeks and Armenians not born there, from the city of Constantinople, and the Sultan still declined to recall his barbarous edict of extermination. Through the energetic measures of Capodistria, Greece began to recover herself after a long period of distraction. He divided the states of Greece into 13 departments. 7 of these formed the Peloponnesus, with 280,000 inhabitants and 8,543 square miles. The 8th, the Northern Sporades, 6,200 inhabitants, 106 square miles. The 9th, the Eastern Sporades, 58,800 inhabitants, 318 square miles. The 10th, the Western Sporades, with 40,000 inhabitants, 169 square miles. The 11th, 12th, and 13th, the Cyclades, North, Central, and South, 91,500 inhabitants, 1,176 square miles. Total inhabitants, 476,500 square miles, 10,312. The British plenipotentiary presented his credentials to the President of Greece, November 19, 1828,
and Colonel Fabier, after his return from France, took upon him the organization of the Greek army. On the delivery, at Constantinople, of the Protocol of the Three Powers in January 1829, a verbal answer was given by the Reis Effendi that the Porte wished for peace. In July, Sir Robert Gordon, the British ambassador, and Count Guillemont from France arrived at Constantinople. The successes of Dibic, who had crossed the Balkan mountains and was on his way towards Constantinople, compelled the Turkish plenipotentiaries to sign a treaty which recognized formally in the sixth article the Treaty of July 6, 1827. Peace between Russia and the Porte was signed at Adrianople September 14, 1829, and was ratified by the latter 6 days afterwards. Having brought down the affairs of Greece to the cessation of hostilities, it only remains to add a few particulars respecting the death of Capodistria. This individual became exceedingly unpopular with the Greeks, from his supposed attachment to Russian interests and the jealousy and impatience of restraint of the Greek chiefs. In the spring of 1831, the islands and province of Mina were in open resistance to the government. Miaoulis, Mavrocordato, and Kondurioti demanded a convocation of the National Assembly, the liberty of the press, and that certain state prisoners should be liberated. The insurgents took possession of Poros and the Greek fleet lying in the harbor. In August, the troops of the president attacked the town, while the Russian fleet was standing in to attack the Greek fleet in the harbor. Admiral Miaoulis then blew up his ships rather than suffer them to fall into the hands of the Russians. The city of Poros, deserted by its inhabitants, was reduced to ashes. In the meantime, the Mainotes were actively engaged by land against the government. The Russian fleet now appeared in the Gulf of Coron, when Miaoulis, who had been cooperating with the Mainotes with a small squadron, destroyed it for the same reasons he had done with the ships at Poros. October 9, 1831, as the president was going to attend service at the church, he was assassinated by two men who had repaired purposely to Napoli di Romagna. One fired a pistol at the head of Capodistria, and the other stabbed him with a Turkish dagger when he fell dead on the spot. These persons were George, the son, and Constantine, the brother of Mavromichalis, who had been imprisoned since January. Constantine was immediately killed by the guards of the president, and George was detained in custody. In 1832, the three powers obtained from the Grand Seignior a much more advantageous northern boundary line for Greece than had been granted in 1830. The line is to run from the Gulf of Volo in the Aegean Sea along a range of mountains to the Gulf of Arta in the Adriatic. By this arrangement, Acarnania and Aetolia, chiefly inhabited by Greeks, are included in the Kingdom of Greece, an acquisition of great importance as it adds nearly 100,000 inhabitants and almost 3,000 square miles to the new state. Besides, the frontier line is more strongly marked and will be easier of defense. This accession to Greece was obtained from the Grand Seignior for 50 million of Turkish piasters, which are to be deducted from the sum he had undertaken to pay to Russia. The present population of Greece is estimated at from 635,000 to 900,000 souls. Its territory, including Acarnania, Aetolia, and the islands, is about 18,000 square miles, equal to about 2/5 of the state of New York, and about equal to it in population. The Morea, or Peloponnesus, comprises 7,227 square miles, and nearly equivalent in extent to the state of Massachusetts. The same treaty which fixed the boundary line raised Otto, a Bavarian youth of 17 years of age, to the throne of Greece, who carried with him 3,500 Bavarian soldiers when, as stipulated, the French troops were to be withdrawn.
In the maintenance and aid of the new government, England, France, and Russia have provided and become responsible for a loan of $3,750,000 and have further agreed to furnish at 2 installments an equal amount should it be required for the good of the country. This loan is to be refunded in due time, and the payment of the interest is provided for. King Otto, the new monarch of Greece, arrived at Napoli di Romagna February the 6th, 1833. There were at this time in the port of Napoli di Romagna several ships of war belonging to England, France, and Russia. On the following day, King Otto issued a proclamation declaring his good intentions and well wishes for his adopted country and engaging to protect the religion of the Greeks. End of section 73.
Section 74 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schörl. War between Russia and Turkey, AD 1828 to 1828. Hostilities between Russia and Turkey commenced at a most fortunate period for the safety of Greece. The Porte, breathing vengeance and intent on exterminating the entire Greek population, would listen to no terms of accommodation offered by the Allied powers. The Battle of Navarino had, for the present, paralyzed the operations of Ibrahim Pasha, and after such a signal chastisement of the infidels by the Allied powers, they could not honourably withdraw their future protection to the Greeks, who had so long been left to contend alone against their cruel oppressors and murderers. The Porte was led to consider that Russia secretly favoured the Greek cause, and therefore took possession of Moldavia and Wallachia, and put restrictions upon its maritime commerce. This was an open violation of the Peace of Bucharest, on which, after an exchange of notes, the Russian minister left Constantinople. But through the exertions of the ministers of Austria and England, and the desire of the Emperor Alexander to preserve peace, the commencement of hostilities was avoided. Still, the Porte refused to give any satisfaction to the Russian court. Things remained in this state till the Emperor Nicholas issued his ultimatum, May 14, 1826, when the Porte granted all the demands of the court of Russia and promised that Moldavia and Wallachia, where the Porte had derived in 3 years a revenue of 37 million of piastres, to aid the prosecution of the war against Greece, should be restored. October 6, 1826, at Ackerman, the Russian ultimatum was accepted. The Porte also surrendered all the fortresses in Asia to Russia. This treaty was executed in 1827. The Sultan Mahmud had now his hands full of other business. Having determined to reform his army, he began by exterminating the corps of Janissaries, which he effected after a bloody battle in June 1826, when he formed his army on the European system. The Sultan himself wore the European dress and prohibited, throughout his empire, the calling of Christians dogs. This new system of reform led to a violent insurrection and the loss of 6,000 houses in Constantinople. In June 1827, the Porte refused the intervention of Russia, France, and England for the settlement of Greece, and seemed to bid defiance to the powers of Europe by attempting to rally together all his subjects for war. Russia declared war against Turkey April 26, 1828. In that document, the Emperor declared that he would not lay down his arms till he had obtained the following results, namely, the payment of all the expenses of the war, the acknowledgment of past treaties, inviolable liberty of the commerce of the Black Sea, the free navigation of the Bosphorus, and lastly, the fulfilment of the Convention of July the 6th for the pacification of Greece. The campaign opened May 7, 1828, by the Russian army of 115,000 men passing the Pruth, under Count Wittgenstein, commander-in-chief. On the 19th, the Emperor's staff arrived before Brelo, of which Diebitsch was chief. June 15th, in attempting to carry this place by storm, the Russians lost 640 men killed, 2 major generals, and 1,340 men wounded. June 20, Brelo surrendered to the Russians on condition of the garrison being permitted to retire to Silistria. 273 cannon, besides a great quantity of balls and ammunition, were taken. Up to July the 2nd, the Russian had taken 7 fortresses: Brilo, Matchin, Tulshka, Hersova, Kustenji, Kuzgon, and Managalia. Tulshka was defended by 91 cannon and 2,000 men. August 7th, the Russian flotilla before Varna attacked that of the Turks and captured 14 vessels. On the 20th of August, the Grand Vizier left Constantinople for the army. September 20th, the Seraskier of Wieden was defeated by General Geismar with great loss and compelled to retreat. About the same time, a Russian manifesto issued at St. Petersburg ordered a new levy of 4 men out of every 500 of the population. Varna was carried by assault after a siege of 2 months, October the 11th. Its garrison, originally amounting to 22,000 men, was reduced to 6,000. This was the most important fortress of the Turks and gave the Russians the command of the western coast of the Black Sea. On the 15th of October, the blockade of the Dardanelles was announced officially by Admiral Hehman. In July, the Turks retired into the strongly fortified mountain position of Shumla, where they had more than 40,000 men under the command of Hussein Pasha. The principal Russian force, 45,000 men, under Field Marshal Wittgenstein, with the Emperor, approached Shumla while the operations were going on before Varna. The Grand Vizier cautiously avoided giving battle to the Russians before Shumla. After the fall of Varna, the Russian army fell back from Shumla, October the 15th. Silistria was besieged in September and razed November the 10th. The heavy artillery of the Russians was abandoned. While these operations were going forward, General Paskovich, after signal success in Persia, was advancing through Asiatic Turkey with a victorious army and had gained a series of brilliant victories. By the 21st of September, the whole Pachalik of Bajazid, as far as the banks of the Euphrates, was conquered. The approach of winter put an end to this campaign, in which the Russians lost many men by disease and want of supplies. The loss of horses was great. The results of the campaigns in Europe and Asia were 2 Turkish principalities taken, 3 pashaliks, 14 fortresses, and 3 castles. Notwithstanding these losses of the Turks, the Porte refused the terms of accommodation offered before and during this campaign by the Emperor Nicholas through the British ambassador Lord Heytesbury, viz. Indemnification for the expenses of the war and security against future injuries and violations of treaties. The Sultan prepared for a new campaign. General Diebitsch was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Russian forces, February the 21st, 1829. The siege of Silistria was renewed on the opening of the campaign under the direction of Diebitsch, May 17th. The Turkish army, commanded by the Grand Vizier, attacked the Russians posted near the village of Eski Arnautlar at 3 in the morning. The battle lasted till 8 in the evening, when the Turks retired with a loss of 2,000 killed. On the 17th of June, a great battle was fought at Kulevcha, near Shunla, the Turks commanded by the Grand Vizier and the Russians by Diebitsch. The battle was fought with great obstinacy, when European tactics prevailed over Turkish courage. The Turks lost 5,900 killed, a great number of prisoners, 43 pieces of cannon, 6 standards, all their ammunition wagons, baggage, etc. June 30th, Silistria surrendered to the Russians. The garrison consisted of 8,000 men and the armed inhabitants that were made prisoners of war. 220 pieces of cannon, 80 stand of colours, and 2 three-tailed pashas were also taken, besides the whole of the Turkish flotilla. Immediately after the surrender of the fortress of Silistria, Dibic commenced preparations to pass the river Kamchik and the Balkan Mountains. On the 17th of July, the camp before Shumla was left, and by the 22nd, Dibic had attained the summit of the Balkan. In descending these mountains, the Russians encountered a Turkish force of about 7,000 men under the Seraskier Abdul Rahman and defeated him, taking 400 prisoners, 12 cannon, and 7 standards. On the 23rd, Mesembria was captured with 20 standards, 15 cannon, and 2,000 prisoners. And on the same day, Accioli was captured, containing 14 pieces of cannon, ammunition, etc. When the Russian army reached the shores of the Black Sea, it was able to cooperate with the fleet under Admiral Gregg. On the 24th of July, Burgas was taken, with 10 pieces of cannon and abundance of military stores. On the 25th, Ados was captured, with the whole Turkish camp, 600 tents, 500 barrels of gunpowder, 4 standards, etc. August 19th, the Russians approached Adrianople, and the next day took unresisted possession of the place, where negotiations commenced. September 14, a treaty of peace was signed. Russia agreed to the restoration of Moldavia and Wallachia, and all the towns occupied by them in Bulgaria and Rumelia. Moldavia was to have an independent administration and free trade, and the Russians freedom of commerce throughout the Ottoman Empire, agreeably to former treaties, and free commerce and navigation of the Black Sea to all nations at peace with Turkey. The Porte stipulated to pay as an indemnification to Russia 1,500,000 ducats of Holland for the losses of Russian subjects, and a further sum, as should be agreed upon, as an indemnity for the expenses incurred in the war. And the Porte acceded to the terms of Russia, Great Britain, and France for the settlement of the affairs in Greece. The indemnity for the expenses of the war was arranged in a subsequent act to be paid in instalments. On the first payment, the Russian troops were to retire from Adrianople, on the second to repass the Balkan, and on the third to repass the Danube, and on the fourth payment to evacuate the Turkish territory. So far, the Emperor Nicholas fulfilled his declaration and pledges to the Allies on the commencement of the war, after having gained the objects for which it was undertaken. In this campaign it has been stated that the Russians lost 200,000 men and 20,000 horses. It was stated in the papers at the time that the Russian forces at the commencement of the present campaign amounted to 541,731 regular troops and 146,601 irregulars, making a total of 688,332. End of section 74.
Section 75 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Scholl. England from AD 1816 to AD 1848, Part 1. Chapter 14. England from AD 1816 to the passing of the Reform Bill, AD 1832. The course of policy pursued by the British Cabinet mainly brought about the restoration of Louis XVIII to the throne of France. Its accomplishment loaded England with an enormous debt, as much in opposition to the wishes of the majority of Englishmen as the restoration of the Bourbons was contrary to the desire of the French nation. Since that event, the French have expelled the Bourbons, and the people of England have succeeded, after an arduous struggle, in the overthrow of Toryism, or more properly speaking, of military despotism. The glaring corruptions in the representation and the abuses which existed in the rotten borough system had long ago been clearly shown by writers of great political knowledge, and many of England's best and purest patriots had laboured to correct the abuses which existed in their representation. The Liberal journalists exerted themselves incessantly to effect this object, and it was repeatedly urged in Parliament with great force of eloquence. The accession of William IV, who soon became the most popular monarch that had reigned in England, proved favourable to the cause of liberty. After the overthrow of the Duke of Wellington and his cabinet, William called a Whig ministry with Earl Grey at its head, and this eminent statesman, with his colleague Brougham, carried through the long and ardently desired reform, which, eradicating the rotten boroughs, provided for the free and equal representation of the people of England in Parliament. The measures of the English government having a most important bearing on the general policy of Europe, it will be requisite here to take a hasty glance at the public measures of British statesmen, more especially of those who have so essentially aided the new and more enlarged line of policy, in accordance with the spirit of the age, and opposed to the slavish and despotic monarchies of Europe. In the 1820, George III died January 29th at the age of 82, after a reign of 60 years, the longest in the British annals. When George IV, who had been regent since February 3rd, 1811, succeeded to the throne of Great Britain, Earl Liverpool was nominated by the Prince Regent, First Lord of the Treasury, January 9th, 1812, and continued in office till 1827. His prudence and moderation at home were strikingly contrasted with the course pursued by Castlereagh, Minister of the Foreign Department. This latter minister destroyed himself by suicide, August 12, 1822. On his interment in Westminster Abbey, popular indignation against his memory was strongly exhibited, and that this was not without reason will appear by a reference to his many unfeeling and tyrannical measures and his violations of the Constitution. We are here constrained to offer a passing remark on the public character of this minister, whose true reputation is not generally known in this country. Castlereagh was hated for his tyranny. He was the dupe of courts and the betrayer of the people. The part he took in the Congress of Vienna, in parcelling out and trafficking away the rights of weaker states to build up a military despotism throughout Europe, loaded him with the execrations of all those people whom he had so basely sold. His death was considered in England as a happy event for the cause of liberty, which his measures had for so many years crushed. It will be seen that the foreign policy of England underwent a complete change after his death. In 1816, the income tax was taken off from personal estate, capital, and colonial possession. This was but shifting the burden of taxation from landholders to the working classes, those great consumers of the necessaries of life, who were now reduced to the greatest state of suffering. England for a time surmounted all these difficulties, and even greatly increased her foreign trade. This kept the manufacturing districts quiet, as long as they were well employed. In the month of August 1816, a British squadron of 5 sail-of-the-line and 5 frigates, under the command of Lord Exmouth, bombarded Algiers and destroyed the Algerine shipping, batteries, and magazines. When the Dey agreed to the total abolition of Christian slavery and the release of all Christian captives in his dominions. A few months after this defeat, the Dey was strangled, when piracy again flourished, till the French afterwards conquered this piratical city. The distresses in England led the populace to offer public insult and assail the Prince Regent, in 1817, on his return from Parliament to Carlton House. February 3rd, a royal message and accompanying documents were communicated to Parliament, giving information of the existence of societies, combinations, etc., in the metropolis and throughout the kingdom dangerous to the Constitution, and that insurrections had been planned. In consequence of this information, which was greatly exaggerated, the ministry took a high-handed course. Lord Sidmouth introduced a bill into the House of Lords for the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, which passed into a law, and Castlereagh was successful in carrying one to suppress debating societies and unlawful organisations, and a third bill was passed for punishing, with severity, all attempts to corrupt the army and navy. Sir F. Burdett, May 20th, again brought forward the question of parliamentary reform, in which he was aided by Sir Samuel Romilly. It was, however, lost, the votes being 265 against 77. 1818. One of the first measures after the opening of Parliament was the restoration of the liberties of the people by the repeal of the Habeas Corpus Suspension Act, accompanied by a bill of indemnity to screen the ministers for such a high-handed act. Sir Samuel Romilly declared on the second reading of the Indemnity Bill that it annihilated the rights of individuals and took all legal remedies from those who had suffered by an irresponsible and unconstitutional exercise of authority. In August 1819, there was a meeting at Manchester to discuss the question of parliamentary reform. It should here be stated that spies in the employment of government had gone about the country inflaming the minds of the people, and these same wretches, when detected, were shielded behind the power of the ministry. This meeting at Manchester was of a peaceable character, and was estimated at 50,000 souls, including the wives and children of the petitioners. There was no appearance or intention of riot, nor were there any arms among them. Mr. Hunt was the chairman, and during his speech the assembly was charged by the military, and many lives were sacrificed in a most inhuman manner. This nefarious transaction roused the indignation of the British populace. The distresses about this time in the manufacturing districts were heavily felt. The national debt, by a continuance of 23 years' war, had increased to about £900 million. Strong measures were taken to prevent public discussions. Ireland, at this time, presented nothing but a scene of conflict and misery. Earl Grey, in the House of Lords, moved for an inquiry into the conduct of the Manchester magistrates, but was defeated, and a similar attempt was made in the House of Commons, and this was also voted down. The subject was renewed before the recess of Parliament, but these false guardians of public liberty refused to inquire into this most flagrant outrage on the rights of the people, instead of which the ministers introduced several bills that became laws to be continued 5 years. These have gone by the designation of the 6 Acts. They were, first, a bill to take away the right of traversing in cases of misdemeanours. Second, for punishing any person found guilty on a second conviction of libel by fine, imprisonment, or banishment for life. Third, for preventing seditious meetings. Fourth, to prevent private military trainings. Fifth, the application of the severe stamp system to pamphlets under 2 sheets, and a more rigorous punishment of libels and seditious writings. Sixth, a bill giving magistrates the power of entering houses by night or by day for the purpose of seizing arms believed to be collected for unlawful purposes. 1820. The death of George III this year produced no difference in the public measures, although the aspect of England was quite changed by the great increase of trade and the diminution of taxes, and by better harvests. The renewal of specie payments and the increasing value of paper currency was highly favourable to manufacturers. The country was now recovering from the heavy burden of war in which she had so long been engaged. A daring conspiracy to assassinate ministers, called the Cato Street Conspiracy, was detected, for which Thistlewood and 4 of his companions paid the forfeit of their lives, and 4 others concerned were transported for life to Botany Bay. July 19th, 1821. The splendid coronation of George IV took place at Westminster Abbey. On the death of the Marquis of Londonderry, better known as Lord Castlereagh, Mr. Canning was called to the Cabinet as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, September 16th, 1822. One of the first measures of Canning was to check the fanatic influence of the French in Spain. In 1823, England allowed her subjects to aid the Greeks, and even acknowledged their right of blockade. With the republics of South America, she formed treaties of alliance, and in 1825 formally acknowledged the independence of the South American states. In the years 1825 and 1826, the commercial difficulties were great, occasioned by the speculation in foreign loans and in the most costly undertakings, which led to bankruptcies, and gave an unusual shock to men of business. Quote, "Bankruptcy spread like a vast fog over England, America, France, and Germany at the same moment, but the vigour of England is incalculable." Footnote: Crowley's Life of George IV. End footnote. 75 banks broke in the same number of days. and 255 joint stock companies that, a week before, were in high credit and ready for vast undertakings were in the Gazette. And yet, after such sweeping desolation, in another year confidence was re-established, commerce revived, and public business went forward with renewed activity and confidence. The numerous failures of banks threatened the labouring classes with ruin from the derangement of the currency. To remedy this alarming state of things, government immediately ordered the coinage of sovereigns with all possible dispatch. These were struck off at the rate of 100,000 a day and supplied to the country. Such was the activity of the mint on this occasion that for 1 week 150,000 sovereigns per day were coined. The Bank of England issued temporarily £2 notes. Thus the distress of the country was in a great measure relieved. In 1826, April 4th, England united with the court of St. Petersburg to compel the Porte to cease hostilities with the Greeks. Mr. Canning was appointed Prime Minister April 12, 1827, and died in the month of August of the same year. His policy was crowned by the recognition of the South American states, the maintenance of the independence of Portugal, and the treaty signed at London July 6th for the settlement of the war in Greece, which treaty led to the Battle of Navarino. Footnote. Mr. Brougham said of Mr. Canning in the British House of Commons, January 29, 1828, quote, "That great man fell a premature sacrifice to his struggles for the establishment of a noble system of policy, and it was to be hoped that the efforts he made, crowned as they were with success, might be followed up." End footnote. Lord Goodrich succeeded as First Lord of the Treasury. He retired from office January 8th, when the Duke of Wellington was made Premier, although the Duke had declared in Parliament the year before his entire unfitness for high civil office. In April, a Catholic Relief Bill was passed. George IV, King of Great Britain, died June 26, 1830, and was succeeded by his second brother, the Duke of Clarence, under the title of William IV. The administration of the Duke of Wellington was overthrown November 16th, and a few days after a new ministry was formed, with Earl Grey at its head, and Brougham Lord Chancellor. The Duke of Wellington's overthrow was ascribed to his resistance of retrenchment and his apprehension of popular riots and opposition to parliamentary reform. The political obstinacy of the Duke arose out of his ignorance and contempt of the people, and a blind confidence in his own supremacy and power, and a thorough disregard of public opinion, while events at home and abroad perplexed him. The continental monarchs of the Holy Alliance had looked to the Tory ministry with Wellington at its head for security and protection. What must have been the sensation in the courts of those countries when intelligence was received of the Duke's overthrow and resignation? The Whig ministry, with Earl Grey at its head, was pledged to support the Reform Bill. Footnote. In 1797, Lord Grey made a motion for reform. Its failure caused that great statesman, Fox, to withdraw from Parliament, which was by some judged to be a dereliction of duty. End footnote. This ministry took upon them a great task, an arduous responsibility. That gross abuses abounded in the British government no one could deny, and reform was demanded by the united voice of the nation. Mr. Brougham was pledged to parliamentary reform, the reduction of expenses and sinecures, and against negro slavery. The ministerial plan of reform by Earl Grey and his cabinet was brought forward by Lord John Russell on the 1st of March, and after a debate of 7 days, leave was given to bring in 3 bills for reforming the representation of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The bill was carried, after a debate of 2 days, to a second reading, March 22nd, by a vote of 302 to 301, but was lost on the third reading, the vote being 291 for the ministry, 299 against it. The King dissolved the Parliament in person on the 22nd of April. In the speech delivered on that occasion, William said, "I have been induced to resort to this measure for the purpose of ascertaining the sense of my people," etc. End of section 75. Section 76 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, 1737 to 1813, translated by Maximilian Scholl, 1768 to 1833. England from AD 1816 to AD 1848, Part 2. The new Parliament, of which a large number was pledged to support reform, assembled June 14, 1831, and was opened by the King, who recommended the question of a reform in the representation to their earliest and most attentive consideration. On the 24th, the Reform Bill was again brought forward by Lord John Russell in the House of Commons, and passed its second reading July 6th by a vote of 367 to 235, and to a third reading September 22nd by a vote of 349 to 236. The bill was carried up to the House of Lords, and on October 8th rejected by a vote of 199 to 158. Parliament was prorogued on the 20th of the same month. The rejection of the Reform Bill in the House of Lords on the 8th led to strong manifestations of popular fury against the nobility, especially those who had voted against the bill. At Nottingham and Derby, as well as other parts of the kingdom, riots commenced soon as intelligence of the defeat of the bill was received. On the 29th, 30th and 31st, dreadful riots took place at Bristol. Many of the public buildings and an immense amount of property were destroyed. 90 persons were killed and wounded at that time. Afterwards 5 were executed, and many were sentenced to transportation. The total damage done during this riot at Bristol was estimated at £300,000 sterling. Parliament was opened again December 6th by the King, and on the 12th Lord John Russell, a third time, introduced a new bill for reform, very similar to the former, and declared to be equally efficient. It was read the second time on the 18th by a vote of 324 to 162. On March 23rd it was brought up for a third reading, and passed by a vote of 355 to 239. The bill passed to a second reading in the House of Lords April 13th by a vote of 184 to 175. An amendment to defeat the bill was introduced by Lord Lyndhurst, which passed May 8th by a vote of 151 to 116, and on May 12th it was lost by a majority of 40. Earl Grey advised the King to create a sufficient number of new peers to secure the success of the bill, tendering his resignation as the alternative, which was accepted. On the resignation of ministers, great public excitement followed. The political unions, organised throughout the country, determined to refuse the payment of taxes, and demanded that the ministers should be reinstated. Earl Grey had stated that he would stand or fall by this bill, and that nothing less efficient should be supported by him. The excitement was so great in Birmingham that 100,000 persons assembled suddenly and spontaneously, and forwarded an immediate express to London. There was a firm determination to have the Reform Bill carried or pay no taxes, and this determination was echoed from every part of the kingdom. There was no riot. The people had risen in their collective strength to assert their just rights. Bursts of indignant feelings were directed against the bishops and nobility. The Duke of Wellington failed in his attempts to form a ministry when Earl Grey and his colleagues were reinstated in office May 18th with the assurance from the King of having a sufficient number of peers created to secure the passing of the bill. When the Lords were apprised of this fact, they resolved to let it pass. June 14th, the bill passed a third reading by a vote of 106 to 22, and the royal assent was given by commission on the 17th of the same month. It is worthy of remark that not one of the bishops was present on the final passage of the bill. In answering the forebodings and objections made to it by the Lords, Earl Grey said, quote, that the peace, power and prosperity of England would all be increased by the reform. End quote. By it, 22 new boroughs in England are to send 2 new members each, 19 new boroughs, 1 each, 62 new members are added to the English county members, 3 to the county members, and 2 to the borough members of Wales, 5 to the Scotch members, and 5 to the Irish members. By this Reform Bill, 56 of the old boroughs, called rotten or decayed boroughs, have been wholly disenfranchised, and 30 boroughs that before sent 2 members each are to send but 1. The united borough of Weymouth and Melcombe Regis, which before sent 4 members, is to send but 2 county members under the Reform Act. Formerly, each county sent 2 members, except Yorkshire, which returned 4. total 82. The counties in Wales, 1 each, total 12. By the Reform Act, the number of the county members of England is raised to 144, those of Wales to 15, and 26 English counties are divided and return 4 members each, 7 counties 3 each, the ridings of Yorkshire 2 each, and the 6 remaining counties 2 each, and the Isle of Wight 1. Of the 12 Welsh counties, 3 send 2 members each, the remaining 9 1 each. The Reform Act also extends to the right of voting in the election of members for cities and boroughs to every male person of full age not subject to any legal incapacity who occupies as owner or tenant any house, warehouse, shop or building of not less than £10 yearly value, provided such person pays assessed taxes and poor rates. And in the election of county members, the elective franchise extends to every male person who shall be in actual occupation of a freehold for life, or of lands or tenements of copyhold, of the clear yearly value of not less than £10. In England, a county member of Parliament must possess real property to the amount of £600 per annum, and a borough member £300. But in Scotland, no such qualification is requisite. Lord John Russell, in his speech on introducing the first Reform Bill, March 1, 1831, made the following statement respecting the number of voters that would be added by that bill. Number added in towns and boroughs in England already sending members, 110,000. Electors of towns in England sending members for the first time, 50,000. Electors in London who will obtain the right of voting, 95,000. Increase of electors in Scotland, 60,000. In Ireland, perhaps 40,000. Increase in the counties of England, 100,000. It is my opinion, therefore, said Lord Russell, that the whole measure will add to the constituency of the Commons House of Parliament about 500,000 of persons, and these all connected with the property of the country, having a valuable stake amongst us, and deeply interested in our institutions. A sufficient number of booths are to be prepared, so that not more than 600 electors are to poll at one compartment. The polling to continue, if required, for 2 successive days only, for 7 hours on the first day and for 8 hours on the second, but the poll is not on any account to be kept open later than 4 o'clock on the second day. July 13. The Scotch Reform Bill passed to a third reading in the English House of Lords, and on the 30th of the same month the Irish Reform Bill passed in the English House of Lords. August 13th, the Irish Tithe Composition Bill was read a third time and passed in the English House of Lords. On the 16th of August, the Parliament of England was prorogued to the 16th of October. The successful issue of a reform in Parliament has been achieved mainly through the perseverance, wisdom, and stern consistency of Henry Brougham, who was for many years the leader of the opposition in the House of Commons, a firm and decided enemy to the measures of the aristocrats and League despots. The passing of the Reform Bill was followed by a general election, which resulted in favour of the ministry. The first session of the new Parliament was opened by the King, in person, on the 5th of February 1833. During this session, the charters of the Bank of England and Ireland expired. The former was renewed, but while the political government of the British territories in Hindustan was again vested in the East India Company, the trade of India and China was thrown open to British enterprise. This session is further rendered memorable by the passing of an Act for the entire abolition of slavery in the West Indies. The sum of £20 million was granted to the proprietors by way of compensation, and the slaves were placed in a state of apprenticeship, which has since expired, and invested them with complete liberty. The condition of Ireland was brought before Parliament, and in connection with the Irish Coercion Bill, a measure investing the executive with extraordinary powers for the suppression of disturbances, various bills were introduced for the amelioration of the grievances of that country. A provision of one of these, which had for its object the reform of the Irish Protestant Church, involved the appropriation of Irish titles, after due provision for the Protestant clergy, to the general purposes of education. In the session of 1834, the Irish Coercion Bill, which was to have expired in August, was renewed, and rendered more stringent, but before it was passed, the administration of Earl Grey was dissolved. Upon the resignation of Mr. Littleton, the Irish Secretary, Lord Althorp and Earl Grey, Lord Melbourne became Premier, all the other members of the Cabinet retaining office. One Act was carried by the Melbourne administration, which has proved of great importance to all classes. This act had for its object the entire reorganisation of the poor laws. Great difference of opinion exists regarding its merits, but it is clear that it has relieved the owners and occupiers of lands from heavy burdens and raised the moral character of the English peasantry. Under the old poor laws, they unblushingly sought the pittance of charity. Now they are mainly solicitous to subsist by honest industry. The rule of the Melbourne administration was brief. Before the prorogation of Parliament, its weakness had been apparent, and its want of intrinsic power had rendered it dependent on O'Connell and his party. At the same time, the public press denounced its incapacity to carry on government on any fixed principles. Certain of its members gave high offence to the king, who availed himself of an opportunity, afforded him by the death of Earl Spencer, to dismiss the whole ministry from his service. To Sir Robert Peel was committed the task of forming a new cabinet, which was accomplished towards the close of the year. This change in the administration was followed in 1835 by a general election. In England, the new government obtained a majority in the elections, but in Ireland and Scotland public opinion was decidedly against them. When Parliament assembled, they were left in the minority in the first subject of debate, that of the choice of a Speaker. Upon several subsequent divisions they were equally unsuccessful, and on being defeated in a measure concerning the appropriation of the surplus of the revenues of the Irish Church, Sir Robert Peel resigned. The Melbourne Cabinet, with the exception of Lord Brougham, were now recalled, and during this session they succeeded in passing bills for the reform of the English corporations, and for the solemnisation of the marriages of dissenters in their own chapels. These measures were followed in the session of 1836 by laws for the better registration of births, marriages, and deaths, for the commutation of English tithes, and the nearer equalisation of episcopal sees. Upon Irish questions, the House of Lords was still opposed to the views of the Cabinet and the majority of the House of Commons. The Lords refused to pass an Irish tithe bill with the appropriation clause, and the Commons rejecting the measure without it, there was once more a collision between the two houses. At this time, the affairs of the Canadas had forced themselves on the attention of the legislature. The House of Assembly in Lower Canada had recently carried its opposition to the mother country, to the extent of refusing the supplies. An attempt at reconciliation was made, through the intervention of commissioners, but this failing, in 1837, the two branches of the British legislature agreed to oppose, by force, the refractory spirit displayed by the colonists. Subsequently, Lord Durham was appointed Lord High Commissioner of the Canadas, with the most comprehensive powers for the suppression of revolt, the amelioration of grievances, and the reorganisation of the institutions of that country. Since his accession to the throne, the king's health had in general been good. In the course of the present spring, symptoms of decline manifested themselves, increasing rapidly, until, on the 19th of June, His Majesty expired without a struggle. Few monarchs of England ever possessed the love of their subjects, in a greater degree, than William IV. Alexandrina Victoria, A.D. 1837. Alexandrina Victoria, who now succeeded to the British throne, was the daughter of the late Duke of Kent. Her accession, which took place when she was 18 years of age, was hailed with more than ordinary enthusiasm. One effect of the descent of the crown to a female was the separation from it of Hanover, after a union of more than a century. The Queen's uncle, Ernest, became King of Hanover. Parliament completed its formal business with all possible dispatch, and at the close of the session was dissolved. The country at this time was in a state of perfect tranquillity. The popularity of the ministers had been declining, but the death of the king promised an increased stability to their power. Queen Victoria was believed to have been educated by her mother in principles favourable to their rule, and her countenance and support were expected to secure the government and make it popular. In the new elections, it was proclaimed that she espoused their political creed. Ministerial candidates traversed the country, inviting electors to exhibit their loyalty to Her Majesty by supporting her ministers. This appeal to the people failed to accomplish its object, the triumphs of the political parties, after a keen trial of their strength, being nearly balanced. In the autumn of this year, the Corporation of London distinguished itself by a demonstration of its loyalty to the Queen in a magnificent entertainment given to her in Guildhall on the 9th of November. The utmost enthusiasm prevailed on this occasion. The Queen opened the new Parliament on the 20th of November. The motions relative to vote by ballot and slavery, which occupied their attention during this session, were negatived. A bill which had for its object the education of the people, without reference to creed, was brought in by Lord Brougham, but the difficulties it encountered were insurmountable. A disaffection arose among the working classes in the manufacturing districts during the autumn of this year, excited by the Poor Laws and the price of provisions, but, by the exertions of government, order was restored. In the session of 1839, a bill was passed for the regulation of municipal corporations in Ireland. At this time disputes existed between the British government and the Jamaica legislature, arising from an act which empowered Her Majesty in Council to make rules for the government of the West India prisons, to appoint inspectors, and to regulate other matters of discipline. This was resisted by the Jamaica Assembly as a violation of their rights. Resolutions condemnatory of the act were adopted, and the members resolved to forego the exercise of their legislative functions until it was repealed. In consequence of this, a bill was brought into Parliament for the suspension of the existing constitution of Jamaica for 5 years. Before this, the ministry had lost some of their supporters, and others now voting against them. The result of the debate brought about their resignation. Sir Robert Peel having failed to form a new cabinet, the Melbourne administration again resumed office, and measures were taken by them for the advancement of education, not, however, commensurate with the wants of the people. Every section of the religious community opposed each other on this question, which rendered it difficult for ministers to adopt any enlarged or enlightened educational measure. A bill for the healing of the breach between the British Parliament and the Jamaica Assembly was passed, which had the desired effect. Acts were passed for the better ordering of prisons, for the suppression of the Portuguese slave trade, and for the disposal of wastelands in the colonies. But this session was particularly signalised by the reduction of the rates of postage, a measure promotive of the interests of trade and commerce and of individual benefit. A motion to take into consideration a national petition presented to Parliament, signed by 1,200,000 of the working classes, demanding universal suffrage, vote by ballot, annual parliaments, and remuneration of members for their attendance in them, and the abolition of the property qualifications, was rejected. Its rejection was contemporaneous with various riots at Birmingham, arising out of the proceedings of the Chartists, but which were suppressed by the action of Parliament. An announcement was made at the opening of the session of 1840 that Her Majesty was about to be married to Albert, Prince of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. A bill was consequently brought in and passed for the naturalisation of His Royal Highness. £30,000 per annum was also voted him, out of the Consolidated Fund, to commence on the day of his marriage with Her Majesty, and to continue during life. The marriage took place on the 10th of February. End of section 76. Section 77 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, 1737 to 1813. Translated by Maximilian Scholl, 1768 to 1833. England from AD 1816 to AD 1848, Part 3. A bill was this year brought into Parliament and passed for the union of the two Canadas. During the last year, a serious collision took place between the Chinese authorities and the British subjects at Canton. The Chinese government had prohibited the introduction of opium into their country, and an imperial commissioner demanded that every particle of this article on board the British ships should be delivered to the Chinese authorities and be destroyed. This was refused, and hence arose a series of hostilities, which led the British government to interfere and to engage in war with the Chinese Empire. The British captured Shusan, and for the first time British cannon wrested from the emperor of that vast empire a portion of his dominions. The policy of government, with reference to the affairs of China, was made the subject of a series of condemnatory resolutions, and they were only negatived by a small majority. At this period, Sir Robert Peel moved a resolution to the effect that Her Majesty's ministers did not possess the confidence of the House sufficiently to enable them to carry any measure of essential importance to the public welfare, and that their continuance in office under such circumstances was at variance with the spirit of the Constitution. This resolution was adopted, but, the ministry not resigning, Parliament was dissolved and an appeal was made to the country by a general election. Great efforts were made by both parties on this occasion, but at the opening of the new Parliament, the results of the elections were manifestly unfavourable to the administration. An amendment to the address from the throne, representing to Her Majesty the necessity that her ministers should enjoy the confidence of the country, and that it was not possessed by the present administration, was carried against them by a large majority. In reply, Her Majesty stated that she would take measures for the formation of a new cabinet, and Sir Robert Peel was charged with the task, in executing which he was successful. The principal members of the new administration were the Duke of Wellington, the Duke of Buckingham, the Earl of Haddington, Sir James Graham, Lords Ellenborough, Stanley, Wharncliffe, Lowther and Lyndhurst, the Honourable H. Goulburn, Sir E. Knatchbull, and Sir H. Harding. The only measures of importance brought forward by the new ministry were bills for the better administration of justice in the Court of Chancery, and for the continuance of the new Poor Law Commission. This year, the differences which had arisen between the courts of Great Britain and the Chinese Empire were for a time adjusted. After the forts surrounding Canton were captured, the Chinese emperor purchased peace by indemnification. The island and harbour of Hong Kong was ceded to the British Crown. An indemnity of $6 million was to be paid to the British government, and the trade and commerce between the two countries renewed. Further important concessions were made by the Chinese Empire, and the result of the war was highly favourable to Great Britain. It must be mentioned to the honour of the British nation that great exertions have been made and are still making for the Christianising of the Chinese people. An important treaty was this year signed between France, Austria, Prussia, Russia and Great Britain, whereby the former powers agreed to adopt the English laws relative to the slave trade. Several important measures were passed by Parliament in the session of 1842. One of these was a new Corn Law, on the principle of a graduated scale, to which great opposition was made, but which finally passed in its original state. The next important measure was an income tax bill, by which all persons having an income of more than £150 per annum were subjected to a tax of 7p in the pound. Personal property was also taxed to the same amount. The passing of this measure was followed by extensive alterations to the tariff or customs duties. The duties on numerous articles of trade and commerce were either greatly reduced or wholly repealed by a bill entitled the Customs Act. The repeal of the Corn Laws was demanded, but still opposed by government. Another bill was passed by the exertions of Lord Ashley, which had for its object the restraining of the employment of children in mines and collieries, which had been a cause of great moral degradation and much human suffering. An attempt having been made upon the Queen's life by an insane person named Bean, a bill for Her Majesty's protection was passed with perfect unanimity. A bill was also passed renewing the Corn Law Commission for 5 years and forming districts for the purposes of education, with various minor matters. The proceedings of the session were closed by a debate taking a retrospective view of its operations, a practice which had of late years been adopted by both parties and which gave rise to much strife. Hostilities with China had recently been renewed, but in this year the war was finally concluded. A treaty was signed on the 26th of August, by which the Chinese now engaged to pay $21 million, and by which several ports were opened to the British merchants. The islands of Chusan and Kulang Su were to be held by the British till the money payments were made and arrangements for opening the ports completed. The British arms were also successful this year, in a war with the Afghans in the East Indies. At the commencement of this war, the British arms had suffered several reverses, but they were now everywhere victorious. Several fortresses were stormed, and some of them levelled with the dust, while thousands of the Afghan troops were slain, and the whole country, in the line of march of the British troops, devastated. The Afghans had, for several centuries, been adverse to the British rule in India, but when the British troops evacuated their country, they left behind them a name which still inspires that people with terror. At the opening of the year 1843, the aspect of public affairs created great disquietude and anxiety. In every branch of trade and industry, there was great depression. There was a considerable decrease in the excise, stamps, customs, and taxes. To remedy the distress which prevailed, some suggested the repeal of the Corn Laws, and others pointed to emigration as the only means to relieve the universal pressure. A lengthened debate took place on a plan, brought forward by government, to promote the education of the poor, but such was the animosity displayed against it that it was abandoned. A bill brought in for the endowment of additional churches and the augmentation of small livings was unanimously passed. The funds for these purposes were to be derived in part from Queen Anne's bounty and in part from the revenues of certain bishoprics, cathedrals, and other ecclesiastical establishments. Several reforms in the law were made this session, one of which materially altered the Registration Act, and another made several changes in that relating to defamation and libel. Great commotions took place this year in Ireland. A loud cry for the repeal of the Union was heard throughout the country. Mr. O'Connell and his coadjutors were arrested on charges of conspiracy, sedition, and unlawful assemblage. Their trial occurred in 1844, when they were fined and sentenced to be imprisoned for 12 months, but Parliament soon after reversed their sentence, and they were liberated. There was some commotion also at this time in South Wales. A war was raised against the turnpike system, arising from the vexatious tolls to which the peasantry were subjected. The toll gates were everywhere demolished, and no sooner were they re-erected than they were again destroyed. In order to quell these disturbances, government sent a large body of troops and many of the London police into Wales. In a short time, some of the most active in these tumults were captured, and towards the close of the year, Wales became more quiet. This year witnessed another war in the East Indies. It was discovered that the Emirs of Scinde were preparing to attack the British, and Sir Charles Napier was sent against them. A great battle was fought at Miagny, the result of which was that the 6 Emirs who governed that country were captured, and that the whole of Scinde was annexed to the British dominions in the east. The Scindian population everywhere expressed their satisfaction at the change of masters. Sir Charles Napier was appointed governor of Scinde, and was empowered to take such measures as might appear best calculated to suppress the slave trade which had long existed in that country, and to abolish all duties of transit which had been imposed by the Emirs. In the course of this year, the British troops gained 2 decisive victories over the Maratha forces. In the autumn, Queen Victoria, accompanied by Prince Albert, visited Louis Philippe, late King of France, in his own dominions. This was an interesting event, as it tended to increase the harmony existing between the two countries. After receiving a most cordial reception from His Majesty, the Queen and Prince Albert proceeded on their voyage to Ostend. In the season of 1844 were passed several important acts, one having for its object the regulation of railways, another containing salutary provisions for the regulation of joint stock companies, and a third entirely remodelling the system of turnpike road management in South Wales. A further alteration was made in the Poor Law Amendment Act, having for its chief object the preservation of morality among the poor. Another act permitted sugar, not being the produce of slave labour, to be imported into the country at diminished duties. A bill was also passed for the abolition of a number of penal acts retained in the Irish statute book, but generally obsolete. The important measure of the session was an act for the regulation of the Bank of England, and the administration of banking concerns in general. The great principle of this bill concerned the establishment of a gold standard of money. The makers of promissory notes were not to issue more than they would be able to pay, on demand, to the same amount in solid gold. During this year, Mr. Davies, who had resided many years at Macau as Chief Superintendent of the East India Company, was appointed Governor-General to the recent acquisitions in China. Lord Ellenborough was recalled from the Government of India, and Sir Henry Harding was appointed his successor. The income tax was to have ceased in 1845, but on the meeting of Parliament, contrary to the wishes and expectations of the people, was renewed. A bill was passed with great opposition for improving and increasing the grant to Maynooth College for the education of the Roman Catholic priesthood. Other acts relieved the Jews from certain tests which had previously been required from them upon their election to municipal offices, regulated juvenile labour in calico print works, provided for the better care of lunatics, regulated banking in Scotland and Ireland on principles similar to those of the Bank Charter of England, and facilitated the enclosure of commons in England and Wales. Towards the close of this year, the British dominions on the left bank of the Sutlej were suddenly invaded by the Sikhs. This invasion was considered as a formal declaration of war, and a terrible battle was fought at Mutki, in which the British obtained a complete victory. Those of the Sikhs who had escaped the slaughter now recrossed the Sutlej, and early in the year 1846 the victorious British followed them and pressed forward to Lahore. Terms of peace were agreed on, and one of the stipulations was the disbandment of the Sikh army. Earlier in the year 1845, Sir Charles Napier was employed in military operations against the mountain tribes on the right bank of the Indus, north of Shikarpur. In these operations he was completely successful. The power of the robber tribes, which had been long a terror to Sindhi, was utterly broken. The moral effect of this conquest was more important than the physical, as it demonstrated to the people of Sindhi the power of the British to protect them. For many years a repeal of the Corn Laws had been demanded, and, in order to obtain it, a Corn Law League had been set on foot, the agents of which had been sent to every part of the country to enlighten the people on this question. Hitherto Sir Robert Peel had been decidedly opposed to such a repeal, but the utter failure of the potato crop, which had created great distress throughout the United Kingdom and rendered some measure necessary for its alleviation, induced him to alter his opinion. In the session of 1846, a bill was brought in by the Premier and carried, which made a great and an immediate reduction of duties on corn, and provided for its free importation at the end of 3 years. Connected with this measure was another, by which customs duties were wholly repealed or considerably reduced. These enlightened measures procured the downfall of Sir Robert Peel as Premier. At the same time with these, he brought in a Protection Life Bill for Ireland, and the agriculturalists, offended by his free trade movements, united with the Whigs, who were adverse to coercion, and this bill was rejected. Sir Robert Peel now resigned, and to his cabinet succeeded a Whig ministry, Lord John Russell being created Premier. Sir Robert Peel carried to his retirement the sympathy and admiration of the people. The wisdom of these measures was seen in the autumn, in the failure of the potato crop, which had promised to be abundant. The visitation was felt by England, Ireland, and Scotland. So great was the distress that Parliament was convened for the purpose of opening the ports for the admission of corn, free of duty. By this measure, ships arrived from all parts of the world, laden with corn, and the impending famine was averted. Yet in Ireland, where for ages the people had depended upon the potato crop for food, famine and its consequent disease had swept away thousands of its inhabitants. The year 1847 was marked by great commercial distress in England, and numbers hitherto living in affluence were plunged into poverty. Various causes gave rise to this distress. One of the most prominent was the dangerous spirit of speculation, which had for some time pervaded the whole community. The principal measures of public policy which engaged the attention of the British Parliament during the session of 1848 were the navigation laws and the sugar colonies. A bill for rendering Jews eligible to Parliament which was introduced was lost in the House of Lords by a majority of 35. The success of the French Revolution of February 1848 and the outburst of popular feeling which ensued in almost every part of Europe gave a new stimulus to the friends of reform in Great Britain and Ireland. In England for about 10 years there had existed a political association denominated Chartists, whose object it was to secure universal suffrage, vote by ballot, annual parliaments, pay to the members, and no property qualification to eligibility. For the purpose of making a demonstration of their strength and of promoting the objects of their association, the Chartists proposed a general meeting in London on the 10th of April. Their number having been much exaggerated, the government fortified the public buildings, enlarged the civil force to an unprecedented extent, and took every precaution against the construction of barricades. On the day appointed, about 10,000 assembled in Fitzroy Square, marched quietly to Blackfriars Bridge, which they were permitted to cross, and thence to Kensington Common, their place of rendezvous for the day. The number of Chartists and spectators here was not far from 50,000. They again crossed the Thames, delivered their monster petition to Parliament, and dispersed. The result of this affair afforded to the friends of the Constitution and of order an evidence of their own strength and of the weakness of the Chartists. Of late the Chartists have renewed their assemblages with increased ardour, but they seem to create no alarm. On the 6th of July last, 6 of their number were convicted of sedition and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. In Ireland, sympathy with the French in freeing their nation from the shackles of monarchy stimulated the Friends of Repeal to renewed and greatly augmented efforts, and inspired in many hearts the hope that the day of the desired separation from Great Britain was at hand. Clubs were extensively formed, and rebellion against the authority of government was openly counselled and vindicated by their leaders. In May last, John Mitchell, a prominent agitator and editor of the United Irishmen, was arrested and convicted on a charge of treason. The types of his paper were seized by the government, and Mitchell was sentenced to transportation for 14 years. A new journal, entitled The Irish Felon, was immediately issued, the editor of which, Mr. Martin, was arrested on a charge of treason in July and sent to Newgate. O'Brien, Meagher, Dillon and Doherty engaged most actively in organising and inspiring the clubs, preparing meanwhile for an active resistance. Fearing that a crisis was at hand, the government adopted the most vigorous measures. Viscount Harding was sent into Ireland to take command of the troops. Every available soldier was dispatched from England to Ireland, and large rewards were offered for the arrest of the leaders of the insurgents. On the 25th of July, Parliament passed a bill authorising the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland to apprehend and detain until the 1st of March 1849 any person suspected of conspiracy against Her Majesty's government. He accordingly proclaimed the cities of Dublin, Cork, Waterford and the town of Drogheda to be under the Act, instructing the police to search for arms and to take into custody all persons found to be in the possession of them without a licence. On the 29th of July, the insurgents came in conflict with the police of Ballingarry in the county of Tipperary. They were armed with muskets and pikes and commanded by Smith O'Brien, but were dispersed after a short fight. 7 were killed. O'Brien, Meagher and others fled from the officers of justice, but they, with the principal leaders, were subsequently arrested. At present, the agitators of Ireland seem to have yielded to the formidable preparations and energetic forces of the government, and that unhappy country is, for the time, in a state of tranquillity. On the 5th of September, the Queen prorogued Parliament in person, by a speech from the throne, recapitulating the most important events of the session, and immediately after took her departure for Scotland. End of section 77.
Section 78 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schüll. The French Revolution of February 1848. The revolution accomplished in Paris on the 24th of February 1848 is without a parallel in history. At once the most bloodless and the most complete of modern times, it was the spontaneous, unpremeditated act of the unarmed people of Paris. No long-matured and widely ramified conspiracy preceded the outbreak as in 1830. The whole work was accomplished by the people in the brief space of 3 days. A general feeling of discontent with the measures and policy of the government suggested the holding of political reform banquets throughout France. No fewer than 62 of these were held in different towns and attended by the leading oppositionists. The omission of the king's health from the list of toasts on almost all these occasions was a circumstance that gave peculiar poignancy to the irritation with which such displays were regarded by the government. It having been announced that reform banquets were to be held throughout France on the 22nd of February, the birthday of Washington, the administration determined to put down that which was to take place in Paris. Military preparations were made on an extensive scale. Guns were mounted on the fortresses around the city, large stores of ammunition were provided, and nothing seemed wanting to enable the government to crush any attempt at insurrection. On the evening preceding the 22nd, proclamations were posted about the streets by the police announcing that no banquet or procession would be permitted and cautioning the public against tumultuous assemblages in the streets. In the Chamber of Deputies, an intimation to the same effect was received during the early part of the sitting, and at once put an end to the discussion of all other business. Some difference of opinion arose among the members of the banquet committee and the deputies of the opposition, whether the proclamation of the government should be obeyed. A minority were inclined to form the procession at all hazards, but it was finally agreed that the meeting should be given up, that the public should be urged to maintain a peaceable attitude, and that the late discussion of the question in the chambers should be renewed in a form that would lead either to a dissolution, and so bring it before the electors, or to a change of cabinet. Articles of impeachment were therefore to be moved against the ministry by Mr. Odillon Barrot. In the morning, a formal announcement that the banquet was deferred appeared in all the opposition papers, and the orders to the troops of the line to occupy the ground and all the avenues leading to the place of meeting were countermanded. Pickets only were stationed in places where crowds might be expected to assemble, sufficient, it was presumed, to disperse the mob, but no serious disturbance was anticipated either by the ministry or its opponents. The proclamations, however, of the prefect of the police and the announcement of the opposition journals came too late. At an early hour, the Place de la Madeleine, the Place de la Concorde, and the Champs-Élysées were thronged by the working classes. At noon, the multitude around the Church of the Madeleine, whence the banquet procession was to have set out, became formidable in numbers, though manifesting no symptoms of disorder, and at one time could not have numbered less than 30,000 persons. The regiment, which had arrived, was drawn up in line along the railing of the church. Soon after, several squadrons of the municipal cavalry arrived, and the populace were desired to disperse. This order being disregarded, the charge was sounded, and the dragoons rushed on the people. At first an effort was made to disperse the crowd by the mere force of the horses, without the use of arms, and the dragoons did not draw. This, however, proving ineffectual, several charges with drawn swords were made, the flat of the sword only being used. By these means the multitude was at length dispersed without any loss of life or other serious casualties. At 1 o'clock the main thoroughfares were clear. During the remainder of the day the principal streets were patrolled by cavalry of the municipal guard, the infantry of the line keeping clear the footways. At the Chamber of Deputies 3 impeachments against the cabinet were handed to the President, who, without reading them, ordered that they should be taken into consideration on Thursday. One of the impeachments was presented on the part of M. Odillon Barrot, and signed by 53 deputies, another on the part of M. Duvergier d'Oran, the third on the part of M. de Genoud, deputy for Toulouse. In the evening the disturbances were renewed, and now began to wear a threatening aspect. Gunsmiths' shops were broken open, barricades were formed in the neighborhood of the principal markets, lamps were extinguished, posts of the municipal guards were attacked, the streets were filled with troops, and at night anxiety for the result of the sanguinary contest on the morrow, which had become inevitable, spread throughout Paris. At an early hour on Wednesday, February 23rd, crowds began to assemble and to busy themselves in the formation of new barricades. These were attacked and partially destroyed as fast as formed by the municipal guard or the troops. The morning passed in skirmishes, in which some were killed, and success was generally on the side of the authorities. The people, however, when dispersed in one place, assembled instantly in another, and rapidly increased in numbers. Considerable bodies of the National Guards appeared in the streets, but although at first wavering as to the course they would follow, it soon became evident that they would yield to the contagion of popular enthusiasm, and act with, rather than against, the movement. About 1 o'clock, a portion of the National Guards having declared for reform, their officers held a council, and agreed to depute their colonel to the king, to acquaint his majesty with their wishes. Their requests being signified to Louis Philippe at the Tuileries through General Jacques Minot, they were at once acceded to. Reform and the dismissal of the Guizot cabinet were promised, and Count Molé was entrusted with the charge of forming a new ministry. The news of this change was immediately carried to the Chamber of Deputies by M. Guizot himself, which soon after rose in great agitation. The dismissal of the ministry produced a momentary calm, but the streets continued to be crowded with rioters, who, as evening drew on, compelled the inhabitants to illuminate, and whenever they found themselves in sufficient force, attacked the pickets of the municipal guard, and often succeeded in disarming them. Between 10 and 11, the somewhat subdued excitement of the populace was changed into rage. A crowd passing the Hotel of Foreign Affairs, which, as the residence of Monsieur Guizot, had been repeatedly threatened, and was now occupied by the 14th Regiment of the Line, was suddenly fired upon by the troops with fatal effect. Many fell, some dead, others desperately wounded. The people fled in consternation, but fear soon gave way to indignation and thirst for vengeance. The cry then burst forth from every lip, "To arms! Down with the assassins! Down with Louis Philippe! Down with all his race! Barricades! Barricades!" And these cries were speedily re-echoed through all the streets of Paris. The attempt to establish a Molay administration having failed, the king sent, late at night, for Monsieur Thiers to the palace of Tuileries, and asked him to form a ministry. Monsieur Thiers undertook to do so, provided he might be permitted to join with him as one of his colleagues, Monsieur Odillon Barrot. To this the king acceded. Marshal Bugeaud was, during the night, appointed commander-in-chief of the National Guard, but finding he was not to have a carte blanche, he resigned almost as soon as appointed, and the appointment was given to General Lamoricière. During the night, the egress of the mails had been stopped, and the railways around Paris had been damaged or destroyed at every point at which troops were expected to arrive. Early in the morning of Thursday, February 24th, a placard was posted about the streets to the effect that at 3 o'clock a.m. Monsieur Thiers and Odillon Barrot had been appointed ministers. Subsequently, the following proclamation was posted at the Bourse. Quote, "Orders have been given to cease firing everywhere. We have just been charged by the king to form a new ministry. The chamber will be dissolved and an appeal made to the country. General Lamoricière has been appointed commandant of the National Guards. Thiers, Odillon Barrot, Duvergier de Oran, Lamoricière." End quote. The orders issued to the troops were, it appears, not only to cease firing, but to retire to their quarters. Accordingly, about 11 o'clock, the trumpets sounded a retreat, and most of the important positions which, up to that hour, had been occupied by the infantry, cavalry, and artillery, were abandoned to the people and the National Guard. Marshal Bugeaud protested against the orders given, and resigned. Whole regiments marched to their barracks, and allowed themselves to be quietly disarmed by the mob. There was now no want of arms among the insurgents, and the number of working men and others engaged in efforts to expel the royal family, exclusive of the National Guards, was swelled to an estimated force of 20,000 men. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, this army directed its course to the Palais Royal and the Tuileries. At the Palais Royal, some severe fighting took place between the people and a company of the 14th Regiment of the Line in charge of the state apartments, who refused to surrender their arms, and maintained a contest of nearly 2 hours before they were finally overcome. The noise of the firing was heard in the Tuileries, and, combined with the unfavorable reports reaching the court from every part of the city, produced a panic among the inmates of the chateau and all there assembled. In the courtyard of the Tuileries were 3,000 infantry with 6 pieces of cannon and 2 squadrons of dragoons. These might have swept the space before them, the Place du Carrousel, clear of combatants, but it would have been of little avail, for they were surrounded by an armed populace and 6 legions of the National Guard, demanding the abdication of the king and ready to close in upon them if rendered desperate by their position. It was represented to Louis Philippe that abdication would alone secure the interests of his family, and that his disposal of the crown in favor of his grandson, the young Comte de Paris, with the appointment of his mother, the Duchess of Orléans, as regent, would satisfy all parties, few voices having as yet been openly raised for a republic. In the course of this day, the king signed an act of abdication, presented to him by Émile de Girardin, but before this fact could be known in Paris, the troops of the line were summoned to quit the courtyard of the Tuileries. Not knowing whom to obey, the commander-in-chief having resigned and the government having been dissolved, they agreed to yield their post. The chateau was to be protected by the National Guards, but the armed populace rushed by them and entered in triumph. Bonfires were made of the royal carriages and furniture at the Palais Royal and Tuileries. The throne of the state reception room was carried in triumph through the streets and finally burned in the Place de la Bastille. The plunder and destruction of property was chiefly confined to the insignia of royalty and speedily checked. Sentinels were placed at the entrance of the Tuileries by the leaders of the people, and no person allowed to leave the chateau without a vigorous search. Meanwhile, the ex-king and queen had passed out at a private door into the gardens and demanded an escort of the National Guards through the crowd beyond. A troop of National Guards on horseback and about 30 persons in different uniforms attended them to ensure their safety. The queen walked with a firm step, casting around looks of mingled assurance and anger. She was dressed in full mourning. The king wore a black coat and a common round hat. Arriving at the Place de la Concorde, they drove off to St. Cloud with so much rapidity that the coach appeared carried rather than driven away. They pursued their way to Versailles and thence to Dreux, where they passed the night with a friend who procured disguises for the royal fugitives. That of the king was a green blouse with a sailor's frock coat over it, a red and white comforter, and a casquette or peasant's cap. The queen concealed her former dress by a woolen cloak of black and white plaid. From Dreux they proceeded to Honfleur, where they remained concealed for some days, the boisterous weather not allowing their embarkation until Thursday of the next week, when they were conveyed in a French fishing boat to Havre, thence sailing for England and arriving at New Haven that evening. About 1:30 of the day on which the royal pair left Paris, it was rumoured in the Chamber of Deputies that the Duchess of Orleans and the 2 young princes, her sons, were about to arrive. Shortly after, the Duchess and her sons entered, followed by the Duc de Nemours and the Duc de Montpensier. The Comte de Paris, led by one of the deputies, entered first, his way being made with difficulty through the crowd of officers and soldiers of the National Guard. His presence and that of the rest of the royal party created a great sensation. A moment afterwards, the Duchess of Orleans seated herself in an armchair, with her sons on either side of her. Immediately every vacant place was filled with such of the populace as had succeeded in crowding themselves in with the National Guard, a number of men forcing their way under the tribune. The Duchess then arose and retired with the young princes to one of the upper benches of the centre, and opposite to the President's bureau. The Duc de Nemours and the Duc de Montpensier placed themselves in the last line of seats directly behind the princess and her sons. The greatest agitation prevailed. Monsieur Dupin then ascended the tribune and, amid deep silence, said that in the present situation of the capital it had been found necessary to reassemble the chamber without loss of time. The king had abdicated the crown in favour of his grandson and devolved the regency on the Duchess of Orleans. This announcement was greeted with applause from all the benches of the centre and from some of the public tribunes. Disapprobation was expressed on the benches of the left, and one voice was heard exclaiming, "It is too late." The scene of confusion that ensued it is impossible to describe. A number of deputies and the National Guards hastened to surround the royal family. Monsieur Marie then ascended the tribune, and after silence was restored, reminding the chambers that a law existed giving the regency to the Duc de Nemours, and which could not be abrogated by an act of the king in favour of another, demanded the nomination of a provisional government. Monsieur Crémieux and the Abbé de Genoude supported the proposition. Odillon Barrot then declared himself in favour of the regency of the Duchess of Orleans, a ministry of tried liberal opinions, and an appeal to the country. The Duchess then arose and addressed some words to the chamber, but was advised by those about her to be seated. Odillon Barrot resumed his discourse, appealing to all parties to defend the crown of July, now committed to the custody of a child and a woman, as the only means of averting a civil war. A majority of the deputies signified their assent, but their tokens of approbation were drowned in murmurs from the galleries and cries of "Vive la République." Monsieur Chevalier, editor of the Bibliothèque Historique, ascended the tribune amidst cries of "You are not a deputy, you have no right to be there." He cautioned the chamber against proclaiming the Comte de Paris without the consent of the people, into whose hands the real sovereignty had again fallen. The Marquis de la Roche-Jacquelin rose to speak, but had only uttered a few words when a crowd rushed into the chamber, some armed with swords, lances, muskets, spears, and tricoloured flags, others unarmed, in blouses, with dragoons' helmets on their heads, or with cross-belts and infantry caps. These persons at once seized on such deputy seats as were unoccupied, several ascending the tribune and stationing themselves there. A number of the deputies, appearing to consider their position perilous, began to withdraw, and as they abandoned their places, the crowd took them. The tumult was tremendous, and many deputies looked with anxiety towards the Duchess of Orleans and her children, but she sat calm amidst the uproar. After Monsieur Le Rollin and Monsieur Lamartine had succeeded in making themselves heard for a few moments, a violent and imperative knocking arose at the door of one of the tribunes. It being opened, a crowd of armed men rushed in. Several of them forced their way to the front seats and pointed their muskets at the deputies below. Some of these weapons were turned in the direction of the royal party. Immediately the persons near the Duchess of Orleans seemed to address her energetically, and at once, with her sons and the two princes, she quitted the chamber by a door on the extreme left. Monsieur Sauzet left the chair, and a great number of deputies rose from their places. The greatest disorder was visible. Shortly after, silence being somewhat restored, Monsieur Le Rollin said, quote, "According as I read out the names, you will say yes or no, just as they please you, and in order to act officially, I call on the reporters of the public press to take down the names and the manner in which they are received, that France may know what has been done here." End quote. The honorable deputy then read the names of Messieurs Dupont, Deleur, Arago, de Lamartine, Le Rollin, Garnier-Paget, Marie, and Crémieux, all of which were received with acclamations. Cries of "To the Hôtel de Ville" here arose, followed by a cry of "No civil list," and another of "No king." Someone having directed the attention of the crowd to the picture of Louis Philippe swearing obedience to the charter, cries of "Tear it down" arose. A workman with a double-barreled fowling piece, who was standing in the same circle, cried out, "Just wait until I have a shot at Louis Philippe," and at the same moment both barrels were discharged. Great confusion ensued, amidst which 2 men jumped on the chairs behind the president's seat and prepared to cut the picture to pieces with their sabers. Another workman ran up the steps of the tribune and exclaimed, quote, "Respect public monuments, respect property, why destroy the pictures with balls? We have shown that the people will not allow itself to be ill-governed. Let us now show that it knows how to conduct itself after victory." End quote. Great applause. The next instant, Monsieur Dupont, Deleur, was placed in the chair. Monsieur de Lamartine and Le Rollin attempted to obtain a hearing, but were unsuccessful. Several of the guards and some of the people made a similar vain effort. A cry then arose in one of the tribunes, "Let Lamartine speak," and "Lamartine" resounded from all quarters. Monsieur de Lamartine, quote, "A provisional government is about to be proclaimed," end quote. Cries of "Vive Lamartine," "Names, names." The noise not ceasing, the names were written on a slip of paper and carried around the chamber on the top of a musket. In the midst of shouts, Le Rollin read the names. Nearly all the deputies had by this time departed, and the National Guards and the people had the chamber to themselves. Monsieur Rollin continued, quote, "We are obliged to close the sitting in order to proceed to the seat of government." End quote. From all sides, shouts, "To the Hôtel de Ville, Vive la République." The crowd then dispersed at 4 o'clock. Another terrible scene now took place at the Hôtel de Ville, where, on adjourning from the chamber, the members of the provisional government sat to decide upon the course to be adopted. Suddenly the doors of the Salle de Conseil were violently shaken, and the people loudly demanded the communication of the first act of the government. The great majority of the members were opposed to the establishment of an unmitigated democracy, but the populace were resolved that a purely democratic republic should be formed, and that every male above a certain age should be eligible to the National Guard and empowered to carry arms. Every attempt to oppose this was the signal of renewed shouts. In vain it was attempted to adjourn the question till minds should become calm. The popular will prevailed, and resolutions were passed in accordance with it. The provisional government at once issued the following proclamation, quote, "To the French people, a retrograde and oligarchic government has been overturned by the heroism of the people of Paris. This government has fled, leaving behind it traces of blood which will forever forbid its return. The blood of the people has flowed as in July, but happily it will not have been in vain. It has secured a national and popular government in accordance with the rights, the progress, and the will of this great and generous people. A provisional government, chosen by the acclamation and at the call of the people and some of the deputies of the departments in the sitting of the 24th of February, is for the moment invested with the care of organizing and securing the national victory. It is composed of Messieurs Dupont, Deleurs, Lamartine, Crémieux, Arago de l'Institut, Ledru-Rollin, and Garnier-Paget. The secretaries to this government are Messieurs Armand Marat, editor of the National, Louis Blanc, Ferdinand Floquin, editor of the Réforme, and Albert. These citizens have not hesitated for an instant to accept the patriotic mission which has been imposed on them by the urgency of the occasion. When the capital of France is under fire, the mission of the provisional government is that of public safety. All France will understand this and will give the assistance of its patriotism. Under the popular government now proclaimed by the provisional government, every citizen is a magistrate. Frenchmen, give to the world the example which Paris has given to France. Prepare yourselves, by order and confidence in yourselves, for those strong institutions which you are about to be called upon to give yourselves. The provisional government desires a republic subject to the ratification of the French people, who are to be immediately consulted. Neither the people of Paris nor the provisional government desire to substitute their opinion for the opinions of the citizens at large upon the definite form of government which the national sovereignty shall proclaim. The unity of the nation, formed henceforth of all classes of the people which compose it, the government of the nation by itself, liberty, equality, and fraternity for its principles, the national device and password to be the people. Such is the democratic government which France owes to herself and which our efforts will assure to her. Such are the first acts of the provisional government. Signed Dupont, Deleurs, Lamartine, Ledru-Rollin, Bedeau, Michel Goudchot, Arago, Butemont, Marie, Carnot, Cavaignac, Garnier-Paget. The municipal guard is disbanded. The protection of the city of Paris is confided to the National Guard under the orders of Monsieur Courtet." This proclamation was followed by another, appointing a provisional ministry as follows: Monsieur Dupont, Deleurs, President of the Council without portfolio; Monsieur de Lamartine, Minister of Foreign Affairs; Monsieur Crémieux, Minister of Justice; Monsieur Ledru-Rollin, Minister of the Interior; Monsieur Michel Goudchot, Minister of Finance; Monsieur François Arago, Minister of Marine; General Bedeau, Minister of War; Monsieur Carnot, Minister of Public Instruction and Worship; Monsieur Butemont, Minister of Commerce; Monsieur Marie, Minister of Public Works; General Cavaignac, Governor of Algeria. To these decrees succeeded, "The municipal guard is dissolved. Monsieur Garnier-Paget is named Mayor of Paris, and to him are given as adjoints Messieurs Guinard and Recure. Monsieur Flottard is named Secretary General. All the other mayors of Paris are provisionally maintained. The Prefecture of Police is under the dependence of the Mayor of Paris. In the name of France, the provisional government decides that the Chamber of Deputies is dissolved. The ex-Chamber of Peers is forbidden to meet. A National Assembly will be convoked as soon as the provisional government shall have regulated the necessary measures of order and police." Further appointments followed in rapid succession. General Soubervie was substituted for General Bedeau as Minister of War, General Bedeau taking command of the 1st Military Division. Admiral Baudin was appointed commander of the fleet. The police department was entrusted to the citizens Caussidière and Sorbier, and Monsieur Arago was appointed to the Direction General of the Post Office. A notice also advised the bakers, or furnishers of provisions of Paris, to keep their shops open to all those who might have occasion for them. The people were expressly recommended not to quit their arms, their positions, or their revolutionary attitude. It was further announced that the liberation of all who had been imprisoned on political grounds had been effected, but at the same time all who had been convicted of crimes against persons and property were detained. End of section 78. Section 79 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Tassanzo. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schüll. French Revolution of February 1848, Part 2. The revolution was now consummated. Royalty had vanished like a dissolving view, and its place was already filled by a new and totally different spectacle. The day after the battle was one of strange, tumultuous excitement, but passed without any infraction of the peace. The streets were crowded during the whole of Friday with men and women, and wore the appearance of a festival. The people had not dismissed from their minds all apprehension of an attempt to rally on the part of those favoring the claims of the Duchess of Orleans and her son, and maintained a jealous attitude towards the soldiers of the line, who were still in arms. Yet they displayed the most frank and generous forgiveness towards their vanquished foes. Disarmed municipal guards and soldiers of the regiment, who had fired on the people, were seen walking about the streets, and no one insulted or molested them. Among the scenes of the late conflict, none attracted more painful curiosity than the space before the hotel of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, where the fatal volley had been fired on the night of the 23rd. Pools of blood, 50 paces long, stagnated horribly on the asphalt pavement. The boulevards presented a terrible proof of that recklessness of destruction common to all kinds of battle. The trees, which were the ornament of the splendid streets, were all cut down. They were severed about 3 feet from the ground and formed a line of posts, neither useful nor ornamental. The mutilated stumps remained standing for some days, when they were removed by a large body of laborers. All the detached posts around Paris surrendered this day without resistance. A large body of the National Guards and of the crowd had marched against the fort of Vincennes, but their presence proved unnecessary, for the soldiers of the line had tacitly joined the revolt. By Friday evening order was to a great extent restored. One proof was the reopening of the Bank of France, which was chiefly due to the admirable conduct of the National Guard, and the intrepidity, energy, and good sense of the Provisional Government. To M. Lamartine especially belongs the renown of having that day saved his country from the most bloody anarchy. Among the earliest resolutions adopted by the Provisional Government were the abolition of capital punishment for political offences and the readoption of the tricolored flag. Both these measures were proposed by M. Lamartine, and owed their success to his extraordinary eloquence and courage. 5 times on Friday he addressed the people, still fierce with excitement, assembled under the windows of the Hôtel de Ville. On Saturday the restoration of order was complete. The public departments resumed their duties, and among them the Department of Finance. It was only on the previous Monday that the notice to pay the city taxes had been issued. The whole of the coming year's taxes, derived from percentage on rents of the apartments and shopkeepers' licenses, would thus fall into the hands of the new government, an enormous fund with which to begin. The $1,000,000 a month had already been confiscated, or, as the ordonnance has it, quote-unquote, restored to the people, a handsome addition to the fund applicable to the relief of distress. The streets being partially cleared of the barricades, under the scientific direction of the students of the École Polytechnique, in such a way as not to compromise the security against a surprise afforded by these popular fortifications, the country people were enabled to bring in their provisions, of which there was an abundant supply. The vast number of cabmen and coachmen were thus allowed to resume their occupation. The law courts again commenced their sittings, the shops were opened, and everything was done to calm apprehension. On this day Lamartine declared the Republic. He presented himself with the other members of the government on the steps of the Hôtel de Ville, and thus addressed the multitude. Quote, "Citizens, the Provisional Government of the Republic has called upon the people to witness its gratitude for the magnificent national cooperation which has just accepted these new institutions. The Provisional Government of the Republic has only joyful intelligence to announce to the people here assembled. Royalty is abolished. The Republic is proclaimed. The people will exercise their political rights. National workshops are open for those who are without work. The army is being reorganized. The National Guard indissolubly unites itself with the people so as to promptly restore order with the same hand that had only the preceding moment conquered our liberty. Finally, gentlemen, the Provisional Government is anxious to be itself the bearer to you of the last decree it has resolved on and signed in this memorable sitting, that is, the abolition of the penalty of death for political matters. This is the noblest decree, gentlemen, that has ever issued from the mouths of a people the day after their victory. It is the character of the French nation which escapes in one spontaneous cry from the soul of government. We have brought it with us, and I will now read it to you. There is not a more becoming homage to a people than the spectacle of its own magnanimity." End quote. He then read the following noble proclamation. Quote, "The Provisional Government, convinced that greatness of soul is the highest degree of policy, and that each resolution effected by the French people owes to the world the consecration of an additional philosophical truth, considering that there is no more sublime principle than the inviolability of human life, considering that in the memorable days in which we live, the Provisional Government has remarked, with pride, that not a single cry for vengeance or for death has dropped from the mouths of the people, declares that in its opinion the punishment of death for political offenses is abolished, and that it will present that wish to the definitive ratification of the National Assembly. The Provisional Government has so firm a conviction of the truth that it proclaims in the name of the French people that if the guilty men who have just caused the blood of France to be spilt were in the hands of the people, it would, in their opinion, be a more exemplary chastisement to degrade them than to put them to death." End quote. Probably the abolition of the punishment of death for political offenses tended, more than any other act of the government, to produce the unparalleled unanimity of the entire nation in accepting the new men as the necessity of the time. The middle classes in Paris and in the provinces, as well as all the press, yielded without a moment's hesitation to the government. Marshal Bugeaud on the part of the army, and the Archbishop of Paris on the part of the clergy, gave in their adhesion to the new republic. Sunday was a high festival. The barricades had all been removed, and the streets were thronged. At 2 o'clock, the Provisional Government reviewed the vast body of National Guards before the column of July, on the steps of which the celebrated astronomer Arago proclaimed the Republic amidst the wildest enthusiasm. General Comte, with his white head uncovered, harangued every group he met along the boulevards to the Foreign Office, recommending order and tranquillity. In the evening, the capital was brilliantly illuminated. Venetian lamps, so disposed as to render the tricolor transparent, were abundantly used, and the boulevards were exceedingly gay. People at all the windows and under the lamps were devouring the journals. Hawkers were calling on everybody to purchase little tricolored cockades, the national color, to distinguish it from the red which the communists had adopted. Never was the capital freer from outrages against private persons and property than during the wild turmoil of the Revolution, but it must not be supposed that no crimes were committed. There were desperate malefactors in Paris who thought they saw in the confusion of that period safe opportunities for rapine, but their misdeeds were terribly suppressed and punished by the most summary executions. Beyond the walls of the capital there was much wanton destruction of property. The ex-king's beautiful chateau at Neuilly was burned on Saturday, but most of its valuable contents were carefully removed and sent to the public treasury before the work of conflagration began. Among the most interesting items saved were 2 volumes of the manuscript memoirs of Louis Philippe, terminating at the period when the commissioners of the consulate proclaimed the Republic in presence of the armies of the enemy. There also passed into the hands of the new government various private papers of the ex-king, among which was an autograph list, headed "Homme à moi," men I am sure of. The splendid mansion of Baron Rothschild was burned on Sunday, under the impression that it belonged to the king. The greatest destruction was that committed on the Northern Railway, the damage done to which amounted to no less than £400,000. Repairs were quickly made, sufficient to render the line practicable to a certain extent, but the effect of the mischief was not confined to the heavy loss of capital. 3/4 of the traffic of the line were annihilated. The Revolution of February 1848 in Paris is in some respects a continuation of the Revolution of July 1830, while in other points it is entirely new. The old principle combined with the new to overturn the throne of Louis Philippe and to proclaim the Republic, but as soon as the monarchy was abolished, the old and new principles commenced a war against each other. The old principle included the right of self-government and civil and religious liberty, and merely attempted what the American people have realized under a republic. Louis Philippe invaded this principle and fell. The new principle, which aided in his overthrow, went much further, insisting not merely upon civil and religious liberty and upon a share in government through the suffrage for the adult male population, but upon the establishment of new social relations between wealth and labor. It was in fact socialism or communism, and affirmed that the state collectively can and must supply food and labor for the whole population. The one principle was purely political and philosophical, the other was social and unphilosophical. Both were active in France during the reign of Louis Philippe. Both desired a change. The one, that France might become a great republic like the United States, the other, that France might work the mighty problem of communism and show to the world by a new distribution of wealth and by the destruction of individualism that every man might have more than enough for his wants and poverty and crime be altogether banished from society. The first acts and proclamations of the provisional government were looked to with great interest throughout Europe. It was announced that the Constituent National Assembly was convoked for the 20th of April, a date afterwards postponed to the 4th of May. It was decreed that the electoral colleges should meet on the 9th of April, and that every Frenchman, without respect to property, being of the age of 21 years, should have a vote under the protection of the ballot, the assembly so elected to consist of 900 members, or 1 member to every 40,000 of population, each member to be 25 years of age or upwards. The principle of the payment of members was affirmed, and the indemnity for each was fixed at 25 francs a day during the session. The interment of the victims of the Revolution was the first great ceremony of the Republic. Though somewhat theatrical in its general aspect, as suited the character of the people, it was nevertheless grand and imposing. The official returns gave 150 killed and 500 wounded in the fighting, but it was believed that the number was really much larger. All the members of the ministry were present at the ceremony of interment, except Monsieur Lamartine, whose absence was accounted for on the ground of excessive fatigue. For the first few weeks after the Revolution, the people were kept in good humor. They planted trees of liberty to amuse themselves, and marched from street to street with uprooted poplars, seeking vacant plots of ground in which to plant them. They marched in procession, with banners flying, and with a priest at their head, to bless the trees in the name of God and in the cause of liberty. Occupied with their amusement, and favored with gratuitous admission to the theaters, the people did not think of mischief. The government, taking a lesson from the history of the first revolution, imitated its gorgeous fete, and brought large assemblages of the people together to inaugurate the republic with spears, swords, and banners, the firing of artillery, and the shouting of enthusiastic multitudes. The people, however, were jealous at times. The first occasion upon which they thought it expedient and necessary to show their power was upon a matter of uniform among the National Guards. The officers of one favorite division insisted upon a distinction of habiliment, which the working classes looked upon as an infringement of the principle of quote-unquote equality. Early on Friday morning, 17th of March, the emissaries of the clubs proceeded to all the suburbs to invite the laborers to rendezvous on different points, and to proceed from thence in bodies to the Hôtel de Ville. About 11 o'clock the laborers poured down in masses into the city, forcing all their comrades who were working to join them. Those who assembled in the Champs-Élysées exceeded 30,000. The Pont d'Arcole was covered. From 12 o'clock till 2 the crowd remained on the Place, cheering and shouting, at intervals raising the chorus of the Marseillaise or beating the rappel on their drums. There was no sign of opposition to this manifestation of feeling. The guard on duty was even less numerous than usual. Towards 2 o'clock the crowd began to disperse, though very slowly. The demonstration was considered a triumph over an attempted reaction, a success gained by the mass over those who, it is said, wished to impede the progress of the Republic. The succeeding night passed in perfect tranquillity, though the demonstration continued to a late hour. Bodies of men, marching 9 and 10 abreast, continued to defile along the boulevards from 4 till 7 o'clock. As night fell, crowds collected in different spots, but principally about the Porte Saint-Denis and Porte Saint-Martin. The inhabitants in this quarter illuminated their houses, and about 8 o'clock an immense body of the people began to move slowly along the boulevards in the direction of the Madeleine, singing and calling on the shopkeepers to light up. The citizens were taken by surprise, and whenever a delay occurred, cries of "Des lampions" were raised. As soon as lamps were fixed to the balconies, the crowd gave a round of applause and marched on. In this way they advanced in comparative darkness, leaving a blaze of light behind them. They were in a very good humor, and not the slightest damage was done. Not a single pane of glass was broken, nor did the shopkeepers exhibit any alarm, though neither police nor military were to be seen. By 10 o'clock the throng began to diminish, and by midnight everything was quiet again. The Minister of War addressed a circular to all the chiefs of corps, directing them to present in future for promotion none but candidates entitled to it by their military service. After their demonstration at the Hôtel de Ville, the workmen of Paris proceeded to the Ministry of the Interior to salute M. Le Drouet-Rollin personally, and the different trades succeeded each other without interruption from 4 to 7 o'clock p.m. Not less than 100,000 men presented themselves at the hotel during that interval, and M. Le Drouet-Rollin stood constantly under the porch receiving addresses and replying to them. The position of the armed force of France in relation to the people was singular. The army, notwithstanding many reassurances, had not recovered from the disgrace inflicted by the general disarming. The public were not sufficiently reassured of its disposition to permit the introduction even of 2 regiments into Paris without a murmur. The National Guard was tainted with anti-revolutionary tendencies. The Garde Mobile was imperfectly armed and quite undisciplined, and the military and political systems seemed alike disorganized. The mint was encumbered with an enormous massive silver plate, brought there to be coined into pieces of 5 francs each. A number of silversmiths, despairing of selling their second-hand articles, resorted to this expedient to render their dead stock available. Others announced a reduction of 10% on their goods, in order to ensure such a sale as might keep their workmen employed. The arming and equipment of the newly enrolled Garde Mobile was urged on with the utmost rapidity. A decree in the Moniteur authorized the Minister of War to issue from the stores of the army such clothing, etc., as could be spared without inconvenience to the service. In the face of financial embarrassment, the government was compelled to find the means of supporting an army already too large for the necessities or resources of the country. The Garde Mobile enlisted in the service of the Republic the young men of the quote-unquote people, paid them at a much higher rate than the troops of the line, and bore lightly on them in the matter of discipline. As it afterwards appeared, they formed the greatest bulwarks against anarchy the government could have raised. All able-bodied men in Paris, from 20 to 55 years of age, were invited to enroll themselves in the National Guard. The government undertook to arm them all, to provide clothing at the public expense for those who were not able to equip themselves, and in a short time 200,000 citizens were enrolled in the Guard of Paris and its vicinity. A discount office, under the title of Endowment for Small Traders, was directed to be established for their relief by giving facilities for pecuniary accommodation. The suppression of stamp duties on journals and other periodical publications was directed. Another decree, dated 3rd March, ordered that the duration of effective labor in Paris and in the suburbs should be fixed at 10 hours a day for all professions. Slavery was abolished in all the French colonies and possessions. The French people no sooner saw the provisional government installed at the Hôtel de Ville than they began to manifest the hopes which they expected the revolution to transform into realities. Every grievance, real or imaginary, was laid at the feet of Messieurs de Lamartine, Marat, and Arago, with a view to a remedy. Carpenters, builders, shoemakers, tailors, seamstresses, purse knitters, jewelers, flower sellers, shoe cleaners, grooms, waiters, cooks, and nursery maids formed deputations day after day, and marched in procession through the streets to detail to the government the hardships they suffered in their respective callings. Mingling in the throng were dwellers in the town and in the country, hand-workers and head-workers, those who administered to the legitimate wants of society and those who flourished on its vices, Frenchmen and Englishmen, Swiss, Poles, Germans, Italians, the haters of slavery, the friends of peace and progress, the benevolent, the patriotic, the enthusiastic, the Fourierist, the Owenite, all ranks, classes, and degrees of men. They sought relief in every form, possible or impossible. fewer hours of labor, better wages, and more holidays. All these were but a small portion of the tasks it was expected that the government would accomplish in behalf of quote-unquote the people. In the way of business, things continued deplorable. Money became scarce, misery increased, and anxiety as regarded the present, alarm as regarded the future, did not diminish. The rich families who left Paris during the Revolution did not return, and the few who remained continued to emigrate. End of section 79.